Okay, so it's 9 o'clock, so we should make a start. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to those that are online. Will they be coming online? Will you let us see who they are? Yeah. Okay, thanks. And welcome to the first meeting of the SAC for 2026. A special welcome to the two chairs of the standard setting boards, to Ido, who's the vice chair of the IAASB, of course, to Shego Modise, who is the chair of the PIOB and will be observing our meeting this week on behalf of the PIB. Shego, thank you very much. And may I also thank you and your team, Martin, for hosting us. This is the first time we're meeting in Europe. As a result of that, I think we've got a very, very good turnout. So really appreciate your generosity. So thank you very much for that. I'd also like to welcome those SAC members who are joining us virtually. So David, Nana, Conchita, Toshimitsu, Ashley, Matthew, and we also had a late addition to the virtual participation because Dr. Bello was due to arrive yesterday, but his flight via the Middle East got, I think, either cancelled or diverted. So he wrote to us yesterday to say he'll join us virtually. And we also have an official observer who's joining us virtually, and that's George. I'd also like to thank the staff of the IAASB and IESBA for all the hard work in getting all the paperwork prepared for us. We also have a number of public observers. So Paulo Aracaki from Brazil, Peter Garling from IAASB, all the way from the other side of the world. So you're very welcome to be with us today. We've got Misha Peters, Graham Pinfold, also, I think, from Down Under. Is that right, if I'm not mistaken? Sorry?
New Zealand.
New Zealand, yeah, over there. So it's a hell of a long way. I don't know when you arrived, but it must be difficult. So thank you very much. We also have Mohammed Usmani. Is he here? He's observing also. And he's a chartered accountant from Pakistan. And we got Wolfgang Bum from IDW, one of the very important professional accountancy organizations in Europe. I also like to, thank all of my SAC colleagues, having served on this council since its inception in 2023. And I say this all the time, but I really do mean it. I do recognize that you all have extremely busy lives. And, really appreciate the time you devote to the SAC in the public interest, in support of the development and, of course, the implementation of high-quality international standards for both ethics and, of course, audit. So again, Martin, let me thank you and your team for hosting us here today. We very much appreciate all of those who are here in person. And this is, I think, if not the highest, it's one of the highest numbers of in-person participation we have. So thank you. Just a quick protocol for the meeting now. We should always start with a security briefing, which I haven't been given. So I don't know, would somebody from the PIB just tell us what do we need to do in case we need to evacuate? You don't have a mic, right. Why don't you come over here, Martin? I know it's British, but I grew up in the corporate world where you should do this. So go on, Martin.
Thank you, Alan. I think this is the first time I've done this, but so I think logic tells me.
As long as you give us the right instructions.
Yes, I think logic would tell me that if we were to hear a fire alarm, we would descend directly down the stairs. Don't take the lift, just directly down the stairs that we came in and out the exit. So it's down 2 floors and you'll therefore be in the central part and then simply see the exit. So go through there, the doors that you came in, the metal doors will be opened, of course, and we'll get out. There'll be 2 ways of getting out, either on the left, the way you came in, or also to the right there. There is also a second gate there that will be opened. So hopefully we won't need that, but hopefully that also helps in the event of any emergency.
Thank you, Martin. I'm sorry to be pedantic, but I think it is important that you have the security briefing. In terms of speaking, so please, if you could keep your mics on mute. Now, I understand they're not enough, not each person has one of these. So be generous to your neighbors, and if you see they want to speak, do kind of pass it to the left or to the right. and keep it on mute until you need to speak. Of course, for those that are in the room, you know, the usual protocol, just put up your tent card and I will make sure that you are brought into the conversation. And of course, those who are online, if you can please use the raise the hand facility, which I never know how to do, but if not, just wave and we'll catch you. So thank you very much. So we're going to start with session one, which is a dialogue with the standard setting board chairs. Now we have a lot to get through today, but the most important thing, as far as I'm concerned, is that we actually have an engagement and dialogue. The chairs definitely want to hear from us as the SAC to give them advice and wise counsel whenever needed. And they will, of course, lead the session. It provides us with the opportunity to engage, as I said, with the chairs and the senior staff who are here on strategic issues pertinent to the SSB's agendas. And particularly, they will give us an update from our last meeting in October. Now, so over to, I don't know, Tom, Gabriella, who's going to go first? Tom, is it? Okay, over to you, Tom. Thank you.
So, first of all, can we get the slides on the screen? Doorbell.
Somebody's going into your home.
Yeah, okay, great. It's on the screen. I also can see that we're on the camera. Good morning to everyone. Maybe Gabriella and I just give a welcome first. It's great to see everyone on this lovely spring day. In Europe, it's sort of we appreciate all the time and energy you devote to this council. It's really important for us to get your input. I think one of the things you'll get, we're going to start off with feedback from the last meeting, but rather than spend a long time on it, I think you'll see that your advice, as also summarized in the October summary, is very much part of every topic we're doing and sort of ingrained. So rather than repeat it all twice, some of it I'll defer to the actual topic specific input that you provided, but just know that we really value your input. We appreciate not only when you leave this room, how you advocate for the role of global standards throughout the world, and certainly are always open for your advice. And special thanks to Alan for your leadership of this council, and so great to see you in the room. You know, one really important dynamic that goes unseen is Gabriella and I are the biggest defenders of independent standard setting, but independence requires some public accountability. So it's an important element of the system, our engagement with the PIOB. And just about 12 days ago, we were in this room engaging in session, talking about our work plan and getting input and feedback on that as well. So, Gabriella, would you like to say anything to open?
No, just good morning to everyone and welcome to this beautiful place. It's a pleasure to see you again. And above all, it's a real privilege to have the opportunity to engage with this group as an accountability exercise that we very much value. So looking forward to your input so that next time we are together, we can be reporting back on what we heard from you and what we did with respect to everything that we heard from you. Thank you very much for the generosity of your time. We know that most of you came from afar, making time out of your very busy agendas. So we are really grateful for this pro bono contribution to the standard setters. Tom, back to you.
Thank you. Well, so the first thing that's in our report this meeting is a report back from October 2025. Now that seems really long ago. So long ago, like I've been in Europe for a few weeks now, and I can't even remember what happened basically last week, or even yesterday. I was texting my wife last night, who was on the way back to the States, and said, I've left a piece of clothing in the hotel room, until I got to the room late last night and said, oh, I didn't leave it. I'm actually wearing it. So I had to go back and make sure, do a sense check that what you told us to do in October, we were actually doing. And I looked at the summary last night again, and I'm like, yes, we are. So let me tell you some of the things that we heard at the last meeting, and see whether you agree with us. So there was a strong support for having this period of calm where no new standards were going to be issued to the end of 2027, and an increasing focus on post-implementation review. I'm about to talk about our work plan. I think you'll see that's the case. You advised both boards to emphasize the role of technology. Definitely going to talk about that today. There was a discussion about the value of coordination between our two boards. That's very much part of our life, the need for robust and transparent due process. And this emphasis, particularly as it relates to sustainability, about our joint support for the adoption and implementation of our sustainability standards. And clearly both boards have been very active on that front. And I see Hilda there. We attended an excellent meeting by Accountancy Europe last week. I think we're still very much focused on that. And we'll continue to, through our different efforts, put out useful guidance and support the implementation of our standards throughout the world. As it relates to tech, there was a call for an emphasis on guidance in the near term, and not just guidance, but timely guidance, because the world's moving fast. And to have a proactive engagement with the regulators, so there's not fragmentation around the world. And then we got a bunch of advice on our interim engagement work, really telling the boards to make sure that you get the right approach, differential approach between interim engagement relative to an audit, but also consider how you can use the work of an audit and interim engagement. Real focus on the difference between limited and reasonable assurance, and think about that there's some diversity in practice in the market currently, and hopefully that your standard will bring what standards are supposed to be, a level of standardization in the market to meet the expectations of users who use this interim information. So those were the key points among many that I heard. I didn't want to go too deeply into that, though I'll welcome any other observations you have, but I also wanted to give Gabriella a chance to say something here.
Thank you very much. Just two or three little things to add. From what we heard in October, one of the recommendations was also that we were to seek more engagement with investors, namely with respect to sustainability reporting and assurance, but not only. So I'm very happy to tell you that in between, we managed to create and already had the first meeting of a new users group composed by investors. It's a large group with the people from all over the world, from very different backgrounds, and I think a very robust one, with whom we already engaged once virtually, and we intend to do it 3 times a year. So I think this was a clear response to your invitation for us to engage more with investors. Second, on specific topics related to IAASB's work on FCG, there was a clear ask to look at the connections or linkages between ISQM1 and FCG, and it's in the summary. So I'm also happy to report, in case you haven't seen it, that together, IAASB and IESBA, we worked on a linkages document, which is now public, and I think that it satisfied and responded to many questions that were there in the marketplace, but among investors, the firms and regulators as well. So this has been concluded. It has been a very collaborative work between the two boards and the two staff of the two boards. So it's there and you can consult it and read it. And thirdly, on the requests for us to look more on technology, we'll speak about it later. So I'm not going to go into any details, but also happy to tell you that the IASBA also turned his head to this in a more significant way to this topic, and that we have now something to tell you about the plans in that respect.
Maybe I'll pause here and invite any comment or feedback if you have it. This is just the specific report back, but I'm hoping that you'll see in our presentations today that actually it's impacting the way the boards are thinking and evaluating their work going forward too. But if there's any top level observations, I'd certainly pause here before I go on to my report. Okay, great. We're all enthusiastic about moving on to our work plans. So on the screen, in the slide deck, you'll see this is our current work plan. Maybe a little context, because Gabrielle and I and the PIOB and others have been out speaking a lot, and people are saying, like, how do you evaluate? How do things get on your work plan? How do you prioritize your resources? And it's just, we're not blindly throwing darts at a dartboard here, but we have a real, and I think I could speak to both boards because we're tightly coordinated to this, a real process to project prioritization, resource allocation, where, you know, you see it today, we have adherence to a PIOB certified strategy and work plan. This is now reaching we're sort of towards the back end of it, 2024, 2027, whole public consultation. Then we get input from a variety of sources, whether it's this Stakeholder Advisory Council, the MG, PIOB, other stakeholders. Both boards on a quarterly basis assess the progress and the shift in landscape. And within our strategies, consistent with our strategies, we adapt, and we have a planning committee and we go through a process. Our board, I talk about the Villi spreadsheet. This is really magical stuff that talks about how this is the resources we have. These are our priority. This is the AI as run by, you've heard of Anthropic, and they're in ChatGPT. We have Villi instead. It's really sophisticated, but it says, like, this is what we can do at this point based upon the progress we see and the resources we have. And then we do evidence-based project planning. Like, we follow our project plans. You know, you've seen up front, and this is one of the things we talked about with the oversight board, how important it is to scope a project up front right. Why are you doing something? What is it going to answer? How is it going to go answer? And then at the end of the day, when you run a robust due process, you should be able, based upon the evidence, all done in a transparent fashion, come out with solutions that are legitimate. Not that everyone agrees with. If everyone agrees with something, we probably, well, maybe it's a miracle, the one thing in this world that we have a consensus on. But do we come up with an evidence-based solution that addresses the real public interest challenges, that it considers the practicalities of the situation? And then can we all prioritize within the existing staff budget? Like, we're not a big organization. We have 16 staff, professional staff on our side. I think you're between 13 and 14 based upon a given moment. These include our administrative staff too. And we balance. And that's sort of how we get. So, like, when you see what's up here, this is our judgment about what's most important to our board based upon our strategy at the moment. And really, the biggest things we're doing right now are related to technology. Everything has a technology bent from the biggest component. Then, like we were suggested here, is like, can we support and maintain our standards either through revisions for modernization, think about 2410, LCE maintenance, post-implementation reviews. And then we have ongoing efforts to keep aware of the marketplace. And then, you know, as we said, we've sort of allocated a rough split of our resources, 70-30, 75-25. It's a little flexible between audit-related and insurance-related topics. So that's our board approach to priorities right now. And I think it's a focused approach. And the one other thing I would say is both boards use a leverage model. I think there's, when we say we're staff-driven, that means the staff are responsible for moving projects forward. But the board is heavily engaged throughout and ultimately accountable for decisions. And also, we're leveraging the TAs that we have accessible. Increasingly, we're having specific groups we're interacting with, whether it's from the profession at the GPPC level, the GAA has a new working group, the form of firms. But we're also doing that with IFER and IAASB and our user group, and certainly national jurisdictional standard setters, and on and on and on. We're not limited in ivory tower. So I hope that gives you a sense of how we get to where we are, what's on our board's agenda, and how we're going about our business. And if you think about, I'm going to go into the technology related projects shortly in a moment, but I also want to sort of say, okay, lots of this often means choices. There's things people have, everything on this list here are things people have asked us to do, but we can't do because resources are not yet available. We've made prioritization decisions related to it. Doesn't mean that we're not going to do other things ultimately, but we need the agenda to clear a little bit before we get to these topics. So we have a technology catalog, lots of projects to do, lots of things that people would like us to do. We've prioritized the topics you saw above here on the top of this. And we will see when and how we could get to other technology related matters. 320, see my friend Doug over here, but this has been long a topic that regulators have pushed us and other standard setters have pushed us to. I was with the IFER SCWG not so long ago, and they asked when this is coming. Again, this will be a likely topic for discussion. We're continuing, as we promised, to work with IAASB-IESBA on high definition. There will be a time for that, in conjunction with a post-implementation review. And then we have other reserved topics here: assurance, engagement, and digital reporting. 620, a larger project than a narrow scope amendments we had done. 720, and a number of post-implementation reviews. And in terms of post-implementation reviews, which was a topic of our last meeting, what I would say is that we generally wait nearly 4 to 5 years after significant implementation, so we get feedback. And part of the issue is that effective dates in jurisdictions differ. Some jurisdictions adopt our effective date, but other jurisdictions sometimes have to push it back to allow implementation for a variety. Like, remember, we don't live in isolation. There's a number of other requirements happening in this world, and some jurisdictions take longer. Translation sometimes an issue as well. And that, I really think that gives you a sense. I hope that gives you an overall picture of how we and IAASB-IESBA, I don't think, Gabriella, if you want to come in and just talk about prioritization, we think of things in a holistic manner.
Yeah, sure, I can do it. Thank you very much, Tom. Under the IAASB report back, but yes, the way we prioritize is the consequence of a careful process we follow in terms of early identification of the topics we should be working on, and that's mostly at the strategy and work plan level. But we keep agile during the cycle, and there are some very concrete examples on our side as well of how we change the priorities as needed during the strategy and work plan cycle, but we also do it at the project level itself. Sometimes it is necessary not only at the project level and work plan to change depending on what we see. And this is done based on a very careful and continued monitoring and observation of the environment so that we can be as timely and effective as necessary. But I'll probably say a few words about that afterwards.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a sense of, one, how we get to where we are, that we take very similar approaches, but maybe it's a good opportunity, rather than me continue to talk, is to have a sense of specifically our priorities and the way what's on our work plan right now, what's coming up, and getting input or responding to questions.
So anybody would like, Doug, you know, you're specifically called out on 320, so maybe you, and Natasha after, yeah.
Hopefully I've worked out the technology. Thanks. So I did have some comments on the IAASB side, and some of which I might say for the JSS and so forth, but
Doug, can you just put the mic closer to you?
And I will get to the technology specific topics too, as well, but if you want to talk about the general, what we have on our agenda, that'd be great.
So look, I do appreciate everyone's got limited resources, and so the need to prioritize, and that will feed into the next work planning cycle 28-31 as well. I guess I appreciate, by the way, the openness and the dialogue as well, and how the boards are taking into account the SAC dialogue. I guess when it comes to the IAASB, some thoughts, and I know we're still at the early stages of planning going to 28-31 anyway, but I guess some specific points that do go to specific standards. I noticed that 315 doesn't appear to be on the list anywhere around risk assessment. And I thought that was something that the board was thinking about dealing with somewhere. Maybe I was missing it.
It's there on maintenance and modernization and post-implementation review.
Oh, great. Thank you. Sorry, apologies for that. Obviously not paying attention. I do think while they're on the reserve list, skipping over for a moment, 320, I'll come back to that. But 620 and 720 are important. And I know this is a difficult one because to some extent it goes to this question about where different jurisdictions are heading on things like sustainability. But sustainability is really drawing out some of the questions and issues in this area, potentially inconsistencies between 500 and 720 as an example, and gave one of those examples previously. So I think I'd encourage those to be moved to the top of the list. XBRL, well, I think it's important. It's probably not at the top of my list because I think the answer on that's probably pretty obvious anyway. 320 and sampling as well, perhaps I'll come back to when it comes to the JSS, because I know it's a specific topic there, and you know it's one of my favourites. And I'm not sure technology is the answer to all of this. Materiality, we're actually being asked by all stakeholders, regulators, firms, to give more guidance on materiality, particularly in the context of financial services, collective investment vehicles at the moment. And that's something we're minded to do. Obviously, we need to be consistent with international, but just to highlight that that's an issue that's arising as well. So look, I do appreciate the need to prioritise, appreciate we're in a deregulatory environment, and so probably fortunate that some of the major projects underway will take some time. I think you said no new standards until the end of 27, but there's probably some refinements within the priority list that encourage thought to be given to. I'll admit, I recognise LCEs is important in particular jurisdictions, less so in others. And so that's a difficult one because you probably need to deal with a maintenance issue. But yeah, look, I'm probably getting into too much detail, Alan, but just to say, I think this planning process will be important. I'm also conscious the next plan doesn't start until 2028, and we need to think about what needs to be done before then. And we'll get to technology later. I think it's great there's now a timetable for guidance, but perhaps some specifics there. I'll save that for later.
Thanks, Doug. Natasha?
Great, thank you. First, just to acknowledge all the incredible work that both of you do, as well as the kind of broader teams that are working for you. But I have wanted to make a point for some time, and I want to make it early on in this agenda, I think, talking from a kind of investor perspective and high level, which I think is what you want here. I do feel that we continue to dance around the absolute core structural problem here, which is treating the investor as a client. So for me, this is an agency problem. It's not an ethical problem, it's a structural problem. And therefore, to try and tackle it through ethical standards, as helpful as that might be, will not ever succeed. So we need to really deal with this as a structural problem that we're kind of tackling head on, I would say. I know I've raised this at various junctures in the past, and I think that some might feel that this forum, is not the appropriate place to raise this point, that structural problems are to deal with regulators. But the fact is regulators have not dealt with it. And particularly in this tumultuous time, I would say are unlikely to. And I can't see why a standard setter interested in the public interest, wanting to ensure independence, would not deal with the key factor that prevents that. So I really think it needs to be on the agenda. And I'm worried that it's not only on the existing agenda, but it's not even on the horizon. And I'm also very, very worried, and I know we're going to come on to this, that we've even sort of demoted the potential standard on the ethical side to viewpoints to do with firm culture and governance, which I think is very worrying. And I doubt investors pushed for that, I should say. So on a more positive and helpful and constructive side, what I did want to propose, and I have given this some thought, is that we introduce an investor accountability standard. And there are many things that could come under this. I just jotted down a few. So how auditors are communicating with investors, and we need to go beyond a single CAM, right, in the auditor report. There is the ISA 260, which is about how auditors are communicating with audit committees, those charged with governance. Why not replicate a lot of that for investors? I mean, investors are the end users. And I would say, by the way, I think that alignment will further our goal towards the public interest. I think it's really key. Secondly, things like having regular competitive tenders. Again, really important to ensure we don't have complacency coming in and coziness with the executives. Annual auditor elections by shareholders at public listed companies, really critical. That is the moment where investors hold auditors to account and establish, if you like, that client relationship. Client is used, and I hear it very, very frequently in the presentation. So this is the company, not investors. Investors are never treated as the client. We need those annual elections to reaffirm that connection. Regular public meetings between auditors, audit committees, and investors. Why not have an annual meeting, which is public, so there's no non-public information, leading up to the AGM vote, where investors can communicate with auditors, and investors can say to auditors, these are where we're worried, right? This is where we would like you as our auditor to focus your energies. That just never happens today. And in fact, often auditors will say, we can't talk to you, it's not allowed, which to me seems very odd. And then finally, I would just say, and this may not fit within this, but I do think you need to have a transparency standard around how audit firms are conducting advocacy. We need to see how audit firms are lobbying governments, because we need to see that that's in line with investor interests. So just to throw that out there, I really think this is a huge gap. That's not, as I say, to denigrate all the hard work that's gone on with these incredible standards, but it is a kind of gaping hole in the middle of all of this. And I don't think we should be leaving this to regulators. So I just wanted to say that up front. Thank you.
Natasha, I'm just wondering whether, you've raised a lot of issues here, and you're absolutely right, you have raised these in the past. But I'm just wondering whether this is the right forum for that. Because a lot of what you described is really to do with regulations and, in the UK, it would be the Companies Act, which determines a lot of these. So I'm just wondering, how do we elevate the issues you're raising to make sure that those who should be doing something about them are in the room and are engaging in this conversation? I'm not saying it shouldn't be raised here, but I'm just wondering, is this the only place? I mean, and what other opportunities should you have to raise these matters?
So, and I did want to address that up front, because I have had that comment before, Alan, and I think, yes, regulators should be setting the minimum standards. Of course they should, as they do with accounting standards and other things. In different jurisdictions, you've got lots of requirements linked to solvency and capital maintenance, etc. But there is nothing to stop, I don't see, and I have been inquiring on this for some time, there's nothing to stop standard setters setting a kind of universal international standard for best practice, right? I just can't see why you would leave out probably the most important structural flaw in the audit market that then leads to a misalignment of interest between auditors and the end beneficiary investors from the standards. I just don't think that should be left out. And I don't think it would be. So, for example, annual elections of auditors, in some jurisdictions that's required, in others it is not. But in those jurisdictions where it's not required, many companies do it. The Netherlands is one example. So there's nothing to stop going beyond the minimum regulations. And I think the point of the global standard setters is to establish, best practice, to establish that framework which particularly public countries should be aspiring towards.
Thank you. David, a very good morning to you. Thank you for joining us from the US.
Good morning, and my apologies for not being with you in person. I just wanted to bring it back and comment on slide 5 and the work plan in general. Slide 5, do not doubt the boards are applying excellent project management skills in terms of determining scope, budget, and time. I do not doubt that at all. The professionalism of the boards I'm humbled by. The problem with this slide, this two-dimensional slide, is it's not apparent what the effort is on each of these items. Keeping the lights on versus increasing the wattage. Maintenance and modernization, does that represent 25% of the effort of the boards? 30%, 40%, 50%, 10%? Like, you don't really get a sense of the amount of effort in each one of these items. And I think it would be a value add by describing what the effort would be by putting a percentage column on the effort of the board in doing that. And I don't think that would be very difficult to do. This happens constantly in these work plans. You don't really get a sense. It's done in the background. You don't really get a sense of how much it is to keep the lights on versus, doing an add-on feature. And so sometimes you get a pushback from a board because, hey, hold on a second, I don't have the capacity or the budget to do that. But when you're a reader, you don't see that. There's 100 people. Why can't you just take on this additional project? So it's just an idea that I'm proposing. But thank you very much for this.
Thank you, David. Chikato, very good morning. Welcome from Japan. Good to see you.
Thank you for the opening explanation. Like Doug said, I really appreciate this prioritization of the work plan. And I think also, especially in this shifting and the changing environment, and then we have to be, I understand that board want to really deliver effective result. And, but also like, we are here from a different type of stakeholders, and instead of really going into details of the priorities, I think, if we can understand thinking behind selecting prioritized issues is probably something that we should really understand and know, and then help us to have a effective discussions later on. So my question is really, what kind of criterias, especially to both like an IAASB and IESBA have set out to have a discussion and then prioritize these selected projects, and then leaving out other projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Dwayne?
Thank you. Yeah, just to further, I guess, reinforce, I think the prioritization, Tom, of you and your team is good. And given the rapid pace of change with how technology is being adopted by all the stakeholders across the financial reporting ecosystem, I think, and that includes preparers, of course, as well as auditors. I think your approach to prioritize technology-related projects makes really good sense. I know we'll talk more about IASBA's action plan on technology, but I think that's also very important. The only question I had as I looked at your slides that I'd ask the team to consider is whether the IAASB rather project on using the work of an expert, which I think showed up on page 6 as kind of in reserve. Just would ask you to consider whether that should be moved up in the pecking order, because I think in terms of auditing AI applications, I think auditors are going to have to use more and more experts as part of the audit. And I think preparers are going to have to use more and more experts as part of their internal control environment as well. And the auditors will have to understand that as well. So just something to consider if that's more technology related than not.
Thank you, Dwayne. Conchita, good evening, or is it good afternoon? I'm not quite sure what the time difference is, but welcome.
Yeah, it's good afternoon from where I am, and I regret I cannot join you because of the crisis going on. It may take me more than a day to get there to attend a 1.5-day meeting. So I seek your kind understanding. Well, I thank the team for putting together the work plan. I wish to compliment what were already stated. I appreciate the limited resources. Perhaps for people used to dealing with money and resources and planning, maybe you have this, but please share. Meaning, against what timeline would these activities be done? And in terms of resources, how much per initiative? So that when you monitor them as against actual performance, then you can see which initiative is lagging behind, which initiative is consuming more resources, and the like. I hope I made myself clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Conchita. Ken, I saw you put your card up and then you put it down. So did you want to say something? So I almost have 360.
Yeah, no,
vision, so.
Thank you very much, Alan. I'll be very quick. No, I had exchanged some brief remarks with with Gabriela. Just in response to the comments from Natasha earlier about essentially whether the standard setting boards, and in particular IAASB, insofar as we're concerned on the ethics board, whether we have on our radar screen how the code and its standards essentially address the concept of the client. The concept of the audit client is very central to our independent standards in our code of ethics. And essentially, the concept is geared towards the entity and its management, as opposed to your point, Natasha, ultimately the shareholders and the investors at large. So that is, there is already a commitment, a strategic commitment in our current strategy and work plan. So it is a commitment that's lined up. It is in the pipeline for us to sort of prioritize and assign a work stream to take it on. But it is an issue that we had recognized already at our board that needed to be addressed. So just to let you know.
Thank you, Ken. So I don't see any other, oh yeah. Sorry, Stephen, I missed that.
No worries, I'm all the way across the room, thank you. And really great work as always. Apologies if I'm getting a little bit too specific on this or detailed here, but coming at this also from an investor perspective, how the standard setting boards are thinking about the increasing challenges associated with valuation of illiquid assets. I mean, there's been no shortage of headline risk, redemption challenges going on in the private credit space specifically. You know, it's an $18 trillion market that is growing significantly. And I think, as we all are aware of, as more money pours into it, you're starting to go down the credit spectrum, and then the inevitable occurs, right? You've got write-offs, you've got credit quality challenges, redemptions are being gated here. And the audit profession is increasingly dealing with having to value these illiquid assets here. So I'd just be curious here as to how you're thinking about guidance back to the audit profession on what appears to be increasingly a growing problem that will only get bigger. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Tom?
Okay, thank you. Let me just briefly respond to a few points in terms of prioritization, resource allocation, etc. I thought to some extent I tried to explain how we view things, but the prism by which we assess priorities, obviously, first of all, is we have a pretty clear strategy document, which is, and strategic objectives that serve as our North Star. We have a framework for activities that sort of requires us to act in our public interest, remain within our remit, do the things that could matter most to improve engagement quality. We assess global relevance too, something that may be very important for one jurisdiction, even if it's a very big jurisdiction, but not important globally. We often don't put on the top of our list. But if it does have global requirements and jurisdictions, we will elevate things quickly. And then urgency factor. And then, as I said, when we started about is how we monitor and shift up and down. Our current strategy survey approach right now should also reveal immediate input, even if for the strategy 2028, if people say that you're missing something, you're blind, you need to focus on this area as part of the survey today, or as soon as we have capacity or assessment of our priorities, we can always move quickly. We don't have to wait for work plan changes. It's really funny it's about the resource question. I think, David, you raised it. Actually, I showed this slide just a week and a half ago to the PIOB with specific resource allocations to it. I wanted to share it with the PIOB first before I added staff numbers and resources to it. But if I gave you a rough estimate, and honestly, this is a dynamic situation, our staff is not, and our resources are not mutually exclusive. We have a lot of crossover between teams, work throughout, executive time shared, but roughly, to give you a sense of magnitude of where we are, about 40% of our resources, or a little bit more, probably on the technology related projects. But that doesn't include all the board attention that it's getting, which is significant, and board involvement. This is staff. Probably about 20-25% is the maintenance and modernization, 10% to ongoing efforts, and about 25% today, I would say, to assurance and other related matters. Again, dynamic, but it gives you a sense that when we mean technology is at the top of our list, it's at the top of our list. And we're getting to the point on audit evidence and risk response, which I'll touch on in a little bit, that we're close to ED. So the intensity of resource allocation and board attention is higher. And I hope that gives you a sense. As I said, staff move in and out. Staff are on multiple projects at once. We have Billy as the technical director, but we also have two directors. They're supervising or heavily engaged in specific projects depending upon the need and the complexity of the work. But that's roughly how it's done. And then Kachita, you talked about project management. That's very much at the heart of our AI as powered by Billy. We and the board reviews it on a regular basis as well. So I hope that gives you a sense of how we do what we do, that there is method behind the madness. Doug, your points at 620, 720 are noted. Also will impact our thinking about next priorities. I'm sure certainly this is a big topic with our jurisdictional standard setters that meet later this week. And Natasha, your point, I have to just, rather than give you a response off the cuff, I just need to think how from an audit standard setting perspective, going back to our mandates, we can play in this space. Or you know, one of the other things we do is convene in this space or have discussions. Like, for example, you now see around the world about a sort of a shift on supervisory approaches and a more focus on an ISQM1 discussion. That's the type of thing we've been discussing with regulators over time, but it's not in our remit. So just saying that I'm not ignoring your point, but I don't think I can give it, I need some reflection on it about where we can play on that, conscious that we have a mandate and a remit. Should we move on a little bit? Okay, so I think there seems to be, and if I'm not misreading this, support that getting after technology and focusing on technology should be our priority at this board, considering the current position of the marketplace, considering all the standards that we've pushed out in recent years. Just reminds you why we have so many post-implementation reviews. We have 315 is done in my term. We've done suite of standards, group audits, fraud, going concern, sustainability assurance. That's why we're giving a period of calm. So the focus, the shift has been towards technology, three-pronged approach. We need to do audit evidence, risk response in 520 to get the principles and the framework right. Our plan is to approve the ED in June as of right now, with a final standard as my parting gift of my term, Q4 2027. Obviously, we won't put a standard or an ED out there until it's ready, regardless of terms, regardless of timelines. We will get it right at the ED level to get maximum engagement. We'll give time for people to engage with the board and get the evidence, and we'll put out a high quality standard because what we put in place needs to last. These are big standards. Then the question is, can we provide evidence? Guidance in a meaningful way, building off our ISQM1 standard and ISO 220 as it relates to technology quality management. And then finally, our third approach is about targeted modernization of our standards. Remember, probably 2 or 3 meetings ago, maybe 4, there was this talk about it in omnibus. Let's take our standards and modernize them one by one to reflect technology. Well, beyond my tenure, that would last to the end of the next term, chair's term, and probably the following. And by the way, we don't know where technology is going to be. That was wholly contrary. So we decided, let's go targeted approach to standards that needed the most modernization. Our focus is on inventory and external confirmation. So that's our general approach to standards. So, audit evidence and risk response, what I would say on audit evidence and risk response is that it's deeply technical, conceptual work that we're doing. Board very much engaged, and maybe Ada, if you want to say anything on audit evidence and risk response here. But this slide is meant to pull people back and remind people why we're doing this. We're not doing audit evidence and risk response to force changes in methodology for the sake of change in methodology. We're doing it because we want a comprehensive framework for making judgments about audit evidence, including alignments with the principles we have in our standards, and to drive consistent work effort. We're also doing it, as you can see at the end, to have a framework that is sufficiently flexible and robust to handle new forms of technology, particularly because the forms of information have evolved greatly over recent times. And we want to provide consistency of practices, including by clarifying the principles underpinning effective substandard procedures. Despite what people think, we're not pushing a controls-based approach throughout the board, across the board, and some of that is refinement of drafting that we're trying to deal with between now and June to understand the dynamics of what we're trying to do and how things fit together. Again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. Our plan is to approve the ED in June. There's a lot of work that will have to happen between now and June. This happens always. My first board meeting was the approval of ISO 315. There was a lot of work that was happening up to the very end. We are meeting between now and our June meeting with a lot of stakeholders. We will not put something with fatal flaws out in the marketplace. But we do at some point want pens down, because there will be at some point we reach a saturation point where it doesn't make sense to keep working, and it makes sense to do exactly what we want from an exposure draft period, is an effective consultation on a number of topics, ultimately to get a good answer. But if we're not ready, we'll pause and say, maybe take more time. But I feel like we're right where we want to be. We will continue to assess that. And in May, and I guess it's next week, I've totally lost track of time right now. So we're in Madrid. It's still April, but next week I'll be in Washington, and we're having a board meeting, I think, right? To discuss the major topics that were coming out. And what makes this project a little bit more complex is that it's 3 standards together, and it's at the heart of the audit. Trust me, we know that. So we're spending time as a board to get it right. We will get it right. And then we'll go out for comment because we never get it entirely right at the exposure draft phase. And we will be bound by the input we get. Like, trust me, just because it's in the exposure draft doesn't mean it's etched in stone. And I think we've talked about this approach with our PIOB, and I think they're conscious of that as well. Ado, who's one of the project board members, you want to say anything on audit evidence of risk response?
No, not too much, Tom. As you said, there's a lot of work currently going into this. The technology, emphasis on it. And I think we're seeing a lot of, which is difficult, modernizing a standard for technology, particularly if you don't know what technology is going to bring and how it's going to develop. And we've moved over the course of the project, that has been a number of years, into more prescriptive requirements, and then toning them down more to the principles that allows technology to be applied around it. And that is a shift that you do see. It's also has been driving us, and we'll talk about this later, also informed by the roundtables help us understand how to deal with technology in the principles that you have. But that requires the principles to be really principles and robust and sound. And you see that evolution in the standard setting project. As Tom said, it's a lot of work, very interesting, very technical. We're on track, but we have a couple of moments, May and June, to test the waters really as to where we are.
Thank you. Maybe I have only one more slide, and maybe let me quickly get through that, and then I'll comment on this, these topics, or anything you'd like to raise with me before I hand it over to Gabriella. So, as I said, the 500 series is where we're doing targeted amendments. The 501, really, I would say, really is sort of a strange standard to begin with, right? It's really 3 standards in one. And there's 3 topics, inventories, litigation, and claims and segment information. Remember, our lens was technology. Not that other topics aren't warranted, but it was related to where our standards need to be modernized to remain fit for purpose for technological developments and to address new risk and practical considerations that arise from them. And so we did a lot of external outreach in the process, and consistent with the idea of prioritizing and sometimes even having to take something off the table that may be of interest. We've narrowed the scope to focus on the inventory element and the external confirmation element. And so here you see the focus of the project plan, focus on entities management of an audit of inventories, external confirmation procedures, clarifying or enhancing the auditor's work related to the existence and condition of inventories and external confirmation procedures. Then you see on the right side what we're not doing standard setting on. Let me say something on audit sampling. We didn't say that we're not going to address audit sampling. This is a topic that we're going to talk with the JSS. We just didn't think, based upon the evidence, that we needed standard setting activities at this time. We may need guidance. And this is something we'll talk about later this week when our jurisdictional standard setters, our national standard setters, are meeting in this room. Which gets to another topic, I'd say. One of the philosophies we're adopting is, if we don't need to reinvent the wheel and there's a modern approach that already exists in the marketplace, for the sake of agility, let's take it. We don't want to create more divergences in the marketplace. Say if a standard setter like the UK FRC or the PCAOB has a recently issued standard, let's look to that first. So USASB, another example of it. So that's our philosophy, that's our approach, and that's how we're going to deal with technology to move things quickly. Now, we're gonna deal with QM a little bit later, I believe. And so no specificity about that right now, other than it's an equally important element of this effort. Billy, you want to add anything on the 500 series?
Yeah, Tom, I can maybe just say that the project proposal was approved at the March meeting, and that's where we determined the scope of the project, as Tom has explained. And the team is now progressing in terms of bringing the issues to the board. There's a handful of issues on both ISA 501 and 505. Some of those issues relate to the use of technology in these areas. For example, in the case of inventory, where you have many different ways these days to take stock, and you don't necessarily have to be physically present. Where you have to deal with things about like inventory management that's outsourced, and where inventory is held under custody of someone else. And then in the external confirmation space, you've got intermediaries that act between auditors and financial institutions. And then you also have facilities where auditors can directly access the information at financial institutions through APIs, which obviously is not an external confirmation then, but we do need to then highlight how auditors would deal with that. There are also elements within these standards that are not linked specifically to technology, but because these standards were written quite a while back, this is an appropriate opportunity to also address modernization just from certain of the technical issues that are being addressed in the standard. So we're working towards approval of a exposure draft at the end of the year, December 2026. Thank you, Tom.
With the idea that it's highly integrated with our audit evidence and risk response standards.
So you want to open for questions?
Yeah.
Good morning. I understand that will not be covered at this moment, but I think that one of critical risk that the auditors and the firms are facing right now is the cyber risk. So when I was part of the audit committee of HSBC in Brazil, we had over 100 million US attacked. And now there are a lot of banks, global banks having as well. And now I moved to the insurance market. I am part of the audit committee of the largest insurance company in Americas, and we are facing the same. So, which is the auditors are having hard time to really understand the risk, and the companies as well, and the investors as well. And I understand the point of Natasha, but the assumption is that we had stewardship investors, which is not the case all over the place. And I think that at some point, this is something that we need to include, because I think that all over the place, we, and even in the regulated industry, we are facing a huge risk with those events.
Thank you. Natasha?
Thank you. Tom, I'm not sure you responded to Stephen's point. Did I miss that? Because I was just going to reiterate that. And I think it's a quite good example of investors identifying an issue which is really there. Obviously, we're responding to the prudential regulators. You've got the IMF, the FSB, the PRA in the UK and elsewhere, really worried about private credit, illiquidity, how that interplays with SRT, synthetic risk transfers, banks' balance sheet. And I guess in the end, that comes down to, well, are they appropriately valued on the balance sheet? And if not, why are the auditors not making sure that they are? So it would feel like a really good opportunity to put out guidance to auditors so that they're ahead of this rather than behind, if you like. Thank you.
Thanks. Ashley, very good morning to you. Hello, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Great. Good morning. I had a question related to the stance the standard setters plan to take around the technology standard. So I think I read in the paper that you plan to be technology neutral, but I thought I had heard at the October meeting that perhaps there was also a thought of leaning more technology positive, and that to have effective audit standards, the auditor would need to use technology. So I was unclear on the approach the standard setters were planning to take there.
Right, Tom, do you want to maybe first come back to Stephen's and Natasha's? Yeah.
Yeah, Stephen, sorry, in the list of topics I addressed, I didn't respond directly to yours. So this is clearly playing out in the topic that we have out for public post-implementation review, ISA 540, audited accounting estimates, and I think it's been falling in this place. But the question of whether we should do something more based upon where the market is, I'm just noting it right now, and we'll have a discussion in our planning committee about this topic. Just like cyber keeps on coming up more and more as whether we need to do something much more specifically related. In fact, we had a discussion with the IAASB on Friday with their board members, and they raised it as, is this the topic that specifically you're addressing? Like, normally it would come up in the context of risk identification, or about, you could think about it in terms of assessing the entity's cyber controls as well. But we clearly have it on our radar screen right now. We don't have anything specifically on cyber per se, but in my talk around Europe over the last couple of weeks with international bodies, this is constantly being mentioned. So point is well taken there. Actually, in terms of technology, you're right. We're not in a position of absolute neutrality anymore. I think we are intentionally leaning in. What we say is that we're not going to mandate a technology-driven approach because many audits will not require that, but we're trying to create a framework that where technology can help aid audit quality, it can be used and under what circumstances. And also there may be instances where the only way to do an audit may require technology because of the entity that they're auditing. I don't know how you would specifically do a complicated AI-driven audit, AI-driven company without the use of some form of technology and technology approach. So we are definitely not entirely agnostic as we want. That was what our technology statement tried to convey. Our work on QM is meant to facilitate the use of technology by providing consistent guidance to the world, and we'll get to QM, about how you procure, develop, support the deployment of technological tools, and then monitor associated risk with them. So I hope that is responsive to those comments.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Vasiliki.
Not a question, just an overarching comment before we get into the details. So just to comment, we do support the SSB's plan and how they're looking at it. Clearly, technology is playing a big role, and I think the modernization of the standards is critical. As you look at it, and I think you have made this comment, it is important that it's objective-based or principle-based, obviously, rather than too much in the detail, because In a year from now, it'll be, of course, outdated if it's not, and it should be, of course, outcome focused. Agility is important. So I think as we go into it, things are changing day by day. So just mechanisms for the board to quite quickly share guidance as needed. For example, a rapid response to a particular issue that might not need to go through the full standard setting process might be helpful. Greater use of non-authoritative guidance, which could give information around the standard that's there, and also the annual improvements project that you have got there, the ongoing project. I think the alignment that we're seeing between the two boards is encouraging and very good, and I think we'd encourage that to have same objectives and joint exposure drafts, I think, goes down well, and dates, alignment of dates is also very good. So I think just final point, it is important to be clear on how different and competing views are dealt with for all stakeholders. And just from the profession, I think it is important also to just increasingly involve the profession, because from a practical perspective, standards are great, but they need to be practical, and it's important to not have that discovered after the event.
On that, are you concerned that that engagement isn't taking place?
No.
Okay.
Supportive that it is actually taking place, and it's increasingly doing that.
Yeah, good, thanks. Jennifer.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. I'll probably echo a little bit of what Vicky said, but I wanted to just call out something, Tom, you said, which I think is very important. Roll towards Doug. I think it's very, very important to have standardization in auditing standards, not just on technology, but these days it's really important in technology, because I think to the marketplace, understanding the standards that are used, particularly for the broadly adopted and implemented standards like the ISAs. So using the work of the FRC or PCAOB or AICPA on these topics is, I think, very important. I do wonder over the next few years, there's going to be a really, I think, differentiated situation for technology. You're going to have some companies that are early adopters of AI type technology. You're going to have some audit firms that probably are using it at a greater pace than other audit firms. And sometimes I think of how you would do standards as like a matrix. You know, are you in a low usage company, low usage audit firm, to high usage company, high usage audit firm? And I'm not suggesting that you set 4 sets of standards for that matrix, but I think it's just a caution as you develop the standards, the need to be sensitive to that this is not a 2-dimensional playing field for probably the next 5+ years. So I think continuing to I was very encouraged by the paper, I think, set out that there's a goal of responsive, globally relevant, and workable in practice standards. And I think those are 3 important legs of the stool that must be treated equally. So I appreciate all your efforts there. And to Vicky's point, involving the profession and what it's seeing out at companies, especially on technology. Thank you.
Yes, good morning to everyone. We would like to agree that technology is one of the important matters on the priority. IFIA published last week on the 20th of April a document, use of technology in audits and innovation and audit quality. So it's in a priority that we have to go deep into technology, because it's changing every day. You know, there's blockchain, there's so many things going on. So it's important that we have it on a priority list, and I agree that we should dig into this. Thank you.
Matthew, very good morning.
Hey, thanks. Yes, I don't even know if this qualifies as morning, but thank you for taking the question. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. Yeah, just a question related to the 500 project or really, I guess, just the audit evidence and risk response project. And there was a comment that, maybe the project started off going into a more like prescriptive requirements or having some more prescriptive requirements and has moved towards perhaps becoming more principles based. So starting there, but just this could be a general point is, have the boards been pleased with the results or outcomes of principles-based or principles-based standards? Just kind of from a investor perspective, I think we've been pretty disappointed, I think, with principles-based when it comes to, particularly just because we can observe it more on the financial reporting side. What we find is that actually, by giving more and more latitude to make decisions on how the standards are actually implemented, in some cases it feels like there isn't a standard, or in some cases we're getting less and less information, or just information that is like not comparable from entity to entity. And I think like a lot of principles based, it's been a big move towards it even more, I feel like, in the last like 10 or 15 years. And I'm curious to see if the board thinks that it's, am I wrong, or or do the boards feel differently? Do they feel like, more principles based has been a success?
Thanks, Matthew. Doug?
Really just an addition on technology and AI. Hopefully I'm not jumping the gun. I know we're covering the quality management aspects later, which include AI. Maybe it's a question in terms of what guidance might be thought about for auditors in terms of actually using AI on engagements, well, both AI tools used by auditors, AI used by the entities themselves, and even AI used for communications research and so forth. We put out guidance in July 2005, and there are principles, and you might say everything's obvious. If you're an auditor 30 years ago, you would have been able to work this out. But just curious what we might be thinking of in that space, because when I read the paper, there's two limbs to it. Obviously, there's a catalogue and the quality management work stream, but it does seem that there's an opportunity, and we're hearing this from, Dwayne mentioned it before, an opportunity for perhaps guidance, not just on the quality management and governance aspects, but the actual use on the engagements, not just the quality management around the engagements.
All right, Tom.
Okay. So one of the things that's been talked about is like how we get engagement. I think making sure that we're rooted in practicalities. And I thought, Jen, you were going to even maybe raise this, but as part of this evolution of standard setting over the last few years to a more staff-driven approach, where I've given you some more contours of what that means, is that we're actually setting up more structure to get input from sources of information, such as engagement with a forum of firms or the GAA, but also IAASB, a user advisory group. So where I sort of see our boards is not dissimilar to what I lived through in the early 2000s at the IAASB, where these structures are starting to form on how best to engage. We're learning, and our stakeholders are learning. It's really hard to act bilaterally with every stakeholder in the world. But there are a lot of like-minded stakeholders that are organizing themselves in such a constructive way that makes it easier to engage. And some of it we were initiating, like the user advisory group, or the increased formalization of the JSS, or this body, or our engagement with regulators, both on a global and regional basis. National standard setters are also organizing themselves on a regional basis more and more. Our engagement through the profession, through GPVC, forum of firms, GAA, and others. And I think this is a really important dynamic that's happening. And sometimes people are impatient, but I also think it's maturing. and we'll get better at that. And that's sort of what we're about. And, you know, we always can get better. We're committed to continuous improvement. In terms of principle-based versus non-principle-based, I sort of don't love this discussion only because things are sort of cast as a binary. Like we could create a whole set of rules, but then I think the really most important thing is getting the principles right, and then provide enough level of detail that the principles could be interpreted and applied consistently in multiple jurisdictions and across multiple borders. The problem with prescriptive standards in the world of audit, and I also believe in accounting standards, is that when it doesn't say it, there's lots of opportunities to skirt the rules. And I think that's one of the challenges. The other thing is that we're not in the business of writing methodologies. Like that's for the profession to write. And to some extent, you want practices to be slightly differentiated so they mature over time. And so, like, I don't view it as a binary here. What to me, I'm really interested in is, have we gotten the principles right? And do we have enough application material that won't become obsolete going forward? Which sort of drives us to what we're doing on QM1 and focusing on non-authoritative materials in the short term. Because the risk is that if you embed something in the standard that becomes obsolete, it's really hard to change. But at the same time, the profession is obliged by regulators to comply with it. So we don't want people to comply with things that are obsolete too quickly. So, you know, we've talked about other mechanisms too. We still have the opportunity to do narrow scope amendments, which still requires due process. We have the opportunity to do non-authoritative material. By the way, non-authoritative materials often become future requirements if they start to embed. And so that gives a little bit of a sense of our philosophy on that issue. Doug, our technology, the QM project is not the only way we're dealing with it. I think you got a sense on audit evidence and risk response. You know, we're considering technological approaches. I'm really reluctant to say this is just AI, because it's not just AI. Like technology is pervasive, and you know, AI is the rapid evolution and deployment of it is clearly moving us to move faster. But it's embedded in all of our projects. It's partly why we operate as like a matrix too. We have this technology inventory. We have ongoing projects. We're feeding things. Angelo's there, keeping us disciplined about reminding, engaging with the project teams all the time in the board. So it's embedded in everything we do.
If you don't mind, Tom, if I could just maybe go back to Matt, because he said something which I just maybe I could tease out a little bit from you. So you said that investors are disappointed with, and I think you said more and more latitude. I'm just wondering, you know, based on how Tom has responded to you, does that ease your disappointment a little bit? Put you on the spot.
Yeah, I think so. I think that, you know, we've kind of have always sort of at least advocated for sort of a combination approach of like, you know, of principles and rules, and, you know, which is more or less, I think, actually what Tom is saying, right? So, you know, I don't think that the move towards too much principles based has a good thing is that it hasn't, I think, been something committed by these boards, which is good. I don't think we should try to, you know, go down that way. It's just been like kind of something that really just been like seeing where, you know, the requirements have gotten more abstract and shrunk, and to be more principles based, and to also be driven by, you know, things like materiality. And they're like, they sound, those terms, they sound really good, like to everybody basically, right? You know, it's like, but in practice, I think what it relies on is actually very strong enforcement mechanisms, and also strong transparency to build like, that trust about, oh, what wasn't done or what wasn't left on the table. And then I think it's when those mechanisms break down is then when those mechanisms weaken, principles-based and materiality as sort of come up short. And you sometimes see this with, again, you really more see with like financial reporting where, I don't know, for one example, right, the segment reporting standards relies on something, this management approach thing, which is this sort of principle. I think what you see in practice, though, is it is not at all living up to the principle, right? And hasn't, I believe, ever, right? So I think there's numerous sort of cautionary tales about too much principles based, but to the extent I think where we can take a hybrid approach, that would be best. And I think that is what Tom was speaking to. Thanks, Alan.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate that. So I'm just looking to see if, you're there.
Thank you. Although I like rule-based approach because I am a mathematician, I have to be honest to share that the people and the stakeholders that I talk to, regulator, investors, other companies, and many other, even our own investors, prefer principle-based standards than rule-based.
I was just reflecting on what Matt said and what you said, and it seems as if the rule-based world is falling apart. If we could at least agree on the principles and live by them, I think we might all be in a better place. Natasha.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that, and I'm probably using up my quota of contributions, but I think the reason the principles-based approach doesn't work is because we have this fundamental misalignment underneath that, which is the agency problem. That's why you need rules. I think if there was if we could address the alignment issue, then I think the principles-based approach would work much more powerfully. So it's a kind of root cause assessment that's required. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think I just want to follow up on this comments on the principle raised, because agreeing with Matt on the latitude, I think I have seen more latitude. I think probably we are seeing is the principle based are more ready to the financial standards right now to the auditor standards, and I think and this is my views obviously. This is an issue that we always been putting on the table with the standard setters, in this case on the financial standards, because I think companies, I have to say, they are reluctant sometimes to disclose information. And the problem with that is the disclosures. I think, you have those principles based and always you leave room for disclosures, and always that's where I think is the problem. I don't see the problem per se on the approach. I think the US use the rules, the principles more than basically, I think it's more the IFRS where you're using the principles based, but I think it's more related to how preparers in this case, they want to approach the information. I mean, you look at annual reports and always is something missing, no matter how many times you say you want those disclosures. So I think to me, it's more related to the financial standards than to the auditor standards. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Hilda?
I'm not sure I expected this discussion to go in this direction, but it sounds a little bit like the auditing standards are very high level principles based. Now that is not the case, or at least that is not how they are applied in practice. There are a lot of rules, and these standards are also very detailed, and regulators do regulation, which is very, very, very far driven. I'm not saying that it's wrong. It does not sound, in practice, it doesn't come over to me as what you might think it is. It is very, 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 pronounced and robust. And I just wanted to add that there might be a misunderstanding depending on where you're coming from or where your jurisdiction is. But at least the one that I'm used to in Europe, I cannot link that to what I just heard.
Thank you, Hilda. Right. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Willie?
Thank you, Alan. And maybe it's good to come in after Hilda has spoken, because I think, you know, on the principle-based question, I just wanted to add that, you know, this is something that's really very much on our minds when we write the standards. And I think in the end, it's a question about balance. Because what we're trying to do is we try to make sure that all the base requirements are there, and the base requirements really drive the outcomes. It tells the auditor, what do you need to do to achieve the outcome that is captured within the objective of each standard. But then what we also do, and I think that's where Hilda makes a very good point, as you look at the base requirement, you sometimes say, but wait a minute, in applying this base requirement, there are certain non-negotiables. There are certain things that people simply have to do for purposes of clarity, consistency, and compliance. And by doing it in that way, that's how we try to get the balance right in terms of not having full rules-based, staying principles-based, but making sure that we draw out those non-negotiables that we want everybody to do in terms of the consistent performance of quality engagements. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Willie. Doug? This is double dipping, Doug.
Try to be quick on principles versus rules. So I'm probably starting to repeat things that people have said, but this is something that's played on my mind a lot, because our standards aren't just principles based. They do have rules in them, whether accounting, audit and assurance, ethics, disclosure. And it is a really challenging one for reasons Natasha touched on as well. We all want principles, and as Tom said, you know, if you've got principles and people apply them, you know, appropriately, then you shouldn't have problems. You don't have people sort of working around the bright line rules. I think the challenge is our whole reporting ecosystem, though, drives us towards rules. An example is an audit inspection regulator tries to apply principles in inspection. The natural reaction from the auditor is, well, that's fine, but show me black and white where the standards actually say this. And then everyone comes along to the standards and says, well, we need rules in this area. I don't know that I've got the solution. I think Willie's right, it's about balance, but I think we're always going to have this challenge between principles and rules. It'd be great to have just the fundamental principles in the code of ethics, but we don't have that because, you know, history has shown that people don't step back always and look at the principles and apply them, you know, appropriately. It's a difficult challenge, and I don't have the answer, by the way.
Okay, Tom?
I think this part of my presentation is done. I hope we have a sense of how we manage that balance on principles versus rules.
Yeah, but I think it was a good discussion, and you know, it's good to hear, you know, from different parts of the world how it's seen and how it's operating, or in some cases not. Well, thank you. So should we now move over to you, Gabriella? That's okay. You've got the control.
Yes, sure, Alan. Thank you very much.
We'll break at 11. So we got so you've got 20 minutes, and then we will of course continue after the break.
Okay, but should I cover everything before the break? Is that the expectation?
No,
or can we continue?
no. We've got plenty of time.
Okay, just a minute.
Oh, yeah. No.
Just a minute. Okay, thank you very much. There is a lot of there are a lot of topics which were covered in IAASB's update session. So I will not go back to them, but I may touch upon some of them because, of course, they include the IASBA as well. And this just shows how close we are in terms of how we work, how we prioritize, how we manage and address all these topics, principles-based versus rules-based, prioritization, resource allocation. So a lot has been said that I'm not going to repeat, because Tom said a lot, and this somehow includes the IASBA in a very similar manner. So I'm going to touch just on what are IASBA specifics in that respect. And I'll start by
touching upon the prioritization topic that was mentioned here and that where Tom delved significantly. Just to tell you that, yes, we care about prioritization. Most of the ways we do it is common to IAASB. We have all these institutionalized ways of determining how we prioritize, what's in our strategy and work plan, how we address the work plan, how we allocate resources. Actually, we do it jointly and coordinatedly internally, and also together with the PIOB, with whom we discuss these topics. So there are mechanisms and institutionalized ways of determining what should be in the strategy and work plan, how we prioritize the projects, the resources, and how we change when needed. But at the IASBA level, and because this is a very specific topic, because the world is changing very rapidly, as it has been very recurrently mentioned here, and ethics and independence is particularly sensitive to these environmental changes and evolutions. We thought at some point that we needed to do it internally at the IASBA level. Also, we had to add something in terms of how we monitor these changes and how we at all times understand how we can be more effective. So we created some internal routines of identifying risks and opportunities. This includes routine internal survey, and internal means with board members, technical advisors, staff, and etc. But also the constant, the continued observation and analysis of external similar exercises undertaken by other organizations, because all of you in your organizations, I'm sure that you do it. So this has become a routine. We created a new, or we reinvented an existing working group, created a risks and trends committee to make sure that you have something specifically at the IASBA level, making this analysis, observation, and etc. of risks and opportunities, so that we can every time understand what we need to do, where we have our opportunities to better serve the public interest, never a self-serving approach, and what are the risks that we need to address. So I'm not going to go into the details of the slides. The slides are there for you, and I take them as read, but of course, we have been identifying some risks and some opportunities. And this means that this exercise also drives our agility and flexibility in addressing the strategy and work plan and the projects themselves. This means that we have a strategy and work plan which was built upon comments, contributions, very significant, significantly robust process to gather information, input, etc. We are at the quarter three, I would say, of the cycle. But if you look at what's in our strategy and work plan, and you think about what the IASBA has been doing, you will conclude that we have been significantly adjusting to be able to address burning platforms. This was the case with sustainability. Doesn't mean that it was not in the strategy or work plan, but we managed to reallocate resources, stop a few things that we had planned to do earlier than we are actually doing, to make sure that we were able to meet the expectations and requests from stakeholders in terms of what we needed to do and the timeline within we needed to do that. That was one of the examples. Other examples, and I will touch upon them on the next slides, are some adjustments that we needed to do in our strategy and work plan, and mostly on our work plan. Tomorrow we'll speak about firm culture and governance, where it's also a good example of how we adjusted our strategy based on what we hear, what we see, and our own reflections about how to serve the public interest and meet the objectives of some projects in a better way. So with this exercise, and very much also based on what we have been listening from this Stakeholder Advisory Council, we have made some recent decisions, namely at our last board meeting in March, which reveals some evolutions and some adjustments that we made based on this prioritization. And this prioritization, again, based on what we see that it's needed and the resources that we have. The first one was that we decided to create a new work stream on private equity investment in accounting firms. We have discussed this topic a few times with this group. Last year, the IASBA issued a staff alert, which is a non-authoritative piece that we decided to do to be timely, to respond in a timely and agile way to the questions that were coming from the market about ethical and independence implications. But given the evolution of this topic over time, and I'll go through it through the next slides, and also some regulatory standard setting and supervisory evolutions that we have been seeing, we concluded that it was necessary to start a project or a work stream. What this is going to be, we don't know yet. We cannot put ourselves ahead of the analysis that we are starting to make and ahead of our board decisions. So I'm not saying that we are going to do standards or do this or do that, but we really institutionalized a new work stream to work on private equity investment in accounting firms. We also set up an action plan for technology, and this has been a recurrent topic around this table, that we need to look at this, and I'll go through that topic as well. And we also decided to enhance the focus on sustainability adoption and implementation. This may seem a little bit unexpected in the current context, but we have been periodically going back to this conversation around, is this necessary or is this not necessary anymore? What we heard here in our last meeting with the Stakeholder Advisory Council was that this is necessary, and furthermore, the standards are going to become effective by the end of this year. And this means that we need to reinforce in this period our support to stakeholders in terms of adoption and implementation of the standards, because one of the objectives and an important objective is to avoid fragmentation and make sure that the standards are adopted and implemented in the same way or in a very similar way across the jurisdictions. And that actually requires the IASBA to focus on that. Of course, we don't have the resources to be everywhere doing everything for everyone, but we adopted a very structured and rational approach to support to adoption and implementation to make sure that at least we use our resources to be where we are needed most at the different points in time. So on private equity, and please interrupt and Alan, if you think it's necessary to stop, I'll stop, but I'm going to try to cover as much as possible to then give time for questions.
Well, maybe just pause there to see whether everyone's okay with, if you have any questions on prioritization. Andrea?
Gabriela, yes, we have been talking about private equity investment and the risks involved with that. But I'd like just to step back in terms of not now, but the new priorities for 2028 and forward. I think that, and once again, Natasha, sorry to emphasize this point, but when we talk about investors as a whole, right? Right now, I see very few investors really engaged with, the companies that they are investing. Meaning, I see, all over the place that we have junior equity analysts picking up, on a quarterly basis, which company those investors will put money or not. So, and going back to stewardship, I don't see this at all. And looking at I think that right now the regulators, meaning central banks and the main ones, they're struggling to really put minimal rules, standards, to the financial institutions and so on. So, for instance, central bank in Brazil was last year ranked as #1 in the globe. And I have been, in close with discussion with central bank in Brazil, and they are struggling really to understand the risks and to have the, basic instruments to really look forward and see if the financial statements, are the right ones or not, are accurate or not. So, and when we look at the frauds all over the place, we see that, yes, most of the companies, they were audited by big four or, big audit firms, and nobody was able to catch, the fraud or the ethical issues related to those firms. So going back to, the partnership that IAASB should be, developing. I think that the main, stakeholders should be the regulators, because at the end of the day, the investors, if we look at, the quality, I may put, of the investors right now, they are pretty artificial. They don't really deep dive in the, basic sustainable principles of the companies. When we look at the companies itself, they, especially right now, given the geopolitics, the global risks, they are struggling to survive. So, basically. So I see this in Europe, I see this, in emerging markets that company, for instance, there are a lot of companies going in Chapter 11 and, such, in such stressful situations. So I think that when we talk about ethics, yes, private equity is, it's, huge risk, but we need to go back to regulators, to really help them to mitigate the risk for the capital market.
Can I just say one thing? And I know you're going to come back to that, but when we talk about private equity investments, you mentioned risk, but also we shouldn't forget the opportunities as well, just to make sure it's balanced. Yes, there are risks, but there are also opportunities, particularly for some of the smaller firms who will get more capability and capacity to do better quality work, etc. But I'm sure that will be a feature of the work stream you're going to be sort of leading and looking at all of that. And the point you make on ethics, of course, it is, and I don't know, it's going to come back again, but the ethics of those that are preparers and those that are charged with governance within the companies themselves, because we can talk a lot about ethics for the auditors, but yeah, it's also important to make sure that ethical dimension is also robust within the companies themselves. So I kind of missed the order, but let's go to Duane and then Jose and then
that might be a good segue. Gabriella, I was just wondering if you or your team could elaborate a little bit on the fourth opportunity there, where it talks about ethics and risk and governance. Is that, I'm trying to envision like what kind of project would that be? Is that like the FCG, or is it something? What else are you envisioning there as opportunity, I guess, if you have anything envisioned?
Let's pick up. So let's go to Jose and then Doug and then come back on that. Yeah, and then we'll probably break.
Gabriel, a quick question. I would like to understand why the sustainability fatigue is a risk.
Okay, go.
Okay, we'll try to be quick. Ivanira, I think that your point is why private equity when there are so many other things that we may need to address, fraud, sustainability, reporting, and etc. Private equity is not the only thing that we will be doing, but part of what you mentioned is already covered in the code, and we will not reopen what is there until we realize that there is a need to do more. Fraud is something that it's, I would say, covered by the Code of Ethics and Independence provisions. They aim at addressing fraud very significantly, behaviors, etc. What we can do, and we are actually doing, is do more awareness raising of the code as a response, as an instrument to address those issues. Actually, I think that Ken was last week somewhere speaking about these things, United Nations initiative, tax initiative here in Europe. So we do a lot of things using the code as a response, of course, always attentive based on this exercise to the possible need to, at some point, do something more, something else to address these topics. On sustainability, we are, as I just mentioned, working hardly to make sure that the existing standards are properly, widely, convergently adopted and implemented so that the quality of sustainability reporting is higher and creates less issues, namely for the auditors and things like that. So private equity is something that came very clearly, not only from this group, but from everywhere as a burning platform, if I may call it like that, because I will cover it afterwards. But maybe I think it's going to be an opportunity to respond better to your question. To your question, Duan, about what we see there in ethics, in risk, and governance. I mean, this is opportunities in terms. We are not choosing one project for each one of these opportunities. These are what we see as possibilities of and opportunities for us to respond in a slightly different way or in a more to address some issues that we see around in different topics or in different manners. Can be projects, can be from culture and governance, of course, other projects as well, but it can be in the way we respond with the way we do outreach, the stakeholders we address, and we reach out to, for instance. It's been very important for us to engage with, on the one hand, investor representatives, companies representatives, and specifically corporate governance community to understand what is needed on our side to complement the efforts that they are doing on their side. So it's not about one project. You see, we use this as a broad table, if you want, done to inspire the way we do the job, be it in selecting or determining which projects we should engage in, but also working on all the other areas. Thirdly, Jose, why is sustainability a risk? It's not, I mean, maybe it's what results from that slide, but we don't see sustainability itself as a risk. The risk is the pushback and the political changes around the sustainability movement, proposals, regulations, etc. It's changing. It came from a burning platform, something that everyone needed to address yesterday in a bold way, to something that is being subject to a lot of pushback. So it's in a very uncertain and bumpy situation. And we, as a standard setter, we needed to step back and see, well, is this something that we should keep on doing and caring about? Is this something that we should leave aside? And the conclusion was, well, we need to still address the topic, but we know that there are a lot of uncertainties, constraints, etc. And that's probably the most significant risk. This is evolving at a completely different paces, and I would say even directions in the different parts of the world. And your question, coming from Latin America, it's probably a very candid and good one. But when you ask, why is it a risk? But because what we see in different parts of the world is that this keeps on moving significantly in a certain direction with determination and clarity about where those jurisdictions want to go, while in other parts of the world, it's moving back, if I may say so. So, and this is a risk from a standard setting perspective, because we cannot ignore all these different approaches across the world as an international standard setter.
Thank you, Gabriela. So it's now 11 o'clock, so we are going to take a break. So please, Doug, leave your card up. I know Abdulillah, you're up, and Natasha, so we'll come back to that. We've got a 30-minute break. I hear cups outside, so I suspect tea and coffee is there. There are toilets on this floor, and I think there are toilets further down. Okay, thank you. And for those of you online, sorry you can't have the coffee from Madrid, but we'll see you in half an hour. Right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much. So, Doug.
Thanks, Alan. So my question, apologies if I'm jumping the gun a little bit on the agenda. It goes to the fragmentation point that was on the slide. And I guess a question, it appears that there's good take-up of the ISAs. I'm thinking particularly financial reporting at the moment as opposed to sustainability, but good take-up of the ISAs internationally. But, oh, hard to hear? I'll try, sorry. Move. Okay, I'll see how I go. Is that better? Okay. Sorry, so my question goes back to fragmentation on the slide, and apologies if I'm jumping the gun because I know there's a paper about promoting and adopting implementation of the IASB standards. But it appears that there's good take-up of the ISAs internationally. Sustainability, might be another thing that's work in progress. But when it comes to take-up of the Code of Ethics on the financial reporting side, it appears that there may be more fragmentation internationally. And I'm just curious, it's great to have the paper and some good initiatives there about partnering and so forth. But what you would see as being the drivers of the fragmentation on the ethics side internationally, particularly given the ISAs actually require compliance, strangely enough, with the code, or something at least as demanding. Is it historical, national laws, developing versus, developed countries? Could be a whole range of factors. I shouldn't speculate. Maybe endorsement as well. But it does seem that ethics is, and perhaps I should have started with, it's fundamental. It's about trust, reputation, confidence. It's in everyone's interest, the public interest. So just curious why, at least it appears, that there's greater fragmentation in terms of the ethical standards compared to the ISAs. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Doug. So fragmentation, as mentioned in that slide, is not specific to the ethics standards, but a risk about which I think everyone is concerned these days. Regulators globally, all standard setters, investors, even the firms, they speak a lot about the risk of fragmentation. So it's a wider risk on which we are trying to see how we fit in. It's not a IASB specific or ethics specific risk. Still, to your question, why there is more fragmentation in respect to the adoption and implementation of the IASB code than the ISAs? Yes, that's probably a reality. It's not as significant as sometimes it is perceived, and it's not as significant as sometimes it is perceived for the simple reason that the ethics and independence standards are adopted and implemented in a different way compared to the ISAs. They are many times adopted and implemented through different vehicles, instruments, mechanisms, and approach, while ISAs are much more frequently adopted and implemented through regulations, because it's performance mostly, and ethics and independent standards, and this is the second reason, are of a completely different nature. So this means that globally, these standards, ethics and independence, because of their nature, their content, they face more significant local challenges. They are much more impacted by local cultures, local regulations, local practices, more sensitive to this diversity across the world, because they are about behaviors, they are about values. So, it's not the same thing as a technical standard, which is much more easy to adopt and implement in a similar way everywhere. On top of that, there are some other reasons that I see. It's a mix of reasons. In many jurisdictions, these standards are given to the professional organizations to take care of their adoption and implementation, which is not that frequently, does not happen that frequently with the ISAs. So different approaches nationally about who is in charge of adopting the standards, which of course adds a little bit more of diversity across the world, if it's the professional organizations or the PAOs or etc. who are in charge of doing that. And finally, and that's probably the response that I'll give at the end of this presentation, the effort that we are doing now on adoption, related to adoption and implementation, it has to do with an assessment that we did maybe 1.5 years ago about what's being done, and I'm not saying by who, with respect to the ethics and independence standards adoption and implementation. Which kind of support is this receiving? And our conclusion was very honestly the conclusion that if we don't take care of it as much as we can, that we needed to take care of it. Let's put it like this. We cannot just issue the standards and hope that someone will support the adoption and implementation of these standards. We needed to have hands on that. So we hope that with this awareness about all these elements, I'm not saying that there is nothing that we can do with respect to the standards themselves. There is always something that we can do better. And this awareness of some risks of fragmentation, of course, are taking us already to take some initiatives and have some conversations, reflections, and etc. about how to approach the problem. So it's also on us to reflect on that and to do what we can, namely through adoption and implementation. But I think that it takes an integrated approach by the IAASB, of course, but also professional organizations, the firms, and regulators to address this in a more consistent way across jurisdictions.
Dalila?
Thank you very much. Just a quick comment and question relating to the sustainability points raised before. I mean, with sustainability fatigue, wouldn't it be maybe related to perhaps the lack of implementation of standards and the public mistrust on sustainability in general and on disclosures related to it, and perhaps then there would be a need to do something a little bit more effective on this? Thank you.
I mean, specifically on sustainability, is that your question? Yes, we think that's exactly why, and again, I'll address that a little bit later, but that's exactly why we decided not only to create this specific initiative or working group on adoption and implementation, but also to focus it in its initial phase, specifically on sustainability. There are, I cannot say that there is mistrust, I mean, on sustainability information, but we don't want that to happen. So, and for that, we need to make our own job in terms of making sure that this is trusted, that we deliver the best possible quality standards in that respect, and that they are applied and implemented properly. We, just like the IAASB, we have similar initiatives to work directly with the ones who are already implementing the standards or using the standards, practitioners, be them PAs or non-PAs, to try to identify in a very early phase of in a very early moment, if there are any issues, any obstacles, any uncertainties, and lack of clarity, or even any fatal flaw that we need to address and correct or do something to avoid getting to a situation where this information is not trusted due to the standards, because I mean, standards are just a part of that, but a very important one.
Thank you. Natasha.
Great, thank you. I just had a couple of comments and a question. The first one relates to the firm culture and governance project, if you like, work stream. Didn't appear in your 3 priorities, Gabriela. It may have been because I misunderstood that, but I'd like to understand why it's not there. And I do remember asking you this question at the last meeting, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot again, but I really think it's important to have transparency as to why this was downgraded to viewpoints, which I think is, you know, a retrograde step from an investor perspective. and particularly which stakeholders basically thought it was not necessary, because I really don't think investors would have thought that. So that's one thing. The second point was actually to pick up on something Alan said earlier, which I thought was which was inspired actually, which is that we're all quite worried about the whole private equity influence and culture and governance, but actually there are potential positives here. And particularly if you combine it with AI and the ability for AI to lower the barriers to entry, if you like, and help support competition in the audit market. And the reason I'm enthusiastic about that is that then I think that opens the door to auditors being potentially more responsive to investor needs. And if it's combined with things like more, better stewardship in terms of investors actually taking more interest in appointing their auditors through their AGM votes, then you could see that you have a race to the top rather than a race to the bottom. So I think it is important to have that balance. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Natasha. On your first question, I'll probably defer the answer to your second question for the discussion and to the discussion that we'll have tomorrow. But I want to respond to your first question, which is why is it not in our priorities? But if I wasn't clear, maybe I wasn't, I'm sure I wasn't. What we aim at highlighting in this part of the presentation about the IASBA update was what's new. So we have a lot of things that we are doing, from culture and governance, CFO, post-implementation reviews. We were doing CIVs, and I'll say a word about that as well. Sustainability part for this. So there are a lot of ongoing projects and work streams and etc. But there are a few things which resulted from decisions in our last March board meeting, which are new and were not in our strategy and work plan 24-27. All the rest, you see it there from culture and governance, sustainability, CFO, PIRs. But as I was saying, we need to be agile, and we need all the time to be able to identify new topics which cannot wait for the next strategy and work plan. These were the case. Private equity, a lot of insistence interestingly, from all stakeholder groups for us to look at this carefully on the one hand, and not to delay, because it's, that's the rest of my presentation, because it's growing so fast and it's posing so many questions. Technology, and the SAC was also very insistent in this respect, but as we started doing the job of collecting information for the next strategy and work plan and etc., it became clear that we needed to do a little bit more in this area, and that we need to be a little bit more structured in the way we are addressing ethical related topics or related to the use of technology. And this decision to enhance our support to adoption and implementation, mostly on sustainability, which was not a given. Again, going back to Jose's question, the risk is that many people could say, why are you using your resources in something which is not interesting anymore? But the conclusion was not that it is not necessary anymore. From the feedback that we get in our own observation, we concluded that being the effective date at the end of the year, and because we want as much as we can to try to address fragmentation risks and etc., we need to be there. We need to be strong there. So this is what's new. Adoption and implementation was not in our strategy and work plan. Technology was not in our strategy and work plan, besides some in our observation. Private equity was certainly not in our strategy and work plan. All the rest is on. This is what's new and demonstrates the agility and flexibility that the IASBA is taking to its strategy and work plan to make sure that we are not coming, that we are, if not always ahead of the curve, and sometimes I think we were with technology and private equity, and I'll come back to that, but at least that we are not after the curve, and that we are not just dealing with the consequences, and that we are able to take some control, and in a good sense, of course, on some topics. Okay, so
we'll come back to FCG.
Yeah, FCG on private equity. Why private equity? I'll also address that.
Right, Susan.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And Gabrielle, you may have actually answered this in response to Doug's question. But I think it's a good point that I think there is a real risk on your next slide that standards are adopted without effective uptake, particularly as standards become more prescriptive. But it's interesting because on the opportunity side of that risk, you've got ethics as a global baseline. And I actually think that's a great mitigating factor for that risk. As you think about standards going forward, you think about what you need to do in your priorities. Think about it as considering frameworks, look at how the principles fit in. I know, Tom, you talked earlier about scoping out projects and the relevant questions to ask, because I do think that the principles in the code of conduct are really solid and timeless. It doesn't mean guidance isn't necessary by any means, but I think looking at the code a little bit differently than maybe the auditing standards in this instance could be an interesting mitigating factor to standards, to the risk of standards being adopted without effective uptake.
Thank you for that question or observation. I'll take it more as an observation, but happy to say that we are aware and we are becoming more and more aware that there is something that we need to do to avoid that risk. It's on us. It's not on just on the others to do it. And that we probably need to make a more significant effort in terms of trying to identify why the standards can sometimes be adopted but not effectively uptaken, which is what's there. We are not that much speaking about formal adoption, but how in practice they are implemented and applied. And that's the biggest risk, that we have a formal idea that they are being applied, but not being adopted, but not being applied. So this conversation will continue for sure, and we are very well aware of that. Secondly, on your point that ethics is timeless, or I think it was your expression, there I think that I understand that, and of course, ethics is a long-term, and ethics principles are supposed to last for a long period, not to be changing all the time. But we are speaking, as we speak about professional ethics in this very specific context, they absorb and are impacted by external changes and evolutions. And we cannot take the risk of assuming that everything is fine. We have done this or developed these principles and these standards, and nothing will change. And the fact is that we are seeing some situations where this is needed. Of course, very conscious that we don't want to develop standards just for developing standards or change the standards, because this all also takes risks. And that's our response also to the technology related issues. When people say, you need to do something on technology, you need to do something on technology. But of course, we will do something on technology. It's not our plan, at least for now, to do any changes to the standards, because we truly believe until now that they are resilient, they are fine, and that probably we have a lot of other work to do, not exactly changing the code. So it depends on the areas, it depends on the work that the IASBA has already done. As I responded to Ivan here, fraud is, I mean, it's cost cutting in terms of ethics and independence. We haven't seen any necessity to change the code. But for instance, we did the tax standards a few years ago, which somehow addresses this topic because there was like a gap in the code. So it depends on the topics. But thank you for raising again this question of different ways of fragmentation risk and etc. Very well aware of that. And we welcome suggestions about how to manage and deal with this together, because I think that we all have a shared responsibility in trying to avoid this situation, which is very detrimental for the firms, for the clients, and for the public interest.
Thank you. Let's go online. First of all, let me welcome George. I think I can see him over there. Very good morning to you. So Conchita, please.
Thank you. Just an observation. International standard setting is basically what? To set the standard. it does not entail policing or failure to adopt becomes part of its role. That's why it is very important that there is close coordination with the implementing agencies, and these are the regulators. I wonder whether incidents of non-compliance are compiled, analyzed, as far as the standard setting bodies are concerned.
Yeah, and I also would like to welcome Bello. He and I had an exchange, and I did explain when we started this morning, Bello, that you were on your way, but then the airline couldn't make it all the way to Madrid. So really sorry you're not here in person, but thank you very much for joining online. So
thank you so much.
Let's take a few more. So let's go to Matt, and then of course we come to you, Bello.
I'm surprised. I think when I think of just the key risks here on as they relate to AI here, I guess I was a little surprised. I feel that perhaps the risk to the profession is far more severe than what is noted here. I think that the key risk is that accountants are replaced with AI, not that there is a governance gap.
Okay, I think we've been living with that risk for a number of years, and it will probably remain for some time. I think it's also partly to be very clear what the professional accountant brings. And I think ethics is at the heart of what differentiates us, hopefully, and what gives us the right to do what we do and operate as we do, not just in the audit and assurance space, but also in the preparer space as business partners and leaders in organizations. But that's a very, very relevant topic. So thanks for raising that. Bello?
Yeah, thank you very much, Alan, and good morning and afternoon to everyone. As mentioned by the chairman, I was stranded somehow because my flight was at the last minute being rescheduled. So due to these global challenges that we are currently facing, so my sincere apology for not being there in person. All my plans are to be there in person. I have two comments. One, I would like to commend the two SSBs for the work done. It was really a great presentation in the morning session, and now by Gabriela, it is really good to see how strategic initiatives are being taken and then they're being put in place. And this is bringing IAASB and IAASB in line together with the global SSB's best practices, as far as I know. So I have two comments. One, is good that to see the rates and opportunities have been analyzed based on the survey by IAASB, but I would recommend that maybe perhaps we can go deeper to the next step by rating this risk as well as the opportunities, and at the same time also drafting some action plans on how to manage these risks, because if there are really potential risks that hinders the development of our standard setting agenda, then we need to really address them one by one. And we have to set a timeline as well to see how these risks and opportunities can be achieved and what are the obstacles that will hinder their achievements and so on. So perhaps we'll appreciate maybe perhaps in the next meeting or in the next presentation, we'll have this kind of analysis, and then this is where the SAC will be able to add value, perhaps with the entire strategic work plan program. The second comment that I would like to highlight in regards to the morning session, where resource envelope is a common problem to all the standard setting bodies at the IFSB. We had that. I know setting bodies around the world face this issue on resources. So the engagement with the industry really help in managing some of these challenges with regard to resources. But at the same time, the financial sustainability strategic plan or new models need to be driven at, and that should be part of the strategic work plan. So I'm not sure whether the SAC will be given the opportunity to contribute in this kind of initiative, or these are issues that can only be presented to the board. But if it is something that the SAC can be utilized to get some better ideas and some inputs in moving or managing these resource challenges forward, I think it would be good to look at the details and perhaps the financial sustainability for both standards setting bodies should be maybe perhaps relooked at and then presented for inputs. Lastly, I believe the technical competence among the stakeholders, particularly the SAC, will be very, very helpful, especially our respective organizations to be able to contribute to some of these work streams that are being planned, and then we will be able to see how we can be able to also relieve you with regard to these resource challenges. Thank you so much, Alan, and thank you all.
Thank you. So you've had a few, so I suggest we give you an opportunity to come back, and then we'll go back to our virtual colleagues.
Okay, thank you very much. So Conchita, I think you were the first one. So Conchita, on compliance, non-compliance, engagement with regulators. We do engage with regulators as much as we can. We try to give a balanced weight and attention to all stakeholder groups. So not only regulators, not only the profession, but of course they make part of our stakeholders, institutional groups with whom we engage regularly. I understand your point that they probably need to be incentivized or made aware of the need of their intervention to achieve the level of consistency that we need. But yes, we take your comment seriously, and of course make sure that we engage with them as much as we can and in the most appropriate ways. Matt, AI governance and ethics, I think that our chair already responded to you, but of course everything that has to do with the use of artificial intelligence in the accounting profession keeps the human at the top. We cannot delegate or pass the responsibility to AI. There is always ultimately a judgment that needs to be made by human people. And when there is a judgment, there are ethical and independence risks. And we cannot be neutral in that respect and not pay attention to these very many situations where the use of AI raises ethics and independence issues. Another thing is if what we already have is enough or not, but that's another question for another part of the presentation. Bello, thank you very much for offering support and collaboration. You did it before. We are, and probably when we speak about partnerships and adoption and implementation, we'll go back to that. But of course, we are eager to receive collaboration and contribution from all stakeholder groups and to establish partnerships with those who can bring resources that we definitely don't have. We have, like all of you, a constraint in terms of resources. So we are trying to leverage our capacity through others' resources, namely those who have common objectives and common goals and can help with achieving objectives and providing us with the necessary resources. And to the risk assessment. Yes, thank you for the suggestion. We are already doing something similar internally. We'll see how we can bring these results, if I can speak about results, regularly to the SAC to see how we are addressing the risks and the opportunities and where we are in terms of this, each one of them. We are aiming to assess the movement of the risks over time, but also our own response to these risks.
So if I could make an apology, because I actually used the words virtual colleagues, and I didn't mean that. I meant colleagues who are joining us virtually. So no offense meant. I sincerely apologize. That was maybe I was thinking in Italian so I got it completely mixed up. So Anyuhara, welcome. Thank you very much. You did write to me to say you had a meeting and will be joining later. So it's good to have you online with us.
Thank you so much, Ellen, and good day, everyone. It's quite nice having been recognized little late because one or two had already made comments on the areas I wanted to intervene. So I will not be wasting your time repeating what others have said. Aligning with Bello on ranking the risks, I wouldn't wait for IAASB to do that, as I have recognized regulatory fragmentation as a very critical risk that affects even other risks. And my concern is how really do we resolve or greatly reduce this fragmentation. And I keep wondering, for instance, capital markets have a very viable regulatory oversight. Accounting standard also have something like a unified regulatory oversight. I keep wondering whether we can think towards this and get the partners, especially the global partners like the World Bank, the ISCO, to help mainstream a sort of narrative and get the globe to reduce this fragmentation by having unified regulators in ethics. I recall here in Nigeria, we have several different agencies regulating ethics, and at the end, the fragmentation doesn't help a strong viral intervention. And I also know that some of the partnerships IAASB is working with may not really be the core regulator for ethics. And this also makes it quite ineffective. So it requires identifying the core regulator in this space and find a way to have an effective coordination. But in my reasoning, I think the best approach would be to start a global politics to get almost all the different regulatory bodies to unify and get a unified, close to unified regulatory body for ethics. So we can leverage on the relationship with the World Bank. I saw ISCO here to mainstream this. With that, even the implementation being delayed is as a result of not having a united voice in that. So that's the angle. I also commend IAASB for what they're doing in technology. And again, in all these aspects, what matters most to me is serving human intervention that will be highly ethical in doing what they ought to do. Otherwise, we end up all these efforts not getting the entire globe doing the same thing at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I maybe just stay online? George, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Sorry about that. Just trying to unmute. Sorry I could not be there, but I'm happy to join in a virtual format. I really just have one brief comment, and that is on the slide on the key risks and opportunities for the IAASB. The 2 points there on the opportunities that really resonate with the work that we're doing at the IMF, and in particular, the observations around uneven audit quality. So very pleased to see the efforts towards and the recognition towards simplification, to enhance the usability and accessibility of the code. In a lot of our work, we found that there was not enough awareness of what the code, which provides a very strong baseline, in my opinion, but there was not enough awareness of what the code has to offer. And then also second, the last bullet point on the ethics in risk and governance. Very pleased to see that there's going to be efforts in really strengthening the ethics in the management and governance frameworks, because that's another area where we saw a lot of uneven practice. So just a point to sort of say that very, very supportive of these additional areas of emphasis. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Monica?
Thanks, and thank you and good morning. Just a short comment on what I was hearing from everyone. First, and Gabriela just addressed on the aspect of governance. No doubt that governance is strictly related to technology. So I believe this is somehow being linked when you discuss about technology aspects on ethics, but also on IAASB new projects. Because it's impossible not to have both considered. But my main concern relates to a more high level or maybe a holistic integration that could be considered or could be addressed. Right now, when we focus on what was brought by IAASB and by IESBA, of course, we are speaking about mainly on IAASB side on the profession because it relates to audit. That makes total sense. But considering everything that is going on in the world from a political aspect, from the fragmentation aspect, from technological AI aspects, things are getting not only more complex, but more integrated than maybe they were in the past. So when I think from a profession perspective, that's perfect, and we are addressing key points that are affecting. But when I think from a market or from a society perspective, probably someone that is not from the profession, it's been hard to understand, okay, what is being done, what is being developed, and how does it work with what is going on in the world? Just to give an example of one situation that we had in Brazil recently, the Treasury Minister, we are under a strong tax reform in Brazil, which is changing substantially all the concept. And the Treasury Minister recently mentioned the following. The tax reform will be fantastic because it will be totally based on technology. So we'll be able to he didn't say escape, but we won't need so many accountants, and here's a high sense, anymore, and we'll have more opportunities for engineers. This was mentioned by the Treasury Minister. And my concern on that aspect, and I was just hearing Gabriela's mention on ethics being more important than ever, and I totally agree with that. It really concerns me when we think from a country's perspective, from a global perspective, from businesses' perspective, that technology turns more important. We don't know what will arise from there. So from general ethics perspective, but also, and Alan just mentioned that, from accounting perspective and from audit's perspective, I know this is being taken into account. This is clear on the work plan, but from a public interest perspective, maybe this should be made more clear. We had that slide, let me find it here. On the slide on the focus 3-pronged evidence-based approach to technology. That's fantastic. I only miss a step ahead mentioning how this is integrated in the market or in the businesses, which will be covered through the audit standard. So not to speak only to the profession itself, but how to deal or how to treat the standards inside the society. I personally am missing that being covered when we speak to everyone and not only to the profession.
I assume, Monica, you immediately contacted the Treasury Minister and educated him or her as to the the risks associated with his statements. I'm sure you've done that. Right, thank you. Stephen.
Thank you, Alan. I would like to expand for a second on Matt's previous comment, just related to the AI governance gap as mentioned in the risk here. Taking it a step further from AI, Gabriella, I'm just curious how you're thinking about the prospect of quantum computing, which, depending upon who you want to believe, it's pretty close on the horizon. And if you think about the classic audit, which is kind of, random sampling, quantum computing could potentially take that to sampling of the whole population quicker, much quicker. So the implications to client investor data security, you could really wonder about what that might be. The implications to the accountant's role in the future, what that might be. So I guess I'd like to get comfort that too, the impact of quantum coming down soon is on your radar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll probably start with your question, Stephen, because it's easy to respond. Yes, it's on our radar. If you have seen, we have been publishing some podcasts on different topics. I think that we are already on the 4th edition of this podcast on technology and ethics. And one of them, the 3rd one, I believe it's on quantum computing. So it's very interesting. And even the conclusions that, well, as far as we can see, there are not new risks, but the risks that already existed are enhanced significantly by the use of quantum computing. So yes, it's on our radar. Not saying that we are already publishing something, but the podcast, which is one of the ways that we are using to try to get closer to our stakeholders and explain and make them open for discussion in a much easier and modern way, addresses quantum computing. To the other questions. So again, ranking the risks, okay, we will think about it. And of course, I think that we do it naturally and instinctively, that not all the risks can be addressed at the same time in the same way. But of course, we can take it, we can adopt a more structured and rational approach to the prioritization of the risks. And thank you for bringing that. And the role that the different stakeholder groups can play here, namely regulators. George, you mentioned the simplification, usability, etc. We are doing a lot of things, even if not all of them are immediately visible in that respect. I think that we had the opportunity to present the SMART framework to this group on the last session, I believe. The SMART is now coming into real life. It became a framework of 15 different initiatives that we are starting to put in place and which are cross-cutting again across everything that we do. The projects which have to be tested by ourselves against all the SMART parts and etc. Simplification is there. There is a specific work stream on simplification, usability and accessibility of the code. And this, responding to the comments on fragmentation again, this is one of many initiatives that we ourselves are taking to try to address the fragmentation risk, because there's simplicity and usability. It's also part of an effective implementation of the code. Integration, complexity, Monica, and technology being, and all the other parts of the system, or other stakeholders, other actors doing the things that were traditionally done by accountants. As you know, this has been on our radar since the start of this 24-27 strategy and work plan. Sometimes not, I'd say, not understood from the perspective that we wanted to address, which was exactly that perspective. And it's the perspective of the public interest. So a lot of I mean, we could start a discussion here and stay here for 2 days, but because it's an extremely interesting question and point. The world is changing, and we cannot stay where we were and see things exactly from the same perspective, because we risk, all of us, to be wrong. So very interesting approach, a questionable approach, well, from some people, and technology is just raising this risk or issue or whatever. Yeah, so I think that all in all, this response, I hope, to the question.
Hina, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a point on a strategic partnership. That is something very good and a new initiative. I would suggest that we should go beyond connecting with the regulators and PAOs and extend it to the Chamber of Commerce's, which have a lot of businesses associated with them. So that will help in creating awareness, because that is the segment which usually resist in implementation of the audit regulation. They still feel that audit is a burden for their businesses rather than it's a value addition. So that way, if a direct engagement with them is going to help the standard setting boards for implementation and creating awareness of the ethics and audit standards. And in addition, if the partnership frameworks measure the measurable milestones, like, for example, number of jurisdictions who are completing gap analysis, number of practitioners trained, rather than just activity-based metrics alone. So that will also help in implementing quickly. Thank you.
Hina, thanks. We will have a separate discussion on strategic partnerships. So we'll capture those. And of course, there'll be lots of other, no, it's not nothing at all. There'll be lots of other ideas that will come up as to what should be the best approach, how to get the best impact and outcomes from that. So we'll come back to that. But thanks for teeing it up already. I'm just looking at, I think you should now continue.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, but Hina, thank you very much for that excellent suggestion. We'll go back to that. It's a bottom-up approach. It's the market asking for what we need to do. Thank you for that. So very quickly, because in one way or the other, we have already touched upon a few of the next slides, but still, the reason why we decided to include private equity investment in our work plan, even if it was not included in our strategy and work plan. And the reason, I think it's speaks by itself, the reality, how things are evolving, etc. This is a slide that we are using from IFAC, an IFAC report on how private equity is growing and disseminating across the world over the last few years. Accountancy Europe has also recently issued something in that respect. I would say this is excellent work, both from Accountancy Europe and IFAC, very useful. The risk is that it's not anymore updated, and it's not IFAC's or Accountancy Europe fault. It's because the reality is evolving very, very, very fast. Even the regions where this is becoming not yet pervasive, but known and a fact. I mean, it's growing every day, and every day we are listening from different countries where the phenomena is happening. So this dissemination of the trend all over the world, and with very significant consequences, and consequences does not have any judgment involved. Many impacts in the way the firms are structured, in the culture of the firms, business models, even market distribution, which is going to be very much impacted and is already being impacted by private equity investment. It's a reality. At the same time, and I'm going to go jump to this slide, we see a lot of initiatives already being taken. Recently, IAASB has issued a consultation which is about to finish, right, Sue? And a consultation to change the code of conduct to cover situations, facts, and risks which are being posed by private equity investment and the alternative practice structures that the United States is seeing. On our side, as I mentioned, we had issued this staff alert, and the staff alert was basically a very neutral technical piece saying, look, with private equity investment, these risks or these situations may happen, show, and you have a code of ethics which somehow respond and provide you guidance about how to navigate these situations. To Alan's comment that this is not only about risks, it's also about opportunities. The IASBA, and I need to stress this, is absolutely neutral as a standard setter in terms of is it good or is it bad? All we have, and we are very well aware, and in the work we did for the staff alert, it was clear that we are very well aware of some benefits, some opportunities, as well as some risks. So we are neutral. All we need to do, but we need to do it, is to understand the new risks or the new situations or the enhanced risks that this kind of investment in accounting firms triggers, and be sure that the ethics code responds properly to these risks. And if not, do something in that respect. And that's why we decided to start a new work stream to assess if this is necessary or not. So on technology, I'll say more on the specific session on technology after Tom has presented, if I may. But basically, we have issued standards 3 years ago. It's not our plan for now, at least, to issue new standards or change the standards. But yes, the world in this respect is moving very fast, and we need to be updated and to make sure that what we have is useful for the users in terms of addressing the impacts of the use of technology from an ethics and independence perspective. So we approved recently an action plan with a few initiatives planned until the end of this year, and then we'll see what comes next. Basically, we will prepare an overarching piece that covers or aims at covering and providing guidance about how to apply the code. And this is going to make use of the many materials and standards that the IASBA has already issued before. And it will also, it is also planned to issue a technology-specific non-authoritative material piece on AI, which is the most burning topic that we need to deal with, according to what we heard. Doesn't mean that we won't do other things in the future, Stephen, on quantum computing, on, I don't know, cybersecurity, probably, even maybe the digital assets. There are a lot of topics that we may need to cover. For now, we have an action plan until the end of the year, so short term, to respond quickly. And finally, just to go quickly, this enhanced focus on adoption and implementation. The IASBA is trying to understand exactly what's happening around the world in terms of the adoption and implementation of the sustainability-related standards, the IASA specifically. That table shows where we are now in terms of the jurisdictions which have already adopted, the ones who are about to adopt, adoption in progress, and some others under consideration. This is a dynamic table that we update every month or every 2 months as we go and we understand what's happening in the different parts of the world. This is not only for us to know it's good, it's wonderful, but it's also to help us address if there are any fragmentation risks arising on the one hand, or non-adoption risks, and on the other hand, to understand where the IASBA needs to be and to allocate its resources, because we cannot help all these jurisdictions individually by no means. But it will also inform our partnership approach, about which we will speak later, because if it's true that we can't do everything and be everywhere, it is for sure also true that we can leverage our capacity and our impact by trying to partner with others who have common objectives, goals, and who have the capacity to add to our own capacity to be successful in that respect. Yes, so a specific word about the IMAG on the third box, the yellow box there, just to again let you know that after the issuance and the certification by the PIOB of the sustainability standards, we decided, and this was something that was very much discussed with the PIOB, and that the PIOB was very keen for us to have, and that we fortunately immediately put in place, which is a group of practitioners with whom we are working directly to try to understand early in the process if there are any implementation issues related to this standard. That will help us, on the one hand, understanding if we need to issue more guidance, if we need to provide more support, or and that's not impossible, we always assume that if there is any fatal flaw that we need to correct before, in 5 years' time, we start a post-implementation review, etc. This is part of our flexibility and agility approach. We cannot always wait for a post-implementation review that we formalize in a formalized way, an institutionalized way, do every after 5 years after the standards are issued, or at least 5 years, and for the major standards. But sometimes it's too late to address the issues and the unintended consequences of some standards. So we need to be there earlier in the process, and that group, again, formed by 11 members from the former firms. They have quarterly meetings. There are some frequently asked questions in development, and we work together with IAASB's similar group with crossed resources and staff sitting on both groups so that we understand along the process if there is anything on their side or on our side that impacts the work and the approach of the other group. It's very specific for each one of the groups, but we are aware of the need of working together very closely, not to miss anything that we may need to address together or that we may need to address with respect to the others, to the other standards. So I think this is an important and also innovative initiative that we are putting in place to make sure that we engage better with stakeholders, are more effective, fight fragmentation, and are agile and flexible as we need to be.
Right, so I suggest before we then go on to discuss the approach to the next strategic work plan, etc., any questions, observations, comments?
Just as we were referred to on the private equity investment, indeed, we have done work on it and we will continue. And I understand with IFAC that's also the case, but I'm not speaking for him. Now, last week I was at the IFER meeting to talk about this subject matter. They have formed a working group on this. I understand, IOSCO has formed a working group on this, and you will work on it. So there are quite a number of parties looking at this. And I think it would be good to have somehow a way to bring this together, because everybody seems to be going out on, whoa, there is potentially an issue here, we need to do something. And it might be inspired by your specific point of view. But in a way, I think everybody looks more or less at the same. And I think it would be good to, first of all, be transparent about what we do and who does what, so that, we can bring this together and that this does not go in all sorts of different directions that are making it difficult to bring it together. On the last slide, we, on the eastbound, on sustainability, or the ISA, it's difficult to, when my husband hears me talk about where I'm at and what we're discussing, he says, I don't understand anything of your abbreviations and your jargon. For him, it's all the same. So sorry for that. Within our community, this is a difficult one. I think, for instance, the length of the standard is an issue, especially within the profession where a lot of this is already done. So what is now specifically different? And, there was the consideration this needs to be also for people who are not in the profession. In Europe, it's called those independent assurance service providers. The landscape has quite changed. And so in the few countries where they are allowed, the take-up of them is very, very limited because of the largest entities only having to do sustainability reporting and sustainability assurance. So there is these considerations that come in, to the side. Within Accounts Europe, we're doing P30, which Project 2030, new strategy. And so we talk with stakeholders, that would be around the table here, but also stakeholders further away from us. And then we talk about what we do. And when we talk about the ISBA Code of Ethics, they say, oh, wow, so how long is this? And we counted and we came to 560 pages. Maybe it's wrong, but that's what we came at. And they say, wow, you have 560 pages of an ethics code. Why is that? So why do you need that much? And some say, oh, this is really mad. And others say, well, you must be, really crooks you that you need all of this. So there is something about length. That's what I want to bring home. And so I think that's something that if you look at this ISA comes into the equation, it's how demanding it is, but it's also, do we really need this? And that makes the discussions within our community difficult on that.
Yes, Hilda, thank you very much. To your first suggestion, I think it's a great suggestion. And again, around the idea of trying to fight fragmentation, we are really open and willing to be close to all of those who are working on something similar to private equity and follow the developments in a way that we are not going to be here in 3 years' time, regretting that we did not do the job of coordinating first and not getting to a situation of full fragmentation later. So thank you for that suggestion. I think we should take it very seriously in terms of creating some kind of organized points of contact or any kind of initiative which allows all of those from different stakeholder groups working on the same topic, make sure that we are organized. On the second topic, I think that the length of the code and the length of the sustainability standards and etc. Yes, we have discussed that at length and many times. The length of the code is nothing new. It has been there for a lot of time. Of course, if we add some standards, it's going to become bigger. And we acknowledge that there is something that in the future we will need to pay attention to. That's for sure, because the world is changing. People don't want to read that many things. Maybe there are other instruments that we may use, and we are already using them to avoid or to try to preempt this result. Still, this was the result of what, by the time at least, was needed, or it was thought it was needed to respond to the challenges and the requests on sustainability related ethics and assurance standards as well. Because the length of the two standards, as assurance and ethics, is not that different. It's very similar. So, but they are presented probably in a different way. And the fact that in Europe, the approach to ethics and independence is much more synthetic and summarized in the audit regulation, and the audit directive creates that perception as well. Fair enough. We understand the perception. We think that there is a great opportunity in Europe, and this is not region specific, but with 27 jurisdictions working on the transposition and adoption of the European regulation. We understand that the code might be used as a useful, extremely useful instrument in the the transposition of the regulation and the directive to ensure some kind of consistency. I'm not speaking about adoption of the IESA. I'm speaking about using the IESA as an instrument that might ensure some consistency and fight fragmentation in Europe, which we know it's also a fact when 27 different jurisdictions transpose principles-based and very synthetic directives, norms or regulations. So that's a reality. The response to that, and again, being aware that we need to do something in that respect, Hilda, it's not that we are not aware of the difficulties and of the complaints. Okay, so we are positioning ourselves since 1 year ago and taking action to address those issues. The work stream that I mentioned on simplification, it's exactly aimed at addressing that topic. We are not going to delete the code or start from scratch with a new code, because that would create a big fragmentation problem. But we are trying to create and offer instruments to make the code more usable, more accessible, and as we go forward, try to avoid as much as possible long standards and ensure that everything we do is really principles-based. So it's not that we are not aware, we are aware and trying to address the issue.
Thank you. So let's go, Matthew.
Thanks. Yeah, just in regard to private equity investment and in accountancy. So, I think it's well known in the US, there's a long history of private equity investment in a variety of industries. And so I would encourage as the board and staff considers this, I would encourage the board and staff to look at the research or whether on the ground findings of the effect of private equity investment on different industries and what has been experienced so far. So there's, so this is not the first industry that this has been taking place. So, sort of a well-known example where there's been quite a bit of research is in healthcare, which I think has some potentially good similarities with accounting, where you have, it's service driven, very labor intensive, dominated by, you have professionals, professional staff there as well. And there are standards that are, standards and regulations that are held to. In fact, there's probably even more standards and regulations there than there are in accounting. And I think concerningly, when you look at some of the evidence from these different industries, particularly healthcare, the results for customers of those entities and professionals and employees in those industries are not positive. And so it is perhaps, I don't know if this is the thrust of the project, but it's perhaps, it would be good that, hey, is there, whether it's ethical standards or other safeguards that could be put into place to prevent that from happening in accounting, the same way it has happened in other industries. Thanks.
Thanks, Matthew. Toshimitsu, good evening to you. I think you're on mute, Toshimitsu.
Sorry. Thank you. Actually, I'm in New York, and so now 6:30 in the morning. So nice morning. Good day, everyone. Please let me leave you some general observation comments. From market perspective, I appreciate the current work plan is focused on technology-related priorities, together with support for implementation and post-implementation reviews of existing standards. This focus contributes to greater predictability for market practice. In particular, in the technology area, I see merit in the approach of promoting convergence in practice to non-authoritative material rather than introducing new requirements at an early stage, given the speed at which market practices are evolving. Looking ahead, it would be helpful if future progress updates could more clearly explain how individual projects may affect timing of disclosure, issuance, assurance, as well as underwriting and distribution practices to enable more informed feedback from market participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Toshimitsu, and good morning to you. Let's stay online. I think I saw Bello. That's it. Yeah, you're up there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one question and then perhaps two comments. Well, first, I don't know whether it is an error of omission. The US is not in the chart in the global standards adoption status. So I don't know what effort is the SSB is working towards ensuring adoption in the US. That's my first question. The two other comments that I have is while you are working on implementation, based on my experience, for those jurisdictions that have already adopted the standards, you may need to consider drafting a strategy or initiating the impact and consistency assessment program that we had and also BCBS had. The ECB has had what they call RCAP, Regulatory and Consistency Assessment Program. In IAASB, we have the Impact and Consistency Assessment Program. We help facilitate and accelerate the implementation of the standards once we started assessing the impact, and we come up with a kind of template, simple templates that help those jurisdictions that implemented the standards to see the value in the implementation and to see proactively be able to manage or address any potential issues with regard to the implementation. And that also encourage those that are under consideration, particularly to be able to adopt the standard. So that's the first comment. The second comment is considering the level of adoption and the number of jurisdictions that have adopted. I think it's important that we start to provide a more extensive stakeholder engagement initiatives that include maybe perhaps stakeholder case study review. These are free review strategies that we do sometimes where a case arises based on non-adoption of a standard. We do review these cases and we approach the regulators and we ask them to address this. That bring them closer to the standard setting bodies, and then that will help them take the implementation seriously. So these are the two comments that I have. One is the question, why is the US not in the list? And the second is more of a contribution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Gabriela.
Thank you. Let's, Evangeline, you had your.
Yes, my question is, I'm seeing that ISA has been adopted in different jurisdictions and budget market and so on. What are the lessons or the main concerns to speed up the adoption in other countries?
Yeah, I have two comments relating private equity investments. My first one relates to research and thus a little bit to Matt's comment. While it is true that many research in the healthcare area is out there, there is also an emerging research stream on private equity investments in accounting or audit firms. So the number increases. While we had the end of last year, I think 6 working papers a few weeks ago from now, the number increased to 10. So there's also research in the area we are more or less focusing on. And my second comment relates more to IASBA's responses to the private equity investment developments. So considering the implications of the definitions, for instance, audit firm, network, audit team, on quality management and engagement standards of the IAASB, I believe that a joint project helps to set forth definitions that then also align with the IAASB standards.
Okay, thank you.
So to the questions which were from Nicole and from Matt, or the suggestion for us to look to at the researches and the studies being done and made available on the impacts of private equity investment in the health and insurance as well system. Yes, we are aware and attentive. We got exactly the same suggestion last week, or it was not a suggestion, but it was mentioned last week at the EFIA meeting, where regulators were really concerned about that. It's a mixed approach. I mean, I think that the conclusions are a little bit mixed and not in one direction, but of course, these are very good materials that we will for sure take into consideration while we start doing this job. So thank you for highlighting it. It's very, very useful. To the question, what the offers for collaboration and contribution, again, thank you very much. Very welcome. The reason why the US is not on the table, I think that I will probably ask John if you have a response, but I think it's because it's not there according to the criteria that we have been using to classify the different jurisdictions as having adopted the IESA or not having adopted the IESA. So There is a lot of work in progress for many jurisdictions. There are jurisdictions where the jurisdictions are very close to our standards, and it's probably the case for US and Europe and etc. They have not formally adopted the standard. Ken, please.
Well, first of all, I think we have to be very clear that the data on the table of adopters or jurisdictions that are on the journey to adoption, that is in the context of the local framework, the regulatory framework for sustainability reporting and assurance, and the existence of such a framework. So if a jurisdiction has not in place already a framework for sustainability reporting and assurance, it's not going to be adopting the global standards that our board has issued. So the jurisdictions that you see, for example, in the adopted column, these are jurisdictions that are by and large already have instituted that type of regulatory framework for sustainability reporting and assurance. Australia is a case in point. Hong Kong is on that journey. The local professional accounting body, they are also the jurisdictional standard setter. They have basically gone ahead of the curve and adopted the international standards that we've issued, as well as ISA 5000 on the assurance side. So the standards are in place, ready for when the regulation comes into force. Malaysia is similarly, et cetera, et cetera. So that's really this. It really depends on where the jurisdiction is on the journey towards sustainability reporting and assurance.
Will be something that I have responded to the different questions and comments.
Yeah. I mean, Bella asked, for those that have adopted, consider assessments on the effectiveness, et cetera. But I guess that's just part of your continuous.
Yeah, of course.
And Nicole raised some about the research in PI.
Yes, but that's what I was saying. We are going to take this. We are already taking these researches into consideration on health companies, but also insurance companies, very importantly, and even law firms. But the research is mostly on health and insurance companies.
See any more? Ken, sorry.
Yes, yeah, so maybe just in response to Nicole's other question or suggestion rather on private equity investment in accounting firms and the sorts of issues that we've given indication to SAC members here as to what we have in mind to address as part of the project in that space. Your comment about coordinating with IAASB, if we're going to be looking at some fundamental terms and concepts, absolutely we will do that. That's a very good suggestion. But the point I really want to highlight to the SAC is that some terms and definitions that are used in the IAASB standards are in fact concepts that emanate from the ethics standards. So for example, the concept of a network firm, for example, is very much an independence concept that is basically stemming from the independent standards in our code. But as we do that, of course, as we open up definition of a firm or a network firm, we will of course coordinate with our colleagues on IAASB because these concepts also apply in the context of the auditing standards.
And if I may, Chair, one last comment. Of course, we see the connections, and this group has already highlighted that the connections between this work stream and the firm culture and governance one. We made a clear decision not to take both at the same time and this under the same hat, because we saw advantages in doing so, but still we are aware of the connections and the linkages. So we are setting up something internally that a structure of, with board member, which is part of both work streams, so that we are sure that all the consequences, the mutual consequences and implications are addressed, and that maybe one day they may get together, but we are not yet there.
Thank you very much for the engagement, etc. So that kind of brings us up to date in terms of what you're working on. But now we sort of turn our attention to what you're going to be thinking about for the next strategic work plan period. So over to you, Tom.
Okay. This will be very
quick, because it's a reminder that we're in the middle of a consultation process. We put a stakeholders joint survey out there in the marketplace. Remember, this is responding to a call from this body and others to get the two boards working together at inception or even before inception of ideas. So we have a very much of a joint integrated mindset as we take future initiatives forward and we allocate resources. So this is the first of a multi-step process that will ultimately reach. Look, I guess we have strategy and work plans already, at least covers for them at the end of this process already, but where we'll get to this at the end of 2027. But we'll have consultation papers, but this is really the first engagement with this. And so my big plea to all of you is, if you, with organizations with an interest in our work, please respond to the work strategy, work plan survey. And we have asked in particular your input on 3 sort of areas of that reflect interest, our strategic positioning, what trends will drive the need for standard setting and other work, and where we could find activities, joint action. Now, one thing we've heard throughout time is that, well, we're really only focused on audit, or we're only focused on ethics. That's fine. And note that that's your interest in responding and that you can only respond in those areas. We've also heard from some organizations that doing a survey in a consensus-based structure is too hard. And obviously, if people respond in letter form, that's fine too, but we prefer the survey. Just like in the world of AI, structured data is always better than unstructured data, particularly if the data is of high quality, but I trust every stakeholder to only give us high quality and clean data into the system. So it's always quality in, quality out, rather than garbage in and garbage out. So that's places for input. And again, here's our timetable. Comment period ends May 15th. We've already heard from a stakeholder or two who suggested maybe it'll be May 17th. Okay, we will read anything that comes in. I've always seen cleverly backdated material too in this world. I think time zones change depending upon where you are. So that's where we are on the strategy and work plan. It's really important to get your voices heard on anything and everything. And, you know, while this will feed into our strategy and work plans for 2028 and beyond, we will take into account the input dynamically and how we prioritize today too. Like, this is a dynamic environment and this is a really important input. Should I pause there for a sec?
Sorry, I'm breaking all the rules. Just with regards to the contributions, is it better to have individual contributions from individual organizations, or is a collective response weighted appropriately? So for example, would you take a collective response as one response, even if it included a whole load of investors? Or would you sort of see that as a higher weighted input from your perspective?
You raise a good point. We never count votes anyway, and we consider who responded, and we will segment by perspective as well. So recognizing that it's challenging to get investor input, we will note where investor input comes in.
Thank you very much, Adam. So we agree with the proposed approach to the strategy and work plan. Particularly, we support the focus on the key environmental trend. We think that this is very important because of the uncertainty we are facing right now. And we believe that all 4 proposed overarching trends are highly relevant and will influence the future strategic direction of the SSBs. And let me comment briefly about 4 aspects. First one is the digital transformation. And we have seen increasing impacts of technology in entire financial reporting ecosystem. Not only auditors, but also companies are increasingly adopt emerging technologies. And we think that the nature of the risk continues to evolve. For example, the growing use of the AI and other advanced technology introduce new risks related to data integrity, model governance, and technology-enabled financial crime with potentially significant implication for financial reporting. And we think that for auditors, digital information could become harder to check, and also new form of fraud could be emerging. In this context, we believe that the professional skepticism is becoming even more important. And the change in geographical and regulatory landscape, we see that increasing risk of fragmentation across jurisdictions. Against this background, I think the discussion about the principle-based versus rule-based discussion is very important, and it's very difficult and very challenging at the same time. I think we should focus on outcome, which is high-quality audit outcome, and that's something we should pursue, and also professional skepticism, sound judgment, and accountability. And having said that, if the objective can be achieved, we believe standards should remain principle-based while bringing sufficiently clear and operational to support consistent application, inspection, and enforcement globally, and responsive to stakeholder feedback. And in terms of the sustainability information, we understand that it's very difficult situation. At the same time, we cannot underestimate in some jurisdictions, voluntary assurance is being preferred over mandatory assurance due to concerns about the burdens involved. And we have also heard concerns about the lack of clarity regarding the extent of procedures required for limited assurance on sustainability information. We think that's something very important. And in terms of the private equity, we fully agree with Hiruta. So various organizations are now working on, and definitely some kind of coordination may be necessary. We agree with that. And having said that, we think this development is very important. And given the potential implication for the quality management system and the public interest, I think the coordination between IAASB and IASBA is also very important. And also the academic report, what Matt and Nicole mentioned, I think that's also an important thing we should look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Koichi. So there you go. You've got your feedback from the consultation, how you fit that into the framework. But you've got lots of rich feedback already, and I'm sure you'll do that formally. So thank you very much, Koichi. Claes?
Thank you very much. One reflection first. First of all, I do support that you have a joint consultation for the 2 boards. That's great. That's important. One reflection, I think one of the challenges is that you will get the first set of replies right now, and then you have the consultation paper, then you take a decision by the end of 2027. I think the challenge is to try to set up a work plan for 2028, given all the known unknowns that I think comes through as a theme in your papers that you're out right now, because and rightly so. So I think that I don't have an answer to that, but I think your challenges for the standard setting boards is to how to make up the work plan. Can it be done in the way that we always have done it before, or is it something else? But that's a challenge. One general point for thought, I think, is also very important when we get the responses back, and also the consultation paper in the future. I think it's important to think about the audit industry and audit profession in that sense, that it's not only audit of pies or high-level issues that are there. Also think about the SMPs and also think about projects, how to structure them in the future, also thinking about that there is also this segment of the profession and the standard setting for that. So that's kind of general observation I want to give already now. Thank you.
Thank you, Claes. Jen?
Thanks. Just a couple of comments and maybe less about this, the project plan here and more just some digestion of this morning's conversation. The first is, it seems like what was raised a lot was the need for better coordination and having a lot of different groups focused on the same thing. And I think sometimes you run the risk of not being able to identify true differences from maybe terminology differences or whatnot. So I couldn't support more having coordinated groups of multi-stakeholders, you know, maybe a few clicks down from here. And I think that the SSBs are in the best position to actually lead on that effort. And, you know, certainly happy to support that however it can be to just kind of bring all those together so you don't get stuck in just trying to sort out fact from fiction and clarifying terminology. I guess the second question maybe goes a little bit to the forward thinking, but a lot of topics came up as being very timely, like private credit and cyber. And we also had a very long discussion on adoption of the IAASB materials. And I think there's really good plans in place to try to address the adoption and implementation. But in the meantime, I wonder if you would just comment on how you decide how to spend your resources, i.e., on the topics that are timely and are going to affect more people, perhaps through the ISAs, versus trying to get something in the IASBA code, which may or may not be adopted by jurisdictions. Just curious how that works when you get all this information in. Is do you spend your resources on that area that has most broadest implementation currently, or do you build IASBA in the hopes that you can bridge this gap with all the regulators and others to get broader adoption? Thank you.
Do you want to address that specifically?
Well, yes, I may. I don't think that there is a single response to your question. When we allocate resources, we do it based on the public interest considerations and the urgency, the need for timely responses, and all of that. Of course, and again, we have questions here about the level of adoption and implementation of the IASBA code, which is, yes, different from the ISAs for the many reasons that I noted, which doesn't, I think, allow the conclusion that it's less relevant. And I wonder where we will go if we stop doing that effort to provide the market with the necessary updated, strong ethics and independence responses, but you also you only have the ISA side, because one without the other, I think it's obvious that it's not effective. So the level, maybe the responses that we need to allocate more resources, and I would say all of us in making sure that there is a higher level of convergence in the adoption and implementation, because I don't think we can say that the IASBA, the Code of Ethics is not adopted and it's not implemented. So the last assessments, the last numbers that we have is very close to ISAs. Again, the nature of the standards has as a result that they are adopted and implemented in different ways, and the nature of the standards make them be applied in different ways. So I don't think that there is an answer, one answer to your question about what criteria do we take into consideration. It's a mix of criteria. It's a mix of public interest considerations. It's a mix of the public interest framework from the PIOB that we need to consider all the time, every time we start a project and we put forward something. So altogether, I think we cannot just address that question in a very, how would I say that, automatic way, like, but we need to bring a few considerations in, and even if there is any difference in terms of the adoption and implementation, if anything, I think that this requires additional efforts on allocated to ensure that there is a higher level of convergence and consistency in terms of the adoption and implementation of the Code of Ethics. Yeah.
Thank you. Isabel?
Thank you. Very shortly, I wanted to support what Koichiro said and also say that our contribution will flow through IOSCO.
Thanks. Matt, I saw your hand up earlier, but it's now down. Is that because it's been?
Yeah, I was debating it, but you know, I'll ask it. Should we be considering at all the resources question in responding to this, or should it be more the view that, well, you know, if you get a lot of, you know, stakeholder requests to do a lot of things, you can get more resources?
Matt, are you aware of a way to get those more resources? I was looking, pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. I keep on playing the Powerball on the stage, and I've promised some of the winnings to lots of people. But at this time, I think we believe that we're in a probably stable resource environment. We don't picture having many more resources internally. This goes back to something I said earlier, though, about using a leverage model, which we're increasingly using, like partnering with national standard setters, partnering with other bodies, using expert working groups from external people, fellows from both the profession and regulators, on a part-time or full-time basis to get different things. But ultimately, most strategy is about choices and prioritizing. And we'll have to use the input that we get in and make some determinations. And sometimes things get done and sometimes they don't. And I think that's the goal of all strategy and budgeting processes.
But yeah. No, good. No.
I'd just like to add something which is still related also to Jen's question, which is managing resources and making decisions on resources, resource allocation in an organization, which is ultimately focused on the public interests, is not the same and should not be subject to the same management approach than when we manage a company, a firm, or whatever. Because the resources may not always have to be allocated solely based on an efficiency approach, but we need to, besides the efficiency approach, we need to see where the resources are needed and may be needed on areas which do not immediately translate in results, outputs, but where the public interest requires these resources to be allocated. This is not business management, this is public interest management. And we know that just like governments, governments, for instance, they not always allocate the resources where they are more profitable, but where they are more needed to ultimately create something which is which is for the public interest.
No, I was going to say, I know, Matt, you were debating in your mind whether you should ask it, and I'm glad you did, because I think it's a very important point you raise. Because as they go through the next strategic work plan, I think it will help, I hope, identify where are those public interest issues that you do not have capacity or capability to address in this period. And I think that will then evoke a conversation about, so what, rather than just sort of say, we'll just cut our cloth according to, what we have. Because I think it is important that those issues that you cannot respond to, which are in the public interest, are highlighted clearly And then you put it to, the PIOB, the monitoring board and others who are responsible for ensuring you are properly funded, the profession, etc., to respond to that in an appropriate way. So, Matt, thank you for the question. I'm glad you did ask it because I think it was important.
Yeah, I was hesitating because I know that this is it's a sensitive issue but I can also just put it more bluntly if I could, is that I can feel that sometimes I guess the requests from stakeholders greatly exceed the stakeholders' commitment in resources. So you're being asked to do all these, but so, I think that to the extent that those could be better aligned, I think that would be great.
Okay, I'm just looking to see if there are any other, nothing online, no cards. Oops. Hesitating.
I was hesitating, but since Matt opened this up, I think it would just also be really, really helpful for everyone on the SAC to understand, and I know this is public, but maybe if there could be something shared that showed what essentially how you're resourced and where that comes from, and understand then what the future looks like and whether that's the appropriate kind of resourcing, because to the point about, just ensuring that you have the independence to operate in the public interest, it's really, really important that that resourcing is lined up with that. So transparency around all of that would be fabulous. And then, yes, if we can be champions for you, to win the jackpot, yeah, we will do.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Yeah, no, that's it's very dicey to play around with the time cards. No, thank you very much, Alan. I just wanted to maybe chime in a little bit on Jennifer's earlier question, or maybe even challenge to IAASB in particular as to how we make decisions around resource allocation, etc. I think Gabriela and maybe Tom as well, to some extent, have explained a little bit about the considerations that go into that sort of thought process. It's a very dynamic, I would say, approach as to how we look at resourcing. First of all, I think it's fair to say that it's a zero-sum game, meaning to say that if a priority comes up tomorrow, we wouldn't be able to go out on the street and just pull the Joes and Marys and really co-opt them onto a new work stream and already get them to work. So if we need to make a decision at our board, for example, that we're going to tackle, let's say for the sake of argument, that we're going to deal with digital assets, or somebody raised earlier the suggestion of looking at quantum computing, we would have to make a decision as to whether we stop a work stream if we don't have if we don't have 2 or 3 staff members who are just kind of sitting on their hands looking for things to do. We would have to stop a work stream and relocate the resources to that new priority. Or we would have to wait until we get to a point in time when we would have completed one work stream or one project, so that we have the resources released so that we can redeploy. So a number of considerations that go into that. And of course, as to Gabriela's point, it's all about weighing the urgency of the issues, the level of public interest in terms of the issues that are bubbling up, etc. So all of these factors go into the pot in terms of making those judgments and decisions. Now, in terms of maybe perceptions that the board is, or maybe the boards are kind of reactive and always aiming for standards, that's not the way we approach it, at least at IAASB. It is a very carefully thought through approach in terms of making the decision as to whether a work stream or to be a standard setting project or it to be something else. And that goes really to the important point that we hear time and again when we engage with stakeholders, especially from stakeholders from the profession, about really making sure that the board has a strong evidence base to go forward with a standard setting project. And that's why you see us spending the time, the energy, and the care and the thought that all go into making sure that when we go to our board with a proposal for a standard setting project, it's been thoroughly researched. We've engaged in extensive consultation with stakeholders, and we've established the analysis and the basis to go forward with proposal for a project. And that's what you're seeing in a number of our work streams on firm culture and governance, on CIVs, et cetera, et cetera. And some of those work streams, yes, they in fact have not led to a recommendation to a standard setting project. CIVs being a case in point, last December, the staff team, the project team essentially proposed or recommended to the board that we deal with the issue for the development of non-authoritative material. So that's an important thing to bear in mind. Maybe the final thing, maybe two final things. One is the board has a versatile toolbox. So it's not always that essentially we end up with standards. We can pivot, we can determine what is the appropriate vehicle to go with to respond to a particular issue. And the use of non-authoritative material, in fact, provides us with a lot of flexibility. So we've used that on a number of occasions, staff Q&As, staff alerts, other vehicles, explainers, et cetera. So we've used that toolbox to suit the purpose. And finally, in terms of adoption of the code, let me just give you the latest data we have from IFAC as they're tracking the adoption across jurisdictions and the member bodies, et cetera. The 2018 onward versions of the code have been adopted or have been used as a basis for the local ethical requirements by close to 150 jurisdictional standard setters or professional accounting bodies in 117 jurisdictions. That's the latest data that we have. And we know that that data itself is not updated, and we're working very closely with our colleagues at IFAC. But all to say is the code from 2018 onwards, which 2018 is a reference point for us because that's the fully revised and restructured code. So that is really the benchmark for us. And it contains the no-cross standard as well. So really just wanted to provide additional context to help the SAC really understand, the complicated nature of, how we look at, first of all, resourcing and secondly, adoption of the code.
Thanks, Ken. Jen, is it a quick one? Because I'm keen to.
Super quick, just to respond, just to clarify my comment. I think I was trying to tie two things together. One is you have a real issue if regulators aren't really transparently adopting the code, even if they say we have local laws and regulations, but for the regulatory community or whoever in a jurisdiction would be in place to mandate these things. I think this is a real opportunity to bring that audience in, get some commitment. And similarly, sort of, you almost want to do that before you start a project, because there's probably nothing worse than doing something and then seeing it's still the 2018 code. They haven't adopted anything else. What is their plan? How can you guys support them to get there? Because I think ideally we want standardization across the world, whether it's ICEs or the code. Thank you.
So what I'd like to do is we are going to break for lunch circa 1:30. I know, Hilda, that might be late for you in Belgium, but for Javier in Spain, that's far too early. But what I suggest is let's quickly try to cover the next topic, and then the strategic partnerships, which we referred to earlier, which is very important and strategic, we'll take in the next session after lunch before we do the post-implementation reviews, if that's okay. So, Tom, over to you.
Okay, we're a little bit.
You're standing between us and lunch.
Okay, that's always challenging. I don't know how to take that right now. So just to remind you, a couple hours ago, we told you about this three-pronged approach to technology. And that central one was QM and using our quality management standard as the way to help ensure quality in terms of governance associated with the procurement, building, rollout of tools, and constant monitoring. So what does this work stream entail? Really, again, it's to drive off the principles of QM to ensure consistency and practice of implementing tools, whether AI or others. Secondly, it's about avoiding regulatory fragmentation to ensure that different regulators aren't interpreting ISQM1 and IS20 in different ways that then cause more burden on practitioners who are implementing these tools. And thirdly is what I call sort of this democratization approach to it. It's about sharing best practice across the broadest range of practitioners to help ensure a level playing field. So people have said to us, we ran 8 roundtables around the world. The QM principles are sound. There's a desire for guidance to do those 3 objectives, but move quick. The market's moving fast. We don't have time to wait 2 years as you go through your process. So on this slide, you see where we've concluded that we take the decision to do guidance over standard setting always very seriously. I'll restate this. I said this last week, I say it to the PIOB the week before. Guidance is not a replacement for standard setting, but it has its role, particularly when the principles and the standards are deemed sound, when the nature of the guidance is relatively restricted, when we need to move quickly and there's a risk of obsolescence. Well, this area is so important. We've built in some extra safeguards in terms of board involvement. Board will approve all these non-authoritative materials after public deliberation. And we have a dedicated staff, a board team. We're putting in place an external expert group of 14 individuals that will provide inputs on priorities and topics. We'll do extensive outreach through this whole process. And we will very much leverage existing materials. That's a key thing. It's good work that's being done out in the marketplace. Let's use it and amplify it when it makes sense and it's consistent with our QM material. So at our last board meeting, to be agile, we decided there are sort of 3 areas that we're going to write non-authoritative material. We call them sort of guide series. We don't call them singular guides. We're not going to issue a big volume. Foundational Gen AI models, like most of the firms are not creating their own foundational Gen AI tool. They're not creating their own Claude. They're purchasing it and building on top of it. Then there's a question about firm developed tools and configured applications on top of that. We have some examples here. And then it's how engagement teams are using it in audits. Are they being used and supervised in such a way consistent with our quality management principles that are performing the functions that they're meant to be used? And what we're going to do is focus on topics within each bucket, but not necessarily do one level all sequentially and then move to the next. We're going to move where the need is first. So we've heard there's a lot of need in theme 1, but there's also need to work quickly in 2 and 3. So imagine that we could, and by the way, Angelo, you didn't raise your hand there. He's our project lead on this. So if you want to speak to him at lunchtime or throughout the day, then you give input to him and you answer questions. Is that I imagine we'll have series 1.1, 1.2, but we may also have 2.1. And so I imagine a series of relatively short briefs that we put out on topics. Some may be longer and more in-depth than others, but we're trying to be helpful to the market quickly. And by the way, by doing this, if we find the need to evolve the guidance that we have out there based upon market input or evolution, we can move quickly. And that over time, then there'll be a pretty robust series of guides that we have out there. So we're getting on with this right now, timeline here. People are saying, what are you gonna do? We're still to discuss what are the specific topics. The board will be discussing a lot of this at their June meeting, and this will be a regular series for us. Very much focused on agility here, but with the appropriate quality control. And I'll pause there. We have 5 minutes before lunch, so I didn't delay it yet, but happy to respond to questions.
No, I think, no, please, maybe you've got a few things just to say as well.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Please do.
Yes, because during my update, I decided not to speak about technology because we had this specific session. 1 minute just to explain or try to clarify where we are at IASBA, because also there were questions. So we heard about the last, over the last years or 2 years, 1 year, stakeholders, namely this group, saying you should be doing something on technology. That's where you should be using your resources. Now, where are we? 3 years ago or 3 years and a half ago, we issued or we made some changes to the code. So we changed the code to address AI and technology more widely related topics. I think that we were a little bit ahead of the curve because while AI was not yet a significant topic, we were already addressing it. And fortunately, we did it on time. It was very well received. We didn't hear about any questions about implementation of the code, difficulties, obstacles, etc. If anything, we were to blame on one thing, is that probably we didn't make the necessary rollout and awareness raising and use of these standards because we were too busy with sustainability. So this is to tell you that we don't think that we are late addressing this topic. We also don't think that just because it's an important topic, we need to immediately jump in and say, we are going to change the code and develop standards. As Ken was saying, that would come after a very significant outreach, analysis, and etc. And we are not hearing, importantly, from the same ones who are telling us, you should be doing work on this. And we agree with that. We are not hearing anything, namely from the profession, saying the code is not fit for purpose. You need to change the code in this respect. So we are confident that for now, and where we are, the code still responds to all the challenges. Still, there are challenges or issues. The use of technology challenges the code, the principles, the conceptual framework, part 2, part 3, etc., independence provisions, and we need to test what we have all the time. We have a technology experts group. We are testing the standards and the code all the time with this group. No issues have appeared, but so far, we are aware that we need to do more guidance, more awareness raising, more testing, and see where we can be useful. That's what our work plan is about. And to be clear, it's not our intention at this point in time. We never know in the future what will come, and something may come from this analysis. We are not planning to start any standard setting project. We are planning to help stakeholders, help the profession, help the users with materials and initiatives which make them, on the one hand, aware of the issues that may arise from the use of technology, namely AI, very specifically, and secondly, provide the necessary support if there are any issues or any obstacles or any uncertainty. So this is where we are at this point in time.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Gabriella. So Matt, I know it's not lunchtime for you. I think it's probably breakfast time for you now. So don't spoil our lunch. What are you going to tell us now?
No, this is an innocent question. Just wondering about where this sits. Is this, Tom, am I right in thinking, is this kind of would be a staff publication and therefore kind of not authoritative, et cetera, kind of like your FAQs that I'm more familiar with? I'm just asking because I see, the term, board here, right? Board input, board approval. But I don't think you're seeking to modify or amend the standards.
Right, it sits outside our authoritative material, but it will have full board review. So it's not, the formal standards include requirements and application material. It is not that. It will not go through due process, but it will go through a more robust review as board. It sits outside the authoritative materials.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. So I don't see any, oh, Couture, apologies.
Thank you very much. I think it's very important to have a deep understanding of how technology is actually being used. And I think that is the foundation, because depending on that, how the current standard is addressing the challenge or not can be different. And that is involving not only auditor's side, but also preparer's side as well. For example, these days, chances are impairment testing of goodwill, like some technology can be used, and then it can have some kind of implication for auditors' work. So I think that kind of specificity might help things.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just so you know, even on the expert group, we will have preparer representation.
Right, am I missing? No. So it's bang on 1:30, so we're going to take a break of 1 hour for lunch. And as I said earlier, we'll come back and we will address the strategic partnerships, which is important, and then we'll go on to the post-implementation reviews. So thank you very much. Thank you, guys and girls online, and see you in an hour. Right, so welcome back, everyone. So I hope those of you, Conchita, I hope you've had some dinner. And Matthew, I guess you've tucked into your breakfast. And with George and Ashley, hopefully, and David. And Peshimutu, I guess you've had dinner already. Right, okay, so we're going to kick off the afternoon session. So thank you very much for being back on time. As I said earlier, we'll start with strategic partnerships. I know it's already mentioned earlier, but it is important that we discuss this and get some input and reactions. So over to you, Gabriella.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just briefly introduce the topic and then give the floor to John Reid to present on this topic. So why are we starting these strategic partnerships and why did we decide to engage in such a project? So as we have been discussing today and in past meetings, our resources are limited, not to say that they are very limited. So as Tom said, they have 16 people on total, including administrative people. We have 12 and a half, which is not that we have just half a person, but because one of our staff is also involved in joint meetings like this one and providing support to IFEA staff and etc. So this is what we are, but we are very, very big in ambition. Ambition not for us, but for the public interest, for stakeholders, for investors, for the capital markets that we serve and other users as well. So we started thinking, how can we leverage our capacity without, on the one hand, having to add additional resources, which we cannot do, and we have very limited ability of doing, and on the other hand, without blurring our independence and the quality of the work that we do. And this what came, one of the initiatives that we decided to put forward are these strategic partnerships, which means, as I mentioned before, finding other organizations, stakeholders, who are able and willing to partner with us in some projects, in some initiatives, depending on the time and the priorities and etc. That way, on one hand, leveraging our capacity by using their resources and their own outreach, but also as a way of facilitating the messaging to the market. So these partnerships, if anything, should serve a two-way objective, which is on the one hand, help us with our capacity, with the information that we need, with the resources that we need, but at the same time, get closer to some entities, to some stakeholders who are able to bring our message, to explain, to reach out to other stakeholders and create awareness and understanding about the standards and about the objectives. So this is the objective of these strategic partnerships. I'll give the floor to John, but before I do, just be aware of this. We cannot create partnerships, strategic partnerships with everyone and anyone, because this also involves resources. Managing partnerships is sometimes resource intensive. So we always need to measure how much we will get from these partnerships and how much we need to give to make sure that every decision that we make is based on some transparent and objective criteria, which helps us identifying who are these organizations or these entities with whom we should partner. And with this, John, the floor is yours. John Reid is a IAASB director. He's from Australia, but in New York so far. And he's in charge of the strategic partnership and the adoption and implementation working group support, apart from other projects.
Okay, thank you very much, Gabriella, and good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to run through a few slides to give a bit more background and context from what Gabriella's just spoken about. So under the public interest framework, it's clearly sort of identifies there's a number of different classes of stakeholders that have interest in the IAASB standards. So you've got users, so the investors, lenders, other creditors who, they rely on us, the audited financial statements or the assured sustainability disclosures for resource allocations. There's obviously the profession itself in terms of the auditors, assurance providers, other professional accountants in public practice, but also with our standards, we also do cover professional accountants in business as well. And all of these have interest in our standards too. There's those that are in charge of adoption, implementation and enforcement, and also monitoring of the standards as well. So the jurisdictional standard setters, regulators, audit inspectors, marketing authorities, professional accounting organisations. And then there's the preparers, like I mentioned, the professional accountants in business, also those charged with governance, audit committees, and various other users as well. So there's obviously a whole raft of different users that are reliant on the IASBA standards. And in terms of our stakeholder engagement, we obviously engage with a very broad range of stakeholders, as you can see on the slide there. So regulators, we engage with them through a number of forums, such as through IOSCO and IFIA, the jurisdictional standard setters. We have that formal meeting later this week, but we do also interact with them on various other ways through other fora. There's accounting firms, the large firms, we coordinate with them through the forum of firms, also the GPPC. There's also the small side of small medium firms through the SMP advisory group. Professional accountants in business, we interact with the IFAC, professional accountants in business advisory group, but also through various other means as well. So for example, we've got the current role of CFOs initiative, and we've had a lot of engagement with the preparers in that as well. The users, we mentioned earlier, or Gabriella mentioned earlier this morning, the establishment of the user advisory group. So we do obviously have a lot of different interactions with stakeholders. However, it was felt that we needed to attract new collaborators, back to what Gabriella was mentioning before in terms of sharing of resources and bringing that to the fold, but doing it through a fairly structured focus. And making sure it was coordinated and more outcome oriented. So just to bring that coordination into our stakeholder engagement. And as Gabriella mentioned, we have limited resources. So we felt that there was a need to leverage the skills and expertise of various stakeholders. So the IASBA, we've got an adoption and implementation working group, which has been discussed at the SAC previously. It consists of 5 board members, and we've also got staff support in terms of that, and also 1 technical advisor. So we have quite a number of people involved in the working group. When we've developed a partnership framework for promoting adoption and implementation of the IASBA standards, and this was approved by the board at the December 25 board meeting. We actually, in the development of that, we've been having quite frequent meetings with the IAASB. They have a very similar partnership framework that they've developed. So we had a lot of discussions with them and leveraged a lot of the work they've done and learnings from them as well to help us in developing this framework. Basically, the aim of it is to support capacity building through collaboration, and that's one of the main pillars of the A&I working group through its terms of reference. It's also one of the 15 initiatives that Gabriella mentioned earlier today that have been under the SMART framework. It directly relates to one of the initiatives there, which is around adoption plan. So the aim is to bring greater coordination, clarity and consistency to our outreach activities. Basically through formalising the IASBA role, but also the role of the partners, and focusing on engagement that becomes more outcome oriented, like I mentioned before. So we aim to leverage expertise, reach and the resource of partners through various things. So support of A&I of the IASBA standards across geographies and also stakeholder groups. There's one to contribute to capacity building at local levels through the conduct of training and outreach efforts that partners would undertake, but that we could support. Improving coordination at regional and international levels around enhancing global consistency and implementation approaches. So this comes back to the discussion earlier about addressing any issues around fragmentation as well. Fostering a global network of ethics-focused collaboration, and also around creating feedback loops to serve as an input to further standard setting and development of guidance. So they're essentially the objectives set out on that slide there. We also want to focus our work under a series of principles that are set out on this slide. So collaboration is really about sharing knowledge and insights to enhance impact and efficiency. Inclusiveness is acknowledging that not every stakeholder will have the same needs, and the levels of readiness will be different in terms of jurisdictional or particular stakeholder groups towards the various different A&I activities. Also around continuity of engagement. So this relates to maintaining a live and ongoing relationship with our partners. So we want to have regular dialogue, knowledge exchange, and we also would like to do periodic reviews of the activities in terms of where there may be changes that need to be made. We also want to work under the principle of flexibility. Again, that, there's not a one-size-fits-all approach, and just ensuring that there is rigor and accessibility throughout the process as well. So in terms of the role of the partners, and then on the right-hand side is around monitoring. So there is an expectation that partners will have an active and collaborative role throughout the process. So that's obviously an important part of us selecting partners under the partnership framework. So we want to make sure that they're conduits of engagement, so that they can promote awareness. They've had a history of these sorts of activities. They can facilitate dialogue to promote A&I. And also it's around building capacity at scale. So to ensure that there is significant reach and impact through that partner that can push that in terms of the IASBA's work to support and developing supporting resources, etc. Onboarding, that would be around documenting the commitment to the framework and objectivities. What are the tangible and practical contributions that could be made from the partners? So this will be coordinated by the IASBA staff. And as Gabriella mentioned before, that just having a partnership will take resources. So we do need to be careful in terms of the number of partnerships that we do seek to achieve, and the nature of those partnerships as well. We'll have to look at capacity building activities and what we're able to provide. As I mentioned before, it's around the reach and impact that we can have with a particular partner and how that is effectively implementing the framework. So the framework also recognises that there is a need to go through a due diligence and considerations. And we're in the process at the moment through the working group. We generally meet on a monthly basis. So, however, the last 2 months, we've been meeting every second week. And looking at identifying stakeholders across particular stakeholder groups, so practitioners, professional and industry bodies, regulators and oversight bodies, standard setters. We would like to involve not-for-profit organisations where possible, and also users as well. So we have also been looking at global type organisations too. So for example, World Bank and IOSCO, those sorts of organisations. So yeah, like I mentioned, there needs to be a process of due diligence and consideration. We are looking at a series of different factors. So the track record, reputation, size, capacity, reach and impact. And to assess this, we've developed what we've been calling a prospective partner criteria and assessment, sort of a mechanism tool to support a more structured and transparent development or transparent partnership assessment. So we've developed a series of gating criteria, which are sort of initial screening type questions, and then various ranking criteria, more so based on those factors listed above around track record, reputation, etc. And essentially, we've identified initially around about 80 different potential partners, and we put them through this screening mechanism tool. and around identifying the best partners that might have the most strategic relevance to the IASBA capability, impact, et cetera, for the IASBA to engage with. Again, considering our resource constraints. We would plan to do, again, we can't do it all at once and we can't do everything, as Gabriella mentioned too. So the plan is to do a phased approach. As I mentioned, we've sort of initially identified around about 80 potential partners, and we've been filtering that down through this gating and ranking mechanism. And the plan is to take somewhere between 5 and 7 initial partners to the June board meeting for a discussion at board level in terms of, the ones that we would like to identify and progress with in the first instance. Just the last slide, just wanted to go through that. Obviously, we are very much at the initial stages of this work, and we're in that first process there around identifying partners in targeted jurisdictions. And then we'll be looking at coordinating targeted actions so as to enable partners to deliver through implementation and capacity building. Then around collaboration with the partners to identify needs in their particular jurisdictions or stakeholder groups, so as to facilitate tailored type interventions. Regular engagement interactions as well among partners. Another thing that we are considering is bringing the various different partners together in a regular forum. This is still in a sort of initial phase. To learn from one another as well in terms of how, for example, they've gone through the adoption and implementation of the ISR, for example, and what they can impart on other jurisdictions. So that's around sort of the regional dialogues as well and workshops. And yeah, that pretty much brings me to the end of the presentation. But yeah, we'll just pause there and if there's any comments or questions around the strategic partnership framework.
Thanks, John. You asked 2 specific questions of SAC, so we'll get to those. But before we do so, would you be able to just share with us what challenges, if any, you have faced so far?
What challenges? Well, I guess it's just the hope that there are so many potential partnerships that you could undertake. And we've had to try and focus, like we were just saying, in terms of we have to try and keep it small, at least in the outset, to ensure that it works properly. But we also probably need to learn from those initial partnerships too, in terms of what is going to work in practice. And so that's why we've tried to filter it down into a smaller number to be able to tackle it in a meaningful way. So I'd say that's been the biggest challenge.
And have the initial engagements met your expectations?
We haven't gone to that point as yet. It's more just the assessment and trying to ascertain from a working group level at the first instance, and then we'll go out to the board and then move forward.
Yeah, if I may, Alan, I think that there is some appetite from some organizations to do it, that they, by their initiative, have been suggesting, but we will need to be selective in terms, again, against all these criteria with whom we are going to partner. There is willingness.
So, Stephen, are you going to kick us off?
Just an overall comment or a couple of questions. Yes. So absent Tom winning the lottery and giving that money to Gabriella, I do think that this is a pragmatic and almost commercial-like approach. So well done there to consider this. As in any partnership, some of the biggest challenges are control, conflict, independence. So I'm wondering how you think about this, and apologies if I'm preempting it and you get to it. How you think about managing those challenges. And 2, is there any precedent in your world for this sort of thing? Does that happen?
I'll answer the second question first. I mentioned just before we've been meeting with the IAASB quite frequently, and they've developed one. They've actually got, they're a lot bigger an organisation, much more resources, but I think they have 48 or 50 partners in their framework. And so we've been learning from them in terms of how they've gone about doing that and what the benefits and what are the challenges have been. And so that's been very fruitful. So we've got that as a sort of
Sorry, I
base, and we
missed
have
that.
sort of looked
Okay.
at their framework and sort of leveraged that in terms of developing ours as well. The other point, that's certainly something around, conflicts and control, et cetera, something we'll definitely have to manage. And I think it will have to be like assessed and identified on an individual basis, because the way we see it is that the partnerships are not all going to be one for one. They're not all going to be exactly the same. So there will be variations in terms of how they are structured, but it's certainly a massive consideration we'd have to take into account.
And you'll have a governance committee sitting on top.
A governance committee. Well, we have
some sort of form.
The A&I working group, I guess, would be sitting as a, well, from the IAASB perspective, but.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I think that for now, and we will see how this evolves, the board itself serves as the committee which oversees everything, decide, monitoring, supervise, etc. We are too small organization to create all these layers of governance. It's not possible, and that's why we are resource constrained. But that's also why, as John explained, we have very clear criteria about how to select these organizations, because exactly as you say, and I mentioned at the start, we must make sure that this does not impact our independence, the quality of the work, and all these things. So there are some sensitivities, so we need to balance the benefits and the risks of doing this.
David?
Thank you. Two comments on this strategy. One, you already have a gate role model being the SAC, where you have 10 people from industry, 10 regulators, and 10 auditors. So you have a structure where you're getting representation from a kind of a wider band. I'm not saying it becomes 30, it could become 9, or it could become 12, but it's something like that would work. And I would suggest this, I feel this works. You have a lot of people from different parts of the profession today, but have a common point of view. I find that we align in many things. The second comment I have is I feel that you need a North Star in terms of where our common direction is. Something like our North Star is to minimize the destruction of capital. The risk is the destruction of capital. Focusing on that, I think we all care about that. That our role is to look towards guidance and standards that will lead to the risk of destruction of capital being minimized. And that's kind of where I feel my role is as a regulator is not only protecting the public, but it's protecting the public against the destruction of capital. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Isabel?
Thank you. My questions actually were going to be about your interaction with the IAASB. You did answer one of them, but I was wondering how much staff they have allocated to what you've answered, which was their around 50 partners, compared to what you're looking at, which is 80 potential. Maybe not all will make the cut, but what's the number that you think that you can achieve with your resource? Also, I was looking at their list of partners, and I find that there are quite a lot of commonalities that you might want to actually do more and leverage with them. So how have you discussed with the IAASB how much you could continue leverage on what they're doing on their partners, etc., to the events that they organize, all of that? Thank you.
So Isabel, yeah, so in terms of the exact resources they've allocated, I'm not 100% sure. Well, I wasn't suggesting that we would have 80 partners. Sorry if that came across wrong. Initially, we're thinking start with 5 and sort of work with those and find out what works in terms of the partnership and what's successful or not. I think ultimately we've talked at the A&I working group of maybe a maximum of maybe about 20 partners. That was the thinking there. And in terms of actually the IAASB, their framework and the partners that they have, that was actually part of our assessment too, as to whether or not that particular stakeholder was already involved in the IAASB framework. That was actually part of our assessment in terms of coming to the end conclusion, that particular one. So I think, yeah, we will continue working with the IAASB. We meet with them every 2 to 3 months. So yeah, we'll continue that discussion. It's kind of a standing agenda item with them. So yeah.
Yeah, and if I may add, that collaboration with the IAASB happens in 2 different ways. On the one hand, we are participating ourselves in events promoted or organized by IAASB. So leveraging on their ability to reach to different stakeholders. On the other hand, we are, as John said, using their knowledge and experience in terms of partnerships. But yes, we are keeping very close to them, and also with IOSCO in joint organizations, namely on sustainability with IOSCO, IAASB, and we are part of these initiatives. And that's probably where it started, is looking how effective this may be. And that's where this idea came from, is to look at how, for instance, IOSCO and IAASB were working together. We are fitting in that project, but we thought we could do a little bit more. But certainly not have 48 partners and 80 partners. That's not the objective.
Right. Abdullah?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, just a suggestion maybe on the, I mean, partnerships, of course, is very important that will help support the implementation perhaps of this, of the standards. So maybe one category that can be helpful for this is multilaterals, multilateral development banks or financial institutions. You see that you have put examples like the World Bank and the African Development Bank, Asian Development Bank. Perhaps you can consider adding some others to complement the coverage. Maybe like the Arab Monetary Fund could be interested maybe, and or the Islamic Development Bank. Then they would ensure when you're having these categories cover a large spectrum of countries and jurisdictions. Thank you.
Thanks. David? Sorry, Doug. Sorry, not Dave.
I think the discussion has probably touched on some of the things I was going to touch on, because it's clear from paragraph 10 that for the jurisdictions that be chosen, it's a link to sustainability, adoption of the reporting standards, IASB, and to some extent the assurance standards. And in that regard, I guess I was just interested in how you see it playing out. Would it also be jurisdictions that already adopt the rest of the code? I mean, there's a whole lot of moving parts in this. Yeah, in a sense, it goes back to Ken's comment before that it's more difficult to get someone to adopt the IASs if they're not adopting the reporting and the assurance standards. The assurance standards themselves, of course, require the use of the code, or something at least is demanding. Let's get into debate on that. So part of the question is how you balance that all up, because are you, in a sense, targeting the jurisdictions that are more likely to adopt the IASA? I guess in terms of the international, without, I guess, expressing your view either way, whether you're able to talk about where things are at in terms of IOSCO endorsement of the code more generally, or the IASA part of the code.
Thank you, Doug. So the partnership framework does specifically talk to sustainability standards in the first instance, because that's sort of the main focus of the A&I working group in 25 and 2026. But it has been left open to look more broadly at the code. I don't have it in front of me, but there's a specific paragraph where it talks about that. And we believe it will morph into more that after 2026 into 2027, looking at more broadly around the adoption of the code. And we're working closely with IFAC. They're going through a process to revamp their assessment, their assessment and data collection in terms of the jurisdictional adoption status, and also some aspects around the definitions that they use around it, what's adopted, what's partially adopted, what's not adopted. So we'd be working with them, and we haven't solidified this, but for example, maybe in 2027, we might be focusing on some of the jurisdictions which are in more so in the partially adopted or not adopted. So they've sort of fallen behind, and that maybe that would be a subsequent sort of focus. So the other initiative that I mentioned under the SMART program is around an adoption plan. So the idea behind that is to develop an adoption plan annually. So for the following year. So towards the end of this year, we would be developing the adoption plan for 2027. And for example, that was just an example. It might focus on that, for example, but yeah.
I guess a quick follow on from that. Should I take it then that the focus is the first year IASA? So does that imply jurisdictions that are already adopting the rest of the code, but not the IASA part of the code? Is that, or am I reading too much into it?
Possibly, but I mean, if you're adopting the IASA, then you already really have adopted the code, because you have to be at that point really to adopt IASA in any event. So yeah, does that answer the question? Or?
Yeah, it does. Although, sorry, I'm thinking too much at the moment. A sort of follow-on question. That's probably more than a one-year plan. We're moving next year potentially to the adoption of the code itself. It's sort of a different focus. So do you end up with overlapping streams in it?
Yeah, okay. Like I said, that hasn't been determined or decided. I was just using it as an example that annually we will need to, like this December, we'll develop an adoption plan for 2027 and take it to the board for December for that discussion and consideration. Yeah.
Okay. And sorry, the other part, which Gabriella might be about to answer, the endorsement. Do you have any?
Well, the endorsement, I think it should not be us responding, but IOSCO, if anything. But yes, that's a question that I think remains, but it's not for us to answer. But still on your question on the yearly commitment to do something this year or the next year, is it the sustainability or the code? Of course, this will evolve over time, depending on what we see to be necessary and possible at each point in time. And everything connects, you know, the work that we are doing on risks and trends and opportunities on the one hand, on the other hand, the adoption and implementation working group, then the SMART project, which is one, it's the A of adoption, where we will be developing a few initiatives, and finally the strategic partnership. If all going well, this will get together to produce some dynamic movement year after year. Where we will be next year, it's difficult to anticipate in terms of results. If we come to a point where we think that our support does not need to be that much focused on the adoption of the IESBA, the sustainability standards, then of course we will move to the rest of the code or specific standards depending on what's needed. The plan is not to stop there.
Just that, I probably should have said this up front. I think it's a good initiative. It's just understanding how you're implementing. Sorry.
Thanks, Doug. Natasha?
Great. Thank you. So I guess sort of picking up a comment by Steve and David online, I do have some concerns around the whole conflicts of interest issue. When I look at your principles that you had up there, that wasn't visible, but you emphasize collaboration, inclusiveness, continuity, flexibility, and then rigor as the last one. I'd say rigor should go first rather than last. And I think the optics of this, if you just take a step back, again, bringing the investor perspective, aren't really great, because essentially what we're in a situation where you're facing a bit of a funding crisis. You're not getting the funding you need. So we're trying to be innovative, find business solutions, I think, as Stephen said, to deal with that. And one of your target partner audiences that is in the document is professional and industry bodies, which are just the bodies that, you know, the existing monitoring group, et cetera, framework was set up to create space from. So in a way, you're being pushed back into the arms of the industry. I'm not saying the industry is bad, but the whole point is to have independence from the industry. And so the optics of this don't look good. So I wonder whether you almost want to have some red lines on who not to go back to. And I would actually say, therefore, the industry body should not be a target audience at all. I'd put that in the red line camp, I'm afraid, to preserve your authority, your independence, and the trust in what you do. Partnerships is a really nice word. It sounds like everyone's happy and we're all aligned, but there are fundamental misalignments. And so I would say the number one criteria with rigor is alignment of purpose, alignment of mission. And I actually think that's going to take you back to standards such as regulators, which are the bodies that really should be funding you in the first place, in my view, from a public interest perspective. So I'm really worried that if you just to take that bigger picture perspective, and that we're sort of like almost without realizing it going back to a kind of sort of regulatory capture type of situation, if I can put it like that. I'm being blunt, you know, I'm afraid, but I do think that that is what the outside world is going to see. And the last thing, I mean, trust is your greatest asset. And if that goes, then, you know, so I actually think the IOSCOs, the regulators of this world need to really wake up and think about giving you guys more money, because this is not the right way for them to go. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Natasha. This is a very important point, and thank you for making it. Not that we haven't thought about it and discussed it, but it's always good to be reminded of some red lines that we need to have in mind when making these decisions. And I mentioned it up front when I started to make the presentation, that independence is and the quality of the standards cannot be harmed or even put at stake through these partnerships. Now, we will have it very clearly. These partnerships will be public, so this group will be able to contribute with opinions, advice, and perspectives that we may not be seeing from the start. A few things, the rigor, okay, should start. I mean, it's always the first thing that we want to ensure and achieve. But even the scoping, or the nature, the content, the target, the subject, and the partnerships may help addressing that concern, because we are not partnering to do standards, develop standards, or whatever. We are partnering with for other purposes, but we need to scope these partnerships depending on with whom we are partnering, and these red lines that you mentioned. So clearly, we don't want, on the contrary, to compromise the independence and the quality of the standards. We don't want to compromise the trust of the users on the standards that we develop and that we offer. And this requires a very careful balance between the reality, the optics, and the need that we really have to use others' capacity to reach out and leverage our capacity.
I'll just say one additional thing, Gabriela, thank you for that. Even though it's not standard setting, it's about implementation and adoption. And, you know, by partnering, you confer authority to the partners, that they're effectively your kind of vehicle for ensuring that. And if their messaging and their framing is slightly different to what you would like, it's very hard to control that. So I think, again, incentive alignment from the very beginning is essential, because otherwise you're going to be fighting a losing battle. Thank you.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you.
Do you mind if I just take a few from online? So Matt, I'll come back to you.
Hey, thanks. Just sort of a technical question. When I'm looking at the monitoring group's 2020 paper, which I'm fond of doing, you know, before I go to bed each night. there's a part here on adoption and implementation, and it reads that adoption and implementation of the standards will be fostered through multiple stakeholders, including IFAC and the PIOB. And it goes on to explain IFAC's role, and it sort of ends there. So my question is, I'm assuming that you've already considered this. Is this the board's role, or is this more of IFAC and PIOB?
Well, I think that things change over time, Matt, on the one hand, and on the other hand, I don't think that one way is one single way or one single approach. It's the only approach that we should take, because definitely it's not being enough. So if I'm not going to speak about IFAC, it's not my role to do it, but IFAC is going through a lot of restructuring, internal restructuring, focusing on different things from the past, so that their focus on adoption implementation is probably today not the same as it was before. And still, in any case, we felt the need to do ourselves some work in that respect, because we could not just wait for the others to take care of the standards and adopt and implement them in a convergent way. As to the PIOB, I think that adoption and implementation role of the PIOB is mostly to confirm to the eyes of the adopters or potential adopters that the standards are of high quality, developed in the public interests according to a strong due process overseen by the PIOB, and that therefore there is confidence enough in the standards for them to be adopted. So I think that the combination of both by the time should work, but the fact is that adoption and implementation is a very it has multiple challenges and phases, and it requires different stakeholders and actors to contribute to that. What we are doing, it's just one part of it, and it's what we consider to be in our remit, which is not only to develop the standards, but to contribute with everything that helps with the adoption and implementation. I think that just like any other standard setters, stopping with developing standards may keep us very distant from the reality and create biased perceptions about how things are happening, how the standards are being implemented, etc. So I think it's healthy also from the perspective that it brings us the understanding and the knowledge about the reality of the adoption and implementation of the standards, which can be very useful for the future work that we are doing. If anything, if there were things that didn't work well, because we take the lessons and do better on the next phase. So I prefer not to speak about the others' roles, because this is not the case, but I think that things are not exactly in the same situation where, as they were 5 years ago or 6 years ago in that respect.
Thank you. Conchita?
Thank you. I just would like to cite an observation. We're looking here as far as partnership is concerned over a long period of time, 5 years, and so many things can happen. Technology may drive things differently. Although I would like to say that in the framework that was presented, specifically on the principles, it says flexibility and continuity, right? But I'd like to remind all that all of us around the table may not see this done during the entire period, because each one of us here has a specific term. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Conchita. Toshimitsu?
Thank you. Just general comment. From capital market perspective, I support the FSP emphasis on
Sorry,
strategic
Toshimitsu, sorry.
partnership.
Hello, sorry, we're having difficulty hearing you. Maybe, I don't know if you're using headphones or a mic or whatever. Sorry, we just couldn't hear you clearly. Sorry.
Is it okay now?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, thanks.
Okay. From capital markets perspective, I support SSP's emphasis on strategic partnership that focus on adoption and implementation rather than visibility alone.
Sorry,
Existing
Toshimitsu,
challenge, yeah.
so I'm really sorry, but it's cutting out. So we're only getting every other word you say. Apologies, but is there any way you could sort of, I don't know, is it the microphone or headphones or what?
Is it okay now?
Yes, we can.
But weak?
Yeah, if you could maybe speak louder, that might help.
I think it's when you look away from the camera.
Yeah, it's when you move away from the camera, that's when it cuts out.
Okay. Yeah. From a capital market perspective, I support SSP's emphasis on strategic partnership that focus on adoption and implementation rather than visibility alone. Existing channels, including industry associations and market infrastructure networks, can be leveraged more effectively when they are linked clearly to implementation objectives and practical deliverables. In particular, security industry associations can serve as effective implementation partners, giving the ability to reach issuers, intermediaries, and investors, and to translate standards into practical guidance and feedback. Positioning such bodies as partners in adoption and implementation phase, not only a contribution of comment, but enhance impact. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Toshimitsu. Sorry, I'm not going to ask you to repeat that. If you could maybe just send in your notes so that we make sure we capture everything you've said, that would be helpful. If you wouldn't mind just copying it.
I will.
Through.
Yeah,
thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So, Jose. Oh, and then we'll come back online. I see Nana is, yeah.
Yes,
Jose,
thank you.
and then
yes, I have a question that John maybe partially answered to me, but I just wanted to be sure. In a document that you sent us in advance on paragraph 5, says that the partnership framework will focus on the IAASB sustainability and expert standards. And my question is, why that focus? Taking into account that this morning we're talking about there is a so-called fatigue related to the sustainability issues. So why focusing in that for starting the partnership?
I can partially answer and you might want to jump in as well. But yeah, so I think the identified risk earlier was that it was a risk that there is potentially sustainability fatigue. But in saying that, we are seeing, like, for example, in Asia, there's a lot of movement towards sustainability and they're continuing to push forward. Similarly in Latin America as well, the same sort of thing. There are certainly parts of the world where it has stopped and stalled. But like Gabriella was mentioning earlier, that there has been other feedback to say that we should continue to push forward, including from this group, I think from October last year as well, that we should push forward in terms of sustainability. And in terms of the A&I working group, that when it was first set up, it was main focus was sustainability, at least for the first 2 years, so 25 and 26. So that's why we've continued that. But like I was mentioning before, it's not to say that this framework won't change in time when we see different movements and different opportunities in terms of the code more generally. Yeah.
Yes, and this was the most recent standard that we have issued. It was developed and finalized in a very compressed timeline under a lot of pressure, time pressure, and yeah. So we needed to be sure that whatever we have delivered It's going to be supported by us in terms of adoption and implementation. It's new first. It was not only a new standard, it was a completely new area. It's part of a bigger, wider framework, sustainability reporting standards, sustainability assurance standards, ethics and independence standards for sustainability reporting and assurance. So if anything, if it fails on our side, it harms the whole infrastructure of standards. Furthermore, as John said, there were a lot of incentives. There are still a lot of voices providing us incentive to keep on working on this topic. I was reading the summary of our last meeting, and this was one of the calls of this group as well. So I think that we have the reasons enough to start with this because it was urgent, it was different, it was probably difficult. There were some questions about difficulties related with the sustainability standards and etc. Doesn't mean that we won't change the subject or the direction once we think that this is robust enough and that we are, or that the priorities change.
Thank you. Nana, could you come in, please?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Alan. And I want to first second Natasha's point about independence. I think that would be the first priority for choosing any partners. There are all different ways you can work with a partner. So I guess we don't have any much details at this time, but that also will affect on the way that you choose the partner. And I think there was also a comment about geographical distribution. So if you have, say, 20 as a number, target number, then in terms of geographical and also expertise differences, I think that will be very important for you to help to form an effective partnership and also to help with achieving the goal that you have here to help with the adoption and also implementation of the spirit of IASBA. So yeah, that'll be my comment.
Thank you. Hilda?
Thank you. I wanted to react to what Natasha said, and I think she was talking in the direction of maybe shying away for ISBA to, shy away from partnerships that or with organizations that are from the profession or linked to the profession. Now, I think it is crucially important that there is exchange between ISBA and the profession to understand what is going on in practice and how things are evolving related to sustainability, related to the code in general and its adoption and its implementation. I think it's very important for you to understand if adoption is going on, how is it going? If there is no adoption, why is that the case? And could there be any action to make it happen anyway? Is this looking at the product again? Is it looking at support? Whatever, we talked already about it. And I do not believe that there should be really a worry about this because you're an independent board, so you will consider whatever input you get into your works and take this on like you would get input from any other organization. So I think I wanted to put that into perspective. Thank you.
Dwayne.
Yeah, I'll reinforce that point because if you think about implementation, to have a third party come in, a partner come in and kind of take a lead role, and it'd be under your supervision, Gabriella, right? But it would take a greater role in implementing something that this partner maybe didn't have that much involvement with to begin with in terms of the development of the standard, et cetera. To me, it seems like the firms are going to be, the profession is going to be in the best position to give you real-time feedback about what's working, what's not working. And if you have those partners supervised by one of your staff effectively, I think that can mitigate the risk that is rightly being pointed out. But I think particularly implementation, the firms are the ones implementing. So that I just reinforced the point I think you were making.
Is it, Natasha, you?
Can I just, just to clarify, because it might be a point of misunderstanding, because my understanding of what we're talking about here is partnerships, that they're effectively your local representation that's kind of helping to get the message out about what the standards are trying to do, make sure they're being properly implemented. That would not, of course, preclude getting feedback from the industry. Of course, you would want that they're implementing. But what we're talking about here is a kind of local IAASB, if I understand correctly. So maybe you could clarify that. And for me, that is a really important role, and that needs to be independent and rigorous. And I just quote from a point in the document that one of the things that you're looking to do is have minimal formalities to join the partnership framework. Will include documented expressions of commitment, etc. The onboarding process should be practical and easy to implement, allowing flexibility to consider any specific requirements of the partners. So for me, that's the wrong way around. It should be quite a rigorous process of selection, and the onboarding process should be pretty rigorous too, to make sure that the messaging that's being conveyed is what you want it to be. But I have no issue at all, of course, of the practitioners implementing their perspectives. The problem comes when they become your agents within a jurisdiction.
So thank you very much for these extremely useful comments from all of you. And let's see if I can clarify a few things. Of course, we will take this very seriously back, and that's why we are presenting here, because we wanted to hear your advice and perspectives. So we spoke about the red lines, independence, all these things, optics, and etc. The connection, engagement, and etc. with the profession is key, and is no doubt is not at stake. On the contrary, we are doing a lot of things, and by the way, innovative ways of making sure that the profession has an opportunity to contribute to the standards. There are new working groups, new ways of communication with the GPPC, with the GAA now created new working groups, ethics working groups in the case, to work with us. So we are everywhere. We are attending forum firms like we never did before, with deep dives in certain issues. So that's not at all a question. On the contrary, we need it more and more, because as we move to a different working model, of course, the profession needs to engage with us in innovative ways, and if anything, more effective. I think it's starting being more effective, because the profession is getting organized in a way that it wasn't before, to make sure that the feedback that we receive is consistent, structured, provided by the right people in the right occasions, and all these things. Now, the partnership, Natasha, the objective is not to create any local IASBs. There are some already. Some local ethics committees and standard setters and etc. It can be local, it can be global, it can be many things. We are not aiming at having a specific approach. I think that the main objective of this is a little bit like the IAASB is doing, is try to reach out to more stakeholders in a more effective way. I'm going to take an example. I don't even know if ever we are going to have a partnership with them, but just an example. Take, for instance, ACCA. ACCA has how many offices, how many participants? Sorry?
130.
Oh, okay. You have so this is an incredibly powerful way of reaching out locally to different stakeholders, etc. And still, we are not at all planning or even foreseeing the possibility of that influencing the way we want the standards to be implemented, applied, and etc. So that's why I said also that the objective of these partnerships needs to be very well defined and scoped, so that we make sure that this is for the right purpose and that does not influence. Still, the collaboration, which I think is really the word of the profession in implementing the standards, is of course crucial. I give you again the example of IMAG, this group that we have created with I don't know how many practitioners. It's just practitioners telling us, this is how this is going, this is going well, this is going wrong, you need to do this and that. Mechanisms like this, we need them, but they are complementary and serving different purposes and different objectives. These partnerships are really about leveraging our capacity to do what adoption and implementation working group is doing, what IFAC might be doing, what PIOB is doing, et cetera, in terms of bringing the standards closer to stakeholders, creating awareness, understanding, and these things. But again, very helpful this conversation, both the different perspectives, and we will take them back and make sure that we are clear at all times about the objectives and how this is working, to avoid any kind of bias and any kind of undue influence or lack of influence.
Thank you. Okay, I'm conscious of time. Is it a very quick one, Javier? Susan, you had yours up before, but you've taken it down. Is that because?
I agree with Hilda. I misunderstood.
Right.
The same way they
Yeah.
did, but I just want to use. I apologize. I misunderstood as well. Agree with Hildy and Dwayne. I just wonder if maybe the use of partnership is a little bit of a hot button, because in some jurisdictions it implies the formality of a relationship. So maybe it's, I don't know, strategic stakeholder or something like that. That may help your point about regulatory capture. I don't know.
Look, thanks. I mean, you've heard the inputs, insights, and you're at the early stages where you're still working it up, and that is good. You brought it to us, and you've had some very good input. So Javier,
yeah, a very
word.
quick question. How do you envisage to start the process? I mean, you're going to have a small team or a team that's going to talk to stakeholders maybe around this table that go to identify potential partnerships. How is going to work the process before implementation or anything?
A very brief answer.
How do you envisage to implement the process? Meaning, when you start step one, it's going to be you have a team already, or you're going to set up a team in IESBA that's going to be talking to potential partnerships, maybe talking to the stakeholders around the table. They can introduce you people. I mean, how do you envisage the whole process before implementation or anything?
Yeah, so obviously we'll be leveraging the initial existing contacts and relationships that we have where we can. We've obviously got the A&I working group, which I mentioned earlier. So there's 5 board members that are on the working group, plus 2 staff members and a technical advisor. I'm sure we'll get Gabrielle to help in certain aspects as well. But yeah, we'll be looking at a lot of the ones that we're looking at, we already have some sort of level of relationship already, and it's just really looking at extent, especially in those initial sort of 5 that I would mention before. Yeah.
Look, thank you very much. No, I think I'm going to have to. Bello, is it a very quick one, because we're really tight on time?
Yeah, a very quick one. Thank you. I suggest that to drop the term strategic partnership, we use strategic collaborations, because I mean, and in addition to that, the use of the stakeholders in you develop standard, you cannot implement standard yourself. You need the support of others. So I suggest that this is a very straightforward and a very good effort being made, and I strongly support that you go all out. You have to segregate perhaps these kind of strategic collaborations that you will be having. PIR should be separated from research work or standard development or capacity building. So this is basically what I'm suggesting. So the use of strategic collaborations is a better word, and that's what we have been using in the industry. Thank you.
Okay, I don't think. We were due to finish in an hour's time, but the social event here is at 6 p.m. Were there any of you who were planning to leave at 4:30 and come back at 6, or would you be okay if we ran on for, let's say, another half an hour till 5 o'clock, and then if that's okay, because I also want to do justice to the next topic, because that was one, it was a specific ask of this group to the standard setting boards. I don't know, in year 1, I think it was, so 2 years ago. So if that's okay, we'll just go on and let it run on beyond the scheduled end time of 4:30, and I appreciate if you can do that. So let me now let's move to session 2. We've had a long day already, and that was only session 1. So as we know, the post-implementation reviews play a very important role in determining the effectiveness of the significant standards, and therefore the 2 SSBs, the staff will lead us through this. We've got 2. One is ISO 540. I think that's you, Rachel, Isabel, sorry. And then we've got Jean, who's joining us. I think she's joining us from New York, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. So do I hand over to the chairs directly, or do I hand over to Isabel? To Isabel? Okay, Isabel, over to you.
Thank you, Alan. So we're going to turn our eyes on post-implementation reviews. So I'm going to start with a bit of context for in general on the post-implementation reviews. Then, thank you. And then I'm going to walk you through the post-implementation review of ISA 540, auditing accounting estimates and related disclosures. And then Jean will walk you through the post-implementation review for IAASB on no-CLAR. So just a little bit of context before we go into the slides. We just talked about having feedback for implementation, how those are applied in practice. So post-implementation reviews is one of the tools that we have to learn about that, to learn about how the standards or pronouncements are adopted and how if they are applied consistently. There are 2 post-implementation reviews at the moment, one for IAASB and one for the IAASB. Although they're led by different teams, I just want to highlight that we have done very close collaboration. We coordinated pretty much every step of the way between Jean and I, and also Dan and Cam that oversees the project with us. We align our objective, we align our processes, and this is to make sure that the experience from stakeholder when they engage with either of those post-implementation reviews is streamlined, it's the same, it's similar, so there is a consistent process in place. So what are the objective of the post-implementation review? So it all starts with a project. So there's always project objective when we start to revise a standard or to develop a new standard. And those are really well defined in the project proposals. So basically the post-implementation reviews ask the question, has the standard achieved its intended outcome? Have they met the objective that was set up at the beginning? And to do so, we're looking at 2 things. First, whether there were some benefits that came from applying the standard. So have people observed or experienced some of those benefits, and what are they? And then the second thing that we're looking at is any practical challenges in implementing the standard. We're not only looking at the challenges, but also we're asking people to identify potential root causes of those challenges, because that will tell us a little bit, or will lead us to what action are needed to address those challenges. So sometimes it could be standard setting if the standard is not clear or lacks some requirements. We can also develop some non-iterative material if it's more guidance that is required. And sometimes we will work with other organizations that may be better placed to address the challenges. So it may not be because of the standard itself, it may be what we need is more in line with another organization remit. And what is the approach for post-implementation reviews? So both boards agreed to do a phased approach. So the first phase that we did back in 2025 was really to understand what is the current landscape. So we did a lot of initial information gathering. We looked at some data that was out there from IFAC on the adoption. We also reached out to GSS, to firms, and to regulators because they're really directly involved with the standard. And that was just to understand overall what are the key challenges, what are the key benefits, and that helped us shape the survey that are publicly that have been published on both sides, on both boards. And it was very important that for us to do that so that we can ask the right question, the right technical questions, but also from other perspectives. The second phase, which is the public consultation phase, it's really where we want to gather the feedback from all the stakeholders. So now we're not just focusing on a few stakeholders, but really we want to make sure that we get the perspective from everyone and from all across the world, so all the jurisdictions. The public consultation phase is one piece of it, but we're also augmenting it or complementing it with targeted outreach. So we're not just going to rely on the feedback that we get from the public survey, but we want to also do some outreach to make sure that we get all that perspective, and also to make sure that we get all the nuances that we don't sometimes get from reading a written response. So that's why we're engaging with you guys today. And also we've raised awareness with the user advisory group that was just formed. So both board went and had a session with them. We are planning to engage with firms, regulator, other monitoring group members to make sure that we have the public interest perspective in mind, GSS. So there's a lot of outreach coming up in the next few months. Yeah, so the goal is really to combine the survey feedback with a direct dialogue to make sure that we have a good understanding of the feedback. That was the context in general for post-implementation review. Now we're going to look at the post-implementation review on auditing, accounting estimates, and related disclosures. A little bit of background on where the ISA 540 revised originated from. So it came from the consultation that was done for the 2015 to 2019 strategy development, so a few years back. And it was initially because of the growing challenges with the complex estimates, initially with financial institutions. So there was a working group that was established to really identify what was those challenges, and the fact that IFRS 9 was coming into becoming effective at that time, which introduced the expected credit loss model that brought complexity in the judgment, and then that translated in difficulty in applying the auditing standard. So that was one part of it. The other part, it was the recurring findings from the audit regulators on auditing accounting estimates. So there was always a theme that was pointed out in those inspection reports on the, not lack of, but the maybe not as strong challenge of management challenge as necessary. So the professional skepticism was always a theme in those inspection reports. So all that together, the IAASB has concluded that a comprehensive revision of ISA 540 was needed. And it was needed not only for those complex estimates or just for financial institution. It was concluded that the whole the whole standard was needed to be revised, and it will apply to all estimates. So I'm just going to summarize some of the key changes that was introduced in ISA 540. There was a lot of changes, but I'm just going to point out a few. So there was a much stronger focus on risk assessment, and that was also developed at the same time as the revised ISA 315 2019. So the two task forces coordinate a lot to make sure that the concepts and the new revisions of ISA 315 were aligned with what what was introduced in ISA 540. There was a greater emphasis on internal control, and also a clear focus on the methods, data, and assumption that management is using to prepare the accounting estimates. The second thing that the standard introduced was the objective-based work efforts. So again, there was a different approach to the audit testing, focusing on the three key elements, so the data, methods, and assumption. To respond to the regulators' findings on professional skepticism, there was a stand-back requirement added to make sure that the auditors is considering both supporting and contradictory evidence before reaching conclusions. And finally, there was a real effort on making the the standard scalable and proportionate because it has to apply not only to those complex estimates, but also for the more simple ones. So where we are right now in the review process or the post-implementation process is we're in phase 2, as I mentioned. The survey is currently open, so we are going to analyze the feedback in Q2 and Q3, and we are continue gathering some feedback through outreach as well to have the final recommendation to the board in December 2026. If we look at the survey more specifically now, as I mentioned, the survey is currently open, closes on June 15, 2026. And the survey has 5 different sections. The first few sections is really to provide some context, learn about the respondents, so what stakeholder group they represent, what region they represent, and then just overall question on their impression. Where there's a lot of questions are in this section 4 and 5 that you can see on the slide. So the perceived benefits, we also tailor that to what we believe the experience of the respondent will be. The same way for potential challenges or impacts. So there's a lot of technical questions included on, for example, how the risk assessment is performed, the scalability of the standard, audit approach and all that. But those questions only appear if you select that you are from an audit background or you're a regulator and those type of stakeholders. For other stakeholders, such as the users and preparers, the survey will display different questions in those last 2 sections. So it will be focused on the experience and observation that are relevant to those stakeholders. So looking at, for example, the quality of interaction with the auditors, the clarity and usefulness of the auditor reporting, or the financial statement disclosures. In addition to asking for those challenges and impact, we're also asking the potential root causes of the challenges. And we're asking also the stakeholders to suggest some actions that the IAASB can take to remediate those challenges. So today's discussion will focus on 3 key areas. And we really welcome the perspective of all the stakeholder groups. So that's why we have this, we asked for this opportunity today to talk to the SAC, because you represent such a wide variety of stakeholder groups, variety of jurisdictions. So we really want to hear from everyone, because that will give us a good feedback and good input when we do our analysis of the project. So the 3 areas that we selected, they're not technical. They don't go into this requirement or this application material. They're really overall questions that everyone can answer, and they will. The first one will focus on the work by the auditor. So the work effort done by the auditor, and by that we mean, like, have you seen or have you experienced a greater focus on understanding management process, understanding the internal controls related to accounting estimates, the disclosures, are there any additional effort put by the auditors on understanding the disclosures and not just the final number on the balance sheet or the income statement, but all the disclosures related. The second areas where we want to discuss is communication and transparency. So that has twofold. So the first one is communication. So the interaction between the auditors and management, or the auditors and those charged with governance, the preparers of the financial statements, how those discussions are going, have they increased, there are more discussion and things like that. And the second piece is transparency. So what do you see on the auditor's report? Have you noticed some more information through key audit matters on the accounting estimates? And then the last areas that we want to ask questions on is on the quality of the financial reporting. So it's really kind of has the work focus of by the auditor or the communication, have they influenced what the preparers are putting into the financial statements. So because of the additional questions or additional work effort from the auditors, have that changed how management prepares the accounting estimate, prepares the disclosures? So those are the three areas that we want to focus our discussions today. And then that's just a little look at the planning for the project. So we are right now in doing that further information gathering and activities. And like I mentioned, in December, this is where we're going to present our final views and recommendations to see if there's any actions that the IAASB should put into the work plan to address those challenges. So with that in mind, Alan, I will turn it back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Isabel. In fact, I was just going to ask if you put the questions up. So that was the next chart. So thank you for that. So you got basically 3 questions you would like answered, yeah?
Yeah, so the first question is around the work focus by auditors. And the A, B, C, D, it's not really question, it's more some key areas that you may have observed or experienced, but it's really, we want to have the question on, have you seen or experienced an increased work focus by the auditor on accounting estimates?
So this question is targeted specifically at?
Oh, everyone can answer.
Yeah, okay.
So you either answer from your perspective as auditor, have you increased your work on those areas, or by preparer or user, have you seen the auditor perform a little bit more work?
Okay. Who would like to? I mean, I'm happy to, give you my own experience as, somebody who's charged with governance. So I've certainly seen more challenge from the auditor. I'm not sure that management necessarily appreciates that. And I do sense quite a bit of a pushback as to, particularly, why do you, when you start framing the risks right at the start of the audit, I've noticed that management is questioning, some of those assumed risks, the presumption of risk that you have, like revenue recognition or undue influence of management, et cetera, et cetera. And I find I have to kind of educate my board colleagues, some on the audit committee, but also management as well, about the importance of the work that the auditors are doing in this area. I think there's still quite a bit of education that is required and probably more explanation on the part of the auditors to management as they're framing the audit plans so that management are comfortable with the importance of the work you're going to do. I find that, because I'm part of this group and I've been in IFAC, et cetera, I kind of understand what you're doing and I try to sort of be a faithful ambassador for the work and defend what the auditors are doing. But I suspect there won't be many audit committee chairs that would take that position. So that's my experience. The other thing is I've noticed is the auditors are certainly using much more external information to validate the assumptions that are made. So using, what competitors have said, what the analysts are saying, et cetera, to validate the forward-looking assumptions and statements about the state of the industry, the cycle in which it is, et cetera, et cetera. So, I think it's what I see so far is very positive from a charge with governance point of view. I'm no longer a preparer, obviously. But that was to kick it off. Control of who went first. So should I start on this side? Okay, why don't we just go that way? Okay. Jose.
Okay, first of all, I would like to congratulate the staff because the information regarding that issue is outstanding. It is a lot of information on the webpage, and you read it, it's very outstanding. I particularly read and read many times the example of the IFRS 9, which is very, very important. And the examples are very, very standard. Really, I appreciate it. And regarding the question, yes, of course. I've been the internal auditor of my company for the last 15 years, and I saw a great change in the scope of the work, in the questions that the external auditor make us, and of course, in the invoice.
I think it's important to include in this survey the view of, board of directors. Because I think sitting in an audit committee or as an ad, non-executive director, sometimes we feel that, it's really, how can I say, difficult to rely on the financial statements and the audit work report when it says, oh, it's based upon the information provided by management. To be honest, as an investor or as a board of the, board member, it's kind of this survey, and don't take me wrong, but is, something that the auditors are, qualifying its report and the management saying that, yes, I'm providing the right, accurate information. But at the end of the day, I think that one, stakeholder that's missing here is the investors, right? Because when we look at all, starting with Enron, but all those scandals, situation, events, the investors, the company was audited by, big firms, audit firms. The management, all of a sudden, they are not that qualified, or there is conflict of, there's compliance issue, there are compliance issues and so on. So it seems like when we have, a rating for any issue that, the bank issue that you have from, those rating firms like S&P and so on, that sometimes the investors and, the board members feel like I'm totally unprotected. And at the end of the day, I need to have, to make sure that I question so many things that I'm kind of, in the loop of, if we have a really good, CFO in terms of communication, in terms of presentation, very nice PowerPoints and so on, and, a very well-educated auditor at the same time, the board member feels like, oh my God, what am I missing? Oh, and what's my civil responsibility, of not getting, enough information. So, and if we think about all the topics that the board members now need to cover, it's quite impossible to, rely on a report that pretty much says, oh, I'm based upon the information provided by the management. Oh, and by the way, if something happens, the information was not that accurate. Okay, so every time that I ask the partner of another firm in a disruption scenario, let's say, okay, about what's your view in terms of continuity of this firm and so on, what they provide, the info that they provide me, it's like it's really don't understanding, the industry, or digging down the information provided by, And going back to.
I need to, sorry, just to ask you.
Okay, going back to artificial intelligence, sometimes I feel more comfortable, okay, to get the information, going to, putting all the reports, everything, financial reports and everything in a ChatGPT or, Gemini, then asking the auditor to get the same information in more accurate one.
So I'm assuming you're addressing the second question here, right? So not this, it's really question. Maybe
No, I'm talking about the survey as a whole, but, that we're targeting, where the target is management and the audit firms. And I think that in order to have an accurate answer and the overview of the situation, we need to, expand and ask other stakeholders to answer this survey.
That was the intention, wasn't it? Oh. That is the intention, that your survey is going to be broad. Yeah, so it wasn't just limited to auditors or management, is my understanding. But sorry, the point I wanted to make is if you just put up question number 2, sorry, because, the question is, do you believe that the transparency of the communication between the auditors and in your case, somebody who's charged with governance in addition to your investor role, do you believe that has improved as a result of 540 revised? Yeah. Just a
to be honest, yes, we have a lot of more pages, but at the end of the day, I think the output is the same or even worse.
So the quality hasn't improved, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Okay. Right, Hilda?
Sorry, Alan, maybe just to your point, and maybe in the interest of time, I think these 3 topics are sort of going to blend into each other. And so maybe we can, we do work effort, transparency, communication, and the impact on the entity.
Okay. Doug, sorry.
Okay. All right, I'll try and expand out from question 1 to all 3 parts. I guess the starting point is, as you outlined, the new, I'll call it newish, the revised 540 is definitely improvement on the old 540 in areas such as dealing with bias, the stand back, documentation and so forth. I think one of the challenges I'm finding is what is the cause? There's definitely an uplift in the work that the auditors are doing. There's probably areas that still need to be addressed, but what I'm having trouble with is cause and effect. How much of that is a standards? How much is regulation? How much is caused by market conditions? I can't really tell you how to unravel the different components. I think there is improved disclosure around estimation uncertainties. How much of that is because of what people learn through COVID-19 and so forth? Hard to say. I do think there are, maybe this isn't one of the 3 questions, but there are areas to think about in terms of further enhancements to 540 as well around experts, financial instruments, particularly derivatives with offsetting values. I could spend an hour on that one. And even sampling and error evaluation comes into it as well. So there are definitely further areas to think about, but I think it has stepped things up. It is an improvement. It's just I can't unravel how much is a stand and how much is other factors.
Thanks, Doug. Hilda?
Thank you. We have started discussions around this, so we're not yet done because we're in the middle. Struggling a little bit with the survey itself. It's leading to narrow responses, so I think we will do a letter to you, not respond to the standard. I'm sorry for you. Some wonder, why do you do it now? Why was it not earlier? I guess Tom explained this, that the time it's implemented, it's not always the same, but some of our members said maybe the post-implementation review that everybody very much supports, I have to be very clear on that, maybe it could be done a bit earlier, but up to you. I will focus mostly on the questions in your point 1 and 2. Most of them clearly say yes to those questions, maybe less on the, the more disclosure, more CAMs, there is less focus or less information on that, and maybe it's the problem that DOG has as well. A few challenges that were put to us. Actually, there is a lot of focus on risk assessment, and there are the 3 series standards as well. And this is an individual risk assessment approach, but you have the overall one as well. And there is people see a level of duplication in this, and potentially not the need to have the overall one, and then again start per standard. So maybe something for you to look at. There is definitely a lot more challenge to the company, to management, to those charged with governance, up to a point that some of them are at a loss as to, I don't have this information for you, I don't know what to respond to you, with the risk that the auditor almost is into a management role, which then will lead potentially to independence issues. So auditors say that oftentimes they have to be very, very careful about that, because the standard is so demanding that you might get into certain issues around this. The main consideration is, this standard is applicable for all audits. It's very much responding to the most complex ones, but where there are simple estimates, there are a lot of steps you have to go through and document before you can say, this is all not applicable to me. So some of our members have suggested this standard should actually, for those, and I will use the word less complex audits, maybe should include what is in the less complex audit standard on this matter into the ISA 540, so that, that can be used in, less complex entity audits, because the complexity of the standard is seen, or they call it the lack of proportionality and scalability, is seen as potentially the biggest challenge of this standard.
Javier?
Thank you. I'm going to be very specific on the questions, Isabel, because actually it's very coincidental, but last week I was working on evaluation of a company, a major company, and I was paying attention to, I was reading the annual report of the company and the auditor's report. And it drew my attention, this company has been always kind of skimpy in terms of some of the information. And this time, and particularly on the key audit matters, was much more elaborated. And I said to myself, okay, this is an improvement for a company. So obviously something happened there that they were able to provide more information, more elaborated, and the same thing with some of the estimates. I can say it's all across the board, all the companies, no, but I have seen that there is more work there behind what they are providing now on the information. So I don't know if that addresses your points, but I'm telling you, my answer in general will be things are moving in the positive direction in that sense, including the disclosure that you are mentioning somewhere there. Okay.
Let's keep going around. I know it's not necessarily in the order in which the 10 cards went up, but Nicole?
My comment relates to communications in the auditor's report, especially key audit matters related to accounting estimates. I would argue that almost all key audit matters relate to accounting estimates to some extent. If you look at the most frequent CAMs that are out there, then it would be goodwill impairment and intangibles, it would be revenue recognition, M&A related CAMs, and the fourth is tax related CAM. And in all of these CAMs, you have to some extent accounting estimates, may it be the carrying amount, value and use, whatever. And I think this touches a little bit the point that was already made. I think it's hard to disentangle what comes now from ISA 701, so communicating key audit matters in the auditor's report, because before the users haven't had that information describing what was the risk and how the auditor addressed this risk, or is it now due to ISA 540? So I think this has to be kept in mind when asking this question and evaluating and interpreting the results of this question.
Willie, should I just keep going, or do you want to, at any stage, or Isabel, come back in? I mean, how do you? Just keep it going? Okay. Isabel?
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that there's more challenge. I just wanted to highlight that, at ESMA, we repeatedly, communicate that significant estimates and related disclosures are a key area for investors and therefore recurring enforcement priority. However, from our perspective, the enforcement outcomes indicate that the intended benefits may not yet have translated consistently into observable improvements in financial reporting quality. Year after year, our enforcement activity report shows that areas dominated by accounting estimates, such as impairment testing, financial instruments, including ECL, provisions and fair value measurement, remain among the most frequent sources of enforcement actions. So this suggests to us that despite the revised ISO 540, audit work might not be consistently resulting in sufficiently robust or decision useful reporting outcomes. Also, since enforcers don't review audit documentation, maybe beyond the audit report, the effectiveness can only be assessed indirectly through the quality of issues reported information. So from that perspective, we continue to observe generic and boilerplate disclosures about assumptions and estimation uncertainty, insufficiently entity-specific sensitivity analyses, and weak explanation of how key assumptions affect the carrying amounts or could lead to material adjustments in the near term. So, in terms, so we would probably recommend that there's some additional examples maybe provided to focus on other areas than fair value measurements, notably. And other aspects, and maybe just to inform you that our input will be filtered, would be part of IOSCO's response. Thank you.
Thanks, Isabel. Go, Chira.
Thank you very much. So in terms of the standard itself, we agree that the revised ISO 540 introduced stronger requirements and also clearer guidance for auditors to support robust audit procedures over accounting estimates. At the same time, as Isabel mentioned right now, we continue to understand the estimates continue to be the area for the findings, and we really appreciate the continued initiative by the IAASB. And one of the area the IAASB may look at is focusing on like some specific area. For example, goodwill impairment might be one good area. So instead of having the high-level discussion, having some kind of example and identify what could be the issue, and non-authoritative material can be like helpful. So I think by nature, the accounting estimate is very difficult area. So that is why really appreciate the continued effort. Thank you very much.
Monica?
Thank you. My comments were with different words addressed by Hilde, but just to make a reference as it relates to increased work focus by auditors. Certainly, there is increased work. Those at the companies that need to answer to the auditors have observed from what I hear on this additional work and on additional requests. However, when we hear from the market itself, so outside the companies that are being audited, this is not clear yet. Because usually if you check the auditor's working papers, the details are there, this additional work is there. Frequently, this is not even covered by the fees because depending on the size of the company, they don't accept to pay for that, but that this is an extra point. But the fact is that when you check the both the explanatory notes at the financial statements and on the auditor's report, including CAMS, you don't identify this more detailed or more complex focus that is done by the work. And when we think on a review, but when I refer to Hilde, the point is that when the standard was reviewed last time, it basically focused through a more complex perspective. What is correct when we think on the more complex operations? However, more simplified estimates that frequently were not even covered by the standard start being covered, and that turned really hard to be done by an auditor of a less complex entity. Remember that LCE is not adopted worldwide yet. So this has been somehow impacting. Maybe it's about a kind of dosimetry needed to be reviewed as it relates to those estimates that are not so complex. Thank you.
Thank you. Keep going. Yeah, okay, Nicholas.
Thank you. I would like to say two parts. The first part is that on April the 1st, IFIA published a survey of inspection findings for 2025. And you will see for the last 5 years that for accounting estimates, the total number of findings vary. Like in 2021, there were 158 findings. The next year it went 147, then 149, and 131 last year, 2024. And in 25, it went to 166. It has, in which areas, in one table B4, you will see the areas that there were deficiencies in a sense. So some were going upward and some were going downward. So what we see from the big six, because the audit findings of the big six firms for the last 5 years, there's like mixed findings, like up to last year they were going down, and now last year they went up. I'll go to my second part, where we as regulators, we see for the big six, especially when we did one inspection last year, one big six, very complicated assumptions and estimates. We saw very good documentation from the auditor. They've taken everything in consideration, the professional skepticism, the risks, the management bias, etc. So from what we discussed with them, the big six have special units, special departments for these assumptions. So we could see that the documentation was very good. On the other side, when we investigated a smaller firm, the documentation was very bad. They didn't have the understanding. So I could say that for the smaller companies or audit firms, it's not the same as the big audit firms. So I think there they need, more training, more documentation, so they can understand how to understand this ISA better. Thank you.
Thank you. Case.
Thank you. A couple of initial observations first. So I'm talking from some of the conversation I had regarding the Swedish market. So you know where I'm coming from. I also have, with my background working for a preparer organization, now for working for the audit profession. So I take a kind of perspective of both. Also, my conversations in the Swedish market have been around audits of corporates, not financial institutions. I think that's important to understand also my comments on this. I think that a general comment that I've heard is that this standard is kind of led to a kind of over implementation, I think, from the audit firms. And it's not also that if you compare it to the timetable when this was issued compared to ISO 315 revised, I think that's also created kind of process-wise, is kind of why are we doing this? Because when you got 315 out in the, you say, okay, this is the methodology that you should apply. So I think that made kind of the auditing process come out kind of more complicated than should maybe have been done. So that's kind of think about in the future how to do it in the right order. Another observation is that this standard is very much keen on the accounting standard IFRS 9. It's not really scalable in that if you enter into local GAAP, for example, it's not that easy to scale it, so to say, given with this approach that you applied. So this is also an observation. Regarding the first question, I say that for question 1A, yes, there's great, of course, greater attention to it, but on the other hand, if the question to 1B would be to say, sorry, no, there's no more focus on understanding testing controls relating to accounting estimates. They're more focused, but no change, so to say, to the approach. And also that goes also to 1C on more increased focus on disclosures. Yes, but maybe it had turned too much on the disclosures in the other end. So it's kind of a mixed feeling you have to get from this. Of course, it had led to a change, but maybe the improvement is not that much. If you go to the second question about transparency through communications reporting, the first 2A question is that when I have conversations both with auditors and corporate companies, I say that the interactions, communication has not really improved. There's not really a clear effect in the positive side we are getting through our conversations and that. To be communication in the auditor's report, you can see some improvements in key audit matters. But going back to previous comments about what is cause and effect in that sense over time. So maybe if it's just this standard, auditing standard or something else. But there is, of course, a little bit of improvement that can be at this, but not a significant effort or improvement, I would say. On question 3, I would say that, well, it depends on the conversation you're having, but I would say 3A, if there is further challenge to the method assumption data for accounting estimates, we're not really sure if have been further challenges to this. And 3B, if there's more robust considerations, yeah, maybe a little. But overall, getting to 3C about is there more decisions in management? It's from our conversations, we don't really hear an effect on it. So the conclusion on the standard would be simply yeah, there are some incremental improvements, yes, but it doesn't seem to be a significant effect. So that would be a very, very preliminary conclusion from our side.
Nice. Hina, would you mind if I just bring some in and then come back to you? So David?
Sorry. Well, I had to take an opposite perspective from many, which I'm surprised by. I feel the revised ISA 540 is a great improvement for insurers and banks, because that's the world I'm in, to support both auditors and preparers. This is incredibly important for preparers as well. And it's especially important for IFRS 9 ECL, IFRS 9 level 3 assets, IFRS 17 actuarial liabilities. These are complicated standards that are not being done that well. And that's why IFIR is finding problems, because the audit evidence to support by the preparers to support these standards is weak or confusing. And it's going to get worse when IFRS 9 RMA, risk management accounting, comes in, the new hedge accounting standard. That is as complicated as it comes. 20 years to build, and it's not an easy read. And I'm an accountant, and I'm reading it, so good luck. So I feel the fundamental issue is the IASB, on those standards. And I think Matt mentioned principles versus rules earlier on. I think principles is the way as the umbrella statement, and then if you get into technical details, you move into rules. And these standards need more rules because people are messing it up. And I think ISA 540 produces more of those rules in terms of evidence that you require, controls that you need in order to produce a very solid result. And so I'll leave it there. I think you did a great job with the revision. I agree with 1A to D, and then 2, I agree with the communication as well. I'll stop my preaching then.
Thank you, David. And Yahara?
Thank you so much. I just go straight to improve communication. I will say absolutely there is great improvement in interactions and communications between the auditor and management, and especially those charged with governance. And in Nigeria, I would say what actually enhanced this is regulations from audit regulators that require auditors to have robust disclosure on how they look at accounting estimates and the interactions with both management and those. And also went further to demand the auditors to escalate such issues to the regulator. And therefore, my understanding is because the auditors want to avoid sanctions and this, and that facilitated the increase in communication, because in the review of financial statements by the regulators, we go down looking at how the auditors have actually participated in doing this. So there is a very clear positive response. However, I wouldn't want to attribute it to the standard, but I will also believe it is the increased focus by auditors, and that takes us to the partnership that requires the standard setters and regulators in implementing the standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew?
Thanks. Yeah, two comments. I agree that I think that the revisions have been were an improvement and have led to more robustness. And I think also one of the things that we've noticed, or a sign of that, is that it's actually sort of a perhaps a unintended consequence of these, is that actually as the financial statements, or as the financial statements have increased in including accounting estimates and related disclosures, and the audit of those have become more robust, we're now seeing more and more, particularly from the preparer community, asking for standard setters to reduce the number of estimates in the financial statements, so I think that's a sign that that there is something at least going on, right? And that the work here is becoming more robust. That, of course, the merits of that is a separate conversation, but anyway, I think that's a sign there. I did want to maybe a little bit just differently, and I wanted to agree and just comment on Nicole's observation that I think she said that almost all key audit matters relate to accounting estimates in some form. And I agree with that. I don't have the evidence in front of me, but at least just anecdotally, I agree with that almost all key audit matters relate to estimates and related disclosures in one way or another. And I don't think that is, I don't know, Nicole didn't say how she felt about that, but I don't know if that's a good thing. And I think there might be a little too much focus on this in the key audit matter discussion. And at least what I find is that it seems that so many of these key audit matters do relate to accounting estimates and some various technical aspects of them. And those are, I think that it's perhaps the case that auditors are, and I think this was not intended by the standard setters, but by you all, that are veering towards choosing matters of high technical complexity to put in as key audit matters and not the most material or presenting the most downside risk to investors. In some cases, I think actually investors would be most concerned about things that are actually more basic and banal, like, is there cash in the drawer or not, right? Not the, oh, here's the cost of capital estimate related to this business unit supporting goodwill. We think that, we think that's off by 2 basis points or something. So just an observation there. That's a little bit outside of the scope of the question, but I think related to the communications point. Thanks.
Thank you, Matthew. Hina?
Yeah. I also want to make the point of SMP challenges. I understand the standard is very informative and has increased the work of the auditor and useful for larger entities. That's on the one side, but there are certain challenges which the SMPs face while implementing this this standard. And this could be a combination of like how the auditor skepticism or estimates and ethical obligations under the IASBA code could be interplayed between them. So how this standard is not giving the advantage of LCE standard presence in certain jurisdiction because the adoption is not taken into place. So the work which could have been benefited due to LCE standard is not implemented. As such, the current standard, which is applicable, is not giving that advantage, and it's a big challenge for this small sector. That's the point I want to make.
Thank you, Hina. I think that was also the observation from Hilda, in terms of scalability. Okay, thanks. I'm sure that will feature in how you receive the feedback and how you then respond to it. Right, Natasha.
Great, thank you. So we've heard a lot about actually quite significant improvements in rigor, is my take, kind of behind the scenes in terms of what's going on. I think, like was pointed out by a few, from a kind of investor disclosure perspective, there's still an issue of boilerplate, which is unhelpful and is a shame, because I think there is an opportunity there to provide more color. I mean, one of the phrases that I think I get most annoyed with when it comes to these sorts of estimates is it's within the reasonable range, but without any indication on whether it's on the kind of optimistic end of that range or on the prudent end of that range, and sort of getting more with regards to that from the auditor, I think is kind of exactly what we're expecting them to give us. And then I just wanted to bring in a point about sensitivity analysis. This is something that we've been having quite a few dialogues with companies and auditors about, where within the standards, and I'm speaking about IFRS here, which I'm most familiar with, there is a requirement for sensitivity analysis where you've got critical accounting assumptions that have material uncertainty. So you need to then be able to convey to the providers of capital, therefore, if I had taken a different assumption, what would that have done to the reporting of the capital position, etc. You hardly ever get commentary from auditors on that. And in particular, what you don't get is where the company is not giving you a sensitivity analysis where you think they should be giving it according to the standards, and the auditor never comments on that omission. So that's just another angle. I don't know how relevant it is for you, but I would put that within the context of how better disclosures that could and should be coming to investors around this whole area of estimate uncertainty, etc. Thank you.
online, just making sure I haven't missed. It's a quick one, because we're running out of time. Thank you.
I think that the point that was just raised about Nigeria, that, you know, about the sanctions. I think that when we look at what's going on in the States and in other jurisdictions, there's a huge decrease, right, in terms of sanctions against the auditors. So I think that this gives us a sign of what's going on, what's, you know, the next, that the near future we will see more, you know, scandals and so on, because I think that the way to give around this is really to increase the sanctions against the auditors to avoid the conflict of interest that, you know, most external auditors, audit firms have to, you know, this, the CFO and it's a kind of, how can I say, a complicated scenario, because at the end of the day, the audit firms need to get more bids, needs to get more firms to be audited. So with that, most of the time, there is conflict of interest that the only way to get around this is that the regulators to really be more restrictive in terms of giving sanctions for the audit firms or the auditors that are not doing their job.
But surely that's also the responsibility of those charged with governance, isn't it? You know, by the time the regulators do the inspections and the findings and whatever they then do following up, and I'm not sure fewer sanctions means that things are getting worse and we're, but anyway, that's your perspective. But I'm just wondering, you know, I honestly believe that that is the role of the audit committees. They should make sure the auditors are truly independent, that they're doing quality work, that they're challenging management, and those charged with government should be supporting the auditors in the role that they play. Because at the end of the day, the audit committee is absolutely dependent on that independent work that is done by the auditors, as are, of course, ultimately the investors. So, you know, I would say don't just pin it on, you know, enhanced regulation. I think it starts well before that. And, you know, we have to ask ourselves, are those charged with governance strong enough in doing what they should be doing? But that's not part of 540, but I'm sure that is a relevant question that should be asked. But okay, Doug, I see you quickly put up your card. Was it in response to that, or is it just an additional insight?
A bit of an addition,
really
but very quickly. In terms of regulatory findings, I was having a look at the IFIA survey, and the highest level of findings in this area around reasonableness of assumptions and accuracy of data, which makes me think, how much can the standards help with that? Is it more a compliance issue that might be worthwhile talking to the regulators to unravel, yeah, where there's opportunities for the standard? I do think there are opportunities, by the way, but what's actually compliance itself. The other missing piece in this is in relation to question 3, financial reporting quality. There's no similar survey around findings by regulators on financial reports. I suspect from what's been said, from my own experience, this area estimates is probably one of the highest areas of findings. It might be useful to understand what level of findings there actually are in this space across some of the major jurisdictions. But yeah, it's an interesting question. What's the standards and what's compliance? Yeah.
I'm going to hand back to Isabel and Willie just to, you know.
Yeah. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for your feedback. I've noted it all down. Some of the key comments that I heard is we are moving in the right direction with ISA 540 revised. There are still some findings in the inspection reports. So maybe more example, more guidance could be helpful to mitigate that. And also the big challenge that I've noted is around scalability for less complex estimates. And that was kind of a recurring theme that I heard throughout. But I've noted all the comments, so we'll analyze everything. So really appreciate the opportunity to speaking with you today, and also looking forward to your completed survey responses over the next 6 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Jean, you've been very patient in New York. So good morning to you. Do we go straight to Jean? Yeah. Okay. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Alan, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody. The next section, I will be speaking to you about the IAASB's non-compliance with laws and regulations post-implementation review, for short, the NOCLAR PIR. This is one of the PIRs the IAASB committed in conducting during as part of the strategy and work plan for 2024 to 2027, and is actually one of 2 post-implementation reviews out currently for comment. The other one is around the restructured code, but I will just be covering the NOCLAR one today. I will briefly touch over the next few minutes just the scope of the NOCLAR post-implementation review, a brief overview of the NOCLAR project itself, its objectives and the key outcomes, the timeline that we are anticipating and concluding with the post-implementation review, and then I'll hand over to you to get your input into the 3 questions that we posted in the paper. So let me start with the scope. So just the previous slide. Thank you. So the scope, the post-implementation review covers both section 260 and 360 in full, which sets out the NOCLAR framework for professional accountants in business and those professional accountants in practice, but also includes the consequential implications of confidentiality and professional behavior. It is important to note that the recent updates linked to the sustainability assurance are not within the scope, so it's out of scope as they are not yet effective. And mainly the post-implementation is about understanding how the NOCLAR framework has been working in practice since the NOCLAR standard became effective in 2017. So if we go on to the next slide, I'm just going to briefly step back and remind us why the NOCLAR standard was developed. So this was launched due to a number of major corporate scandals that was noted, Enron and WorldCom, and it was in response to these failures and concerned that the auditors and accountants sometimes are turning a blind eye to NOCLAR, hiding behind their professional duty of confidentiality under the IAASB code, or simply resigning from their assignment or engagement without the NOCLAR being appropriately addressed. There was a strong pressure also from the regulatory environment or community to examine the ethical expectation of a professional accountant under their overriding responsibility to act in the public interest. So there was also this recognition that there was a lack of practical guidance on how to resolve in a difficult dilemma when it's involving around confidentiality, and how to step back and stand firm as a whistleblower when faced with a non-compliance with laws and regulations. And so without guidance, there was also it was seen that the professional accountant ability to take the right decision when faced with a stressful situation, because we do know that those are stressful situations, there's pressures, depends very much on their personality and individual motivations and their own rationale. So this NOCLAR framework was developed after extensive global consultation to provide a clear principle-based framework. And as I noted, that became effective in 2017. And at the core, the NOCLAR standard or framework provides a response framework to help all professional accountants to navigate non-compliance with laws, regulations, situations, and to act appropriately in the public interest based on the specific facts and circumstances that, and these are often uncertain and complex. And this is done in a 3-step approach. It's that little arrow that's in the middle of the screen. Firstly, is where a professional accountant is required to obtain an understanding of the matter, including the nature, the context, and potential consequences, how to address the matter, and then determine whether further action is needed. So if we go to the next slide, I'm just going to touch on the objectives of a no-CLAR provisions. And I'm just going to highlight what a no-CLAR is. It was in the paper, it's also on the slide, but just so we are all on the same page. So a no-CLAR or non-compliance with laws or regulations is an act or omission or commission intentionally or unintentionally, which is contrary to the prevailing laws and regulations committed by a client or employer, those charged with governance, management, or other individuals working for or under the direct direction of a client or employer. So the objectives of this no-CLAR provisions are for all professional accountants to comply with the fundamental principles, specifically integrity and professional behavior. And this is done by alerting management or, where appropriate, those charged with governance of the client to seek to enable them to rectify, remediate, or mitigate the consequences of identified or a suspected non-compliance or deter the commission of the non-compliance where it has not yet occurred. And then also to take any further action as may needed, which is in the public interest. So it's important to note that, as I mentioned also, that no-CLAR situations are often creating the threats or pressures, for example, a self-interest threat or intimidation, and the no-CLAR response framework is designed to help professional accountants navigate those pressures, responsibility. So it's balancing acting in the public interest with the principles of confidentiality. So, and what is that reasonable ask of a professional accountant within their role in the public interest? On the next slide is just the intended outcomes or key outcomes of the no-CLAR provisions. And this is this timely response to the identified or suspected non-compliance, rectify, remediate, or mitigate the adverse consequences of identified or suspected no-CLAR to stakeholders and the general public, and then to deter or commission of non-compliance. And then also where increased laws and regulations, or where appropriate, increased reporting or identified or suspected of no-CLAR situations. On the next slide is the survey itself. So the survey was launched for consultation on April 1st and is open until July 30th. As mentioned, the PIRs are aimed to assess whether the standards, so the no-CLAR provisions, are being consistently understood and applied as intended, as what the intention was, and if there are any practical challenges, and determine if there are any benefits with the standards that could be identified, and then how further actions might be taken. So it's important to understand what the root causes are of potential issues, and that's what we're trying to get through this survey. The questions are tailored specifically on the previous slide per stakeholder group, and is designed in such a way to capture just the perspective and real world experiences of the different stakeholders. And it's also to help give the opportunity for stakeholders also to provide suggestions for the IAASB to address some of the challenges identified. On the next slide is the timeline on the way forward. So for 2025, the objective scope and approach of the PR was determined. The survey was launched in just after Q1 of 2026. And for the rest of 2026, targeted outreach will be conducted to create awareness of the survey, as well as obtain feedback. And this forum is one of how we're getting feedback from various stakeholders. And then analysis and reporting will follow when the survey closes at the end of July, with the final report that is expected in Q1 of 2027. And the final report will provide recommendations for the IAASB to consider what the further action should be, or whether there should be any further actions, such as further information gathering or standard setting, or the development of non-authoritative materials. On the final slide is just a questions where I would turn to you shortly, where we just want to know from you whether you have knowledge and experience with the no-CLAR provision specifically in your jurisdictions, insight or perspective you can share on the implementation and consistent application of the no-CLAR standard, and then importantly, what IAASB should consider as part of this post-implementation review. Thank you very much, and I'll hand back to you, Alan. Thanks.
Thank you, Jean. So we got the questions. Who would like to give some input? Doug? Thank you for kicking off.
I thought I'd start the conversation by being a little controversial in that, first off, post-implementation reviews are important, but I'm also conscious of IASB's projects and resources as well and how much time might be spent on it. And I reflect back on the last review of NOCLAR, which was quite an extensive process. I think there's a few challenges in this space. One is that in major jurisdictions, a lot of the reporting of contraventions, suspected contraventions, particularly by auditors, is a legislative requirement as well. So it's under legislation, so trying to work out how NOCLAR works there is an interesting question. The other issue that came up the last time around, which I suspect will be an issue again, and I'm not suggesting it change the settings because of this, is that the protections for those who report matters are typically provided under local legislation. So whether it's qualified privilege or whistleblower protection. So I'm not meaning to be unduly negative. I think post-implementation reviews are important, but also trying to be realistic that there may be a limit to how far, how much further we can take matters on NOCLAR as well.
Thank you, Doug. Hilda?
Thank you. A bit in the same vein as Doug, I think we will not be in a capacity.
Speak up a little bit.
Sorry,
mostly for those online.
I do not believe we will be in a capacity to respond because there are a lot of questions there in, even if you only go to your category, so to say. But we are discussing and we plan to actually ask all our members, have you implemented, have you not implemented? And if not, why is that? And we think that that will be quite useful information for you. So that's why we are planning to do that. But indeed, you know, at least in the European Union, there are laws and regulation that, for instance, in the audit regulation for public interest entity audits, there is an Article 12 report to the supervisor of public interest entities on material breaches of law, material threats or doubts about going concern, refusal of, you know, if you would not want to issue an audit opinion, you know, that's quite a high hurdle. So why is that? So there are in at least parts of the world, there is laws and regulation that are not exactly the same as NOCLAR, but that go quite in that direction, so that you don't have NOCLAR implemented is having oftentimes a reason. And more, especially in Europe, we have so much laws and regulations related to anti-money laundering that come in, you know, batch by batch, that, you know, there are other things taking over. So even if we might find that the implementation of NOCLAR as it is in European countries isn't great, we don't know, but we will see. It doesn't mean that this concept of what is behind this is not actually applied. There are many other things that go in the same direction. Thank you.
Yinhua?
Thank you, Chair. For this project, I think the main challenges is strong enforcement by regulators. If regulators don't enforce the standards, no professional accountants will not comply with it. The second, I don't have the statistics. It seems not so many cases of punishment. Maybe if you have the data. Second is the strong governance to support professional accountants to investigate, to comply with the standards. The third challenge is strong CPA profession in the jurisdiction. They need to have the bargaining power to say something management or those don't like. Thank you.
Thank you, Yinhua. Nicholas?
Thank you. I would like to go back to the definition, and that's like the word intentional or unintentional. And there's something in the definition by IAASB and EIOPA and IAASB on greenwashing. Again, it uses the word intentional or unintentional. I don't believe in unintentional. You must be stupid to be unintentional. So I believe it's all intentional. My experience with a small auditing firm, they did not, there were some regulations and they were not, they were not reported by the accountant, and the auditor didn't do anything about it. And he was sanctioned. He was also fined not to do a listed company, a pie company in like for 1 or 2 years. So the most important thing is it's in a sense, it's window dressing from the accountant. They want to make the financial statements look good because they are not complying with some laws, regulations, whatever these are. And on purposely, they're saying, no, we don't want to put that information because it will be harmful for our shareholders, our shares, whatever, people. So for me, it does exist, and you won't find it from big firms, big listed companies, because the auditors are very strict on that. So it's smaller auditing firms and smaller companies that, okay, who's going to see that? Okay, so I do believe it, and I think it's intentional.
Thank you, Hina.
NOCLAR is an important standard, and in our jurisdiction, we conducted various awareness campaigns before implementation. I feel the awareness among the auditors, audit profession was clear, and it was implemented and being implemented as well. But as far as the PIEB is concerned, the people who are working the senior positions or in the middle positions as well, they have a lot of pressures, and they are not, even if they are aware, they are not, it's very difficult for them to implement it or do as exactly as the NOCLAR suggests. So that attention applies to the accountants face unique pressures and may lack institutional support for speaking up. So it is recommended that PIR captures evidence from jurisdictions that have not yet fully adopted the NOCLAR provisions, and understanding adopted barriers is as important as assessing post-implementation effectiveness. So IASBA may consider whether additional non-authoritative guidance or case studies would help practitioners as well as professional accountants, particularly in developing jurisdictions, navigate complex NOCLAR scenarios involving corruption, tax evasions, and environmental violations. So these kind of things will help in understanding and creating awareness, especially in the sector where professional accountants work. Thank you.
Koichiro.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking on behalf of Japan for this particular matter. So in Japan, NOCLAR provision have been implemented already. And what we hear is that this standard is working behind the scenes. So that is why it is not so easy to see the obvious effect. At the same time, the perception is that thanks to NOCLAR, auditors' behaviors would be affected, and also enhancing the communication between auditors with those charged with governance about contentious issues. So that kind of effect is happening. So that's the perception held by the stakeholders. And I think one of the area it might be useful is looking at the non-incident, like accounting scandal or that kind of things, and how NOCLAR worked. I think that might be a good idea to look at that. And the one area from the IOSCO discussion is that when the standard was developed, there is a discussion about specific wording, clearly inconsequential. So there is some concern that this clearly inconsequential can be overly used. And in the PIR, it's going to be a good idea how this provision is whether effectively used or overused. Thanks.
Thank you. Natasha?
Great, thank you. Just first a point of clarification. I'm not trying to be annoying, but you used the word client in the definition. Are we talking about the investee or the audited company rather than? Oh, sorry, yeah.
Page 19 in the right-hand blue
It's just
box.
another example. We're talking about client, and I'm never quite sure.
John, you can go ahead or I can jump in here. So maybe it's easier if I jump in. So Natasha, the term client in the IASB Code of Ethics is about the entity. So it's not the shareholders or the investors.
Good, okay. So worth, I think, being really clear about that as part of the consultation exercise. So I also agree it's actually a really important standard and one that I can see is mostly behind the scenes. But again, for me, actually, this is one way to get investors much more engaged with audit and these standards, because I think that investors will be or are very, very concerned about this issue. Obviously, there's a sustainability community, and we've heard about the kind of greenwashing risk. And I would say, therefore, what I'm not seeing, but what I think would be a natural consequence of the standard is proactive disclosure by auditors in their audit reports to shareholders about areas where you might expect there to be a regulatory legal issue. And that can be quite wide ranging. But for example, if the company is thought to have relatively aggressive tax planning, the auditor commenting on how they've ensured that that is okay according to the standard, or where the company, we know oil and gas companies, many of them in Europe, are claiming that they're aligned with a 1.5 degree pathway. I'd say that's questionable. Having the auditor say that they believe that that's consistent with the laws and regulations and there's no financial consequences into the financial state. I mean, it's a connectivity point to the sustainability reporting, but I think it could have quite severe financial implications, and therefore is something that I would like to see or expect to see the auditors commenting on more often. Thank you.
Nicole?
Yep, thank you. My comment relates to your third question. For public practitioners, the work effort with respect to no-cloud ought depend on the nature of the engagement, meaning the work effort for audits and other reasonable assurance engagements ought be different from that for reviews and other limited assurance engagement, which in turn also ought to be different from agreed upon procedure engagements and so on. Having that said, I believe it's important for IASBA to appropriately differentiate the work effort that ought to be applied depending upon the role of the practitioner.
Susan.
Yes, just like Japan, I think in the US, this is working behind the scenes and working well. But we've got laws in the United States that restrict or prevent any other type of disclosure to investors or anything like that. So that's something that just can't be done in the United States. And I expect that there are laws in other countries that would prevent that as well. So I'm just putting that out there. We've gone as far as we can and in the United States in adopting no CLAR, and I think we've come pretty close, except for that one small point. Yeah. I don't know if other countries have laws that restrict like that. Yeah.
Just my experience is, notwithstanding whether it's been adopted or whatever, what I feel it has done is has influenced companies' approach to codes of business conduct and codes of ethics. And the advantage of that is it goes, well beyond the professional accountants, particularly in businesses which, increasingly at the top, at the senior finance leadership level, some of them don't even have professional accountants. There are CFOs that are not therefore members of a professional accounting organization and therefore do not have to comply with their member obligation to their member body, the ICPA or ICAAW or whatever. So I think it is very important that what I think NOCLA has done is ensured that companies take notice of this and make sure they are embedded within however they oversee the code of ethics or code of conduct. And certainly, on the board, as a chair of an audit committee, those are the kind of things I discuss with the auditors to make sure they're paying attention to, is the code, first the internal audits, is it widely understood? Are people trained on it? Do we have independent sort of whistleblowing lines, helplines to support people who want to report, whether it's real or otherwise? If they see something that isn't right, they are encouraged to report it, and then it will be investigated independently, and there'll be no consequences if they've got it wrong, as long as it's not malicious or intentional. So I think NOCLA has helped raise the standard of ethical behavior and business conduct in businesses, from my perspective. I'm going to sort of hand over. I don't see any more cards or hands up. Nope. So I'm going to hand back to you just to maybe summarize what you've heard.
Thank you, Ellen, and thank you everybody for the comments. I really appreciate it. I've made a lot of notes, and we'll take everything in consideration as we continue with this post-implementation review and analyze the information. Glad to hear that both from Japan and the US, thank you for noting that is working behind the scenes. Also that, Nicole, the suggestion that you made for consideration further as well. Really, really appreciate everybody's feedback. I don't know, Ken or Gabrielle, if you want to add anything else.
Yeah, thank you, John. Maybe I'll just jump in and try to maybe address, maybe not all the comments, because we'll take all the feedback on board for further reflection, of course. But maybe some items that kind of jump to mind here. First of all, maybe I'll take a bit of a LIFO approach here, last in, first out, and maybe take Susan's comment. And maybe speak to essentially the example that IAASB has essentially demonstrated in terms of applying best efforts to align with IASBA's global standard on NOCLA, notwithstanding the fact that the whistleblowing provision essentially is not operable in the US context because of the legal constraints, prohibition on making disclosure of confidential information and so forth. The fact that IAASB has essentially adopted pretty much the rest of the standard actually carries a lot of weight and can actually make a big difference in practice, because the most important aspect of the standard is not the whistleblowing part of it. It is essentially the escalation and the response process. And what this does is actually, it stimulates a dialogue between the auditor or the professional accountant and management, or even the social governance. And that's to your point, Alan, that the standard essentially facilitates a conversation. It raises awareness that there is potentially an issue, and potentially a big issue if it is indeed potentially one that could lead to very significant adverse consequences. And it's not just in financial terms, but reputational terms as well, which can really be very adverse to stakeholders. So that's an important thing. And in fact, in our conversations with other stakeholders on the standard, we will leverage the example in the US, because what we've seen as we've been engaging with stakeholders around the world is that in some jurisdictions, just because legislators have not put in place safe harbors to enable whistleblowers to come forward, et cetera, that has been seen to be an insurmountable obstacle to adopting the standard. And that need not be the case, because you can, at a jurisdictional level, if you have the authority to adopt the standard or promulgate the standard, you can adopt the no-clause standard without the whistleblowing provision, like what Sue has explained has happened in the US. Nicole, your comment about the differentiating between differentiating the level of work effort depending on the role of the practice, the accountant. The standard already has that level of differentiation in terms of the role of the practice of the individual, depending on whether, for example, they are operating in senior roles versus more junior roles. But what it doesn't differentiate, and maybe that's to your point, is in terms of the nature of the activity or the service. Right. 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 And yes. Yeah. No. And yes, exactly. So that's kind of what I understood. Yeah, but that was an issue that was considered by the board at the time when the standard was set. But of course, we'll see what comes through the post-implementation review. At the moment, there is a distinction really with regard to audits of financial statements versus other types of engagement. Natasha, your comment about, yes, maybe encouraging auditors to be more proactive in maybe raising the visibility of some of those potential issues around non-compliance, et cetera. There is an opportunity there. I think certainly on the IAASB side, their standard on ISA 250, dealing with consideration of laws and regulations, is very sort of closely connected with our standard on no-clause. That certainly would be more in the space of IAASB, I think, to consider. Insofar as the standard is concerned from the IASB perspective, it is really about potentially disclosure to appropriate authorities, not so much for the auditor's report, right? So, but you mentioned the topic of aggressive tax planning as an example. We have to maybe be a little bit careful here in terms of the types of issues that might be potentially the types of issues for disclosure, let's say for the auditor's report. There's no clause about real issues of non-compliance with laws and regulations. And I think many will probably argue that you can have aggressive tax planning without breaching laws and regulations. So really there's a bit of a finer sort of line to identify here as to really whether when you're dealing with issues of aggressive tax planning, whether you're crossing the line into tax evasion, you know, that kind of thing.
And that's sort of the point where it's sort of gray.
Yeah.
So also with the greenwashing, you know, technically it might be fine, but
yeah.
where there's grayness,
yeah.
having some statement from the auditor say, we've looked at this and we're okay with it.
Yeah.
Just as that would be reassuring to the investors.
Yeah.
When you're going to have some questions.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that was one of the points you raised. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, I mean, I'm really just kind of highlighting some of the key points that some of you have raised. But I think that's, I mean, we'll take all the good feedback on board, Alan, and, you know, we'll see where we go from there.
Good. Well, we've had a very long day, but it's even longer for some of our colleagues. I think it's past midnight in Tokyo and past 11 p.m. in Manila. So may I first thank our colleagues for staying with us for as long into their day as they have. I'd like to thank everyone for the contributions. I think, you know, we've had a very good sort of two-way, many-way conversation during the course of the day. I have to say, when I looked at the agenda originally and I had discussions with Tom and Gabrielle and the team, I thought, my goodness, there's not enough here to fill the day. How wrong I was. So that's just because of the engagement from SAC members. So thank you very much for that. So we have a social event, a relaxing with very nice weather, which has been brought to us by many of you from different parts of the world. So it's going to be based on Spanish tapas. Starts at 6 o'clock. I don't know whether it's in the garden or in the terrace. We'll see when we get down there. And thanks obviously to the PIOB team for hosting this. I've been to a couple of these in the past when I was at IFAC, and I can certainly say I thoroughly enjoyed the Spanish hospitality, and I'm sure that will be the case this evening. For those of you who are joining us virtually, we've now got you on the big screen so we can see you all very clearly. Sorry you can't be with us and you will miss the event, but thank you very much, and look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. So we start here tomorrow morning at 9, so 9 a.m. Central Europe summertime, like we did today. So thank you very much. And I think you want to make an announcement.
Yes, thank you, Ellen. So while we take the opportunity in a lovely city in Madrid, we would like to take the opportunity to take a group photo. So if you could take a few minutes to pack up, and we shall adjourn to the Rose Garden maybe in a 5-10 minutes time. Thank you.
Thank you.